Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. How are you all doing? It is time for a King of the Hill. We're going to be doing it live. Settings are a little bit different today. We are going to be doing a game mode, essentially, where the king cannot play the same faction twice. So let's say that somebody were to go on a run where they had 14, 15 wins, something really crazy. They would have to be playing a different faction every single time. And I don't think it would go past 15 games anyways, so I think it sounds like quite a bit of fun. So we will be testing players' capacity to play a wide range of factions. We'll also prevent you guys from seeing the same faction over and over, and that should be it. Yes, welcome. Hello. So we're just going to give it a minute here, let some people join up. We'll be getting started here with ye old King of the Hill. The first player here is going to be Chosen One on the Skaven, facing off against Scorpion, who shall be leading the forces of the Norscan cavemen. That's going to be it. That's some delicious tea. All good to party. But yeah, this is a matchup that used to be way back when. Before this Skaven got a couple DLCs. I would say probably even after they got the Scryer DLC, this was looked to be a very favorable matchup for Norsca. One of the few they actually have. The Skin Wolves are very good against all the Molder monsters. They had Javelins. They have cheap, sustainable infantry to push through the shitty Skaven troops. And they did pretty well, but after they got the most recent DLC with Throt, where they got like the Wolf Rats and a couple other really nice tools, they have been able to fight back against Norsca much more efficiently. I think actually one of the biggest deciding factors in that variable is the fact that the Wolf Rats are so damn good against Skin Wolves. In numbers, they can actually tear through them incredibly quickly. So you have to be very careful. I mean, it's still a decent matchup for Norsca. I would even say even, but it's no longer a Norscan favored matchup. Turin, did you microwave the tea? No, I didn't. No, not this time, brother. Not this time. This time it was a proper heating up of the water prior to putting it in. You know what is though in theory, like, I'm trying to think, like, in principle. I mean, okay, in principle I understand, but in theory, like, what is the issue with microwaving the water? I mean, warm water is warm water, right? Have you guys actually noticed through scientific method, like, a taste difference? Perhaps? I'd be quite curious about that. Like, if there actually is a noticeable difference, but I'm a bit of a plebeian, so yeah. See, there's an opinion there. Ivan Callaghan, thank you for the 100 RUB. Thank you so much. Satisfy the Slayer oath. We'll try and get you some Slayer games at some point. And since players can't repeat factions, probably more likely to see things that you're not used to there. So don't do it. Thank you. All right, so we're going to be firing this bad boy up. It shall be Skaven versus Norsca here in the first match of the day. The score is 0. No king stands atop the Iron Throne, but we'll be finding out here shortly after. That's good. I'm sure it would mess with the pH level or something. Yeah, we're getting some mad science going on in chat. If a player ever runs out of factions, do they have to play an AoE 4 faction? I wish. Dude, I am missing Age of Empires 4 so badly. Oh my god. Because I put in a lot of hours in the beta, and even before that I'd played a little bit, so yeah, it was hard when they took that away from us. Yeah, dark times. So the lobby name is just Turin, King of the Hill, and the password is simply 123. It's first come, first serve. So if you can join the lobby, it's going to be a mad rush for it, as it usually is. But, that's how we're going to do it. A little bit easier than getting all fancy with like schedules and things like that. So for the Norscan army, it is going to be the dreaded double mammoth here for Scorpion. Pretty good. That in conjunction with some Skin Wolves can certainly overwhelm the Skaven and gives you a bit of a threat overload, right? You got a lot of HP, 10.5 and 10.5 here. So that's, 21,000 HP you got to get through, which is not easy. They have pretty okay armor, I suppose, 70 and 70. But it is going to be Wolfric as well as a War Shrine. Front line's going to be Chaff Marauders. This is something that's a little bit unusual. Berserkers, I think, are kind of weak in this matchup. In my experience, I find, well, not weak. I've seen them be used to good effect, but they're just vulnerable, I think is the more correct term. Globadiers, Mortars, Skaven Skirmishers, Pebble Throwers, all those guys are really cost-effective against Mortar teams. So sometimes you just see the cheaper troops. But even still, I mean, yeah, if they're left unimpeded to just grind through Skaven, everything, they can do really well. We got a Final Transmutation caster and Scorpion coming in with the triple Condom Wolves. There are going to be 3 of those bad boys, and it looks like the Beast of Tashnar on the far side. No, just Norscan Warhounds. Now, for the Skaven army of Chosen One, one of our community's best Skaven players, he does have the Gutter Runners with Poison. Going to be 4 of those, backed up by the Wolf Rats, which are essential. Without them in this matchup, it can be pretty tough against the Skin Wolves. I think one of the more old-school Skaven methods for dealing with the Skin Wolves was actually using like Gutter Runners, Night Runners, things like that. So he's got a pretty good handle on the Skin Wolf population here. Front line's going to be Skaven Slaves, backed up by Clan Rats, Ogres, and a Grey Seer of the dreaded 13th spell. And I think that's it for the army. So yeah, really the epicenter is going to be the Skirmishers in conjunction with the Mortar team up here on the top side of the map. So let's get this party started. Thank you guys. Welcome, welcome. We're going to be doing some King of the Hill today. Pretty casual stuff, but you know, it should be fun. A lot of great stuff coming up in the next week. I will be casting the first round of 8 of the ECL Season 6 Grand Finals, which have been long since delayed. And then from there, we will be scheduling the Grand Finals, which will be taking place sometime in the next 2 weeks. So it should be pretty neat. After we do finish that, we will be doing a Swiss League of some sort, just some sort of a casual league. And we'll, of course, be having tournaments on the channel aside from that. But I think I'm going to wait till Game 3 to start like another official ECL season. That is the game plan for now. Going to be very exciting to see, man. I really want to get those Warhammer 3 factions, but I have a feeling we're not going to get Warhammer 3 till like, February, March, maybe even April. Like, I feel like it's going to be a ways off, but, we'll have Age of Empires coming out. Yeah, just like what, a little under 30 days or a little over 30 days? Yeah, about 30 days from now, which would be quite cool. And I'll be doing Faction Wars and all sorts of other events for that game. So here we are. The battle is underway. The filthiest of rats. I know, the longest running UCL finals of all time. Yeah, there was a lot going on. But we're good now. So Gutter Runners going to move up. I would imagine they'll try and get in range of the Berserkers. Don't want to be wasting their ammo. I mean, I guess on Icehorn Marauders, they are somewhat expensive, They cost like, what, 600 gold or something? 500 gold? They're not terribly pricey, but pretty cost effective. They do have the Perfect Vigor, and also the Norscan Marauders do have the Rage mechanic. Mortar teams obviously devastating. They hit incredibly hard. How fast are they? Pretty damn quick, actually. Mortar teams have 35 speed. I've been in many games against the Great Hadries, who you've seen in chat, and thought I was in good position, and then his Jazales were able to outrun most of my state troopers, and he's able to get some good repositioning with those. So people always underestimate how truly fast Skaven weapons teams are compared to other infantry units. They move pretty swiftly. Now here on the far side, we do get some Norscan doggos jumping on the Gutter Runners. A couple of the Rados do get feasted on by the Norscan dogs, but the Wolf Rats should be able to counter them pretty quickly, simply because they're getting the jump. So here comes the Wolf Rats. We got some doggo action here. And the Norscan Warhounds should be getting chewed up pretty quick and broken off the battlefield. In the meantime, some of the skirmishers holding back the Norscan Horde, and this is very similar to how there was a game I remember with Alfredino where he was playing Skaven against, I can't remember what it was, but it was either Chaos or Norsca. Oh, look at that Scorch. So good, and on the move too. Just absolutely nails those forces. And the Marauder Champions, oh, those are actually Champions mixed in there, so they're the more elite troops. All right, check that out. Other side is basic Marauders. So yeah, the elite troops probably going to be a little bit vulnerable to the mortar teams if they do actually notice that. I would assume Chosen One probably just thinks that they're basic Marauders and not champions, so he's going after the Berserkers, which is a good call, mind you. So Berserkers in the front, just like we talked about, getting countered pretty hard by these Skaven skirmishers, although a little bit of a lapse in micro by Chosen One does allow the Mammoth to get in and crump a bunch of those Skaven. Although the other ranged units are going to be providing some nice ranged support from downtown. You can see here the Gutter Runners 1, 2, 3, and 4, all able to really pick apart those Marauders pretty damn effectively. Yeah, to be determined is the greatest King of the Hill of all time. Now, Skin Wolves bum rushing in, going after the Skaven slaves in a very aggressive fashion, but there's going to be a countercharge. We got Clan Rat Spheres plus Ogres coming in. Now, Skin Wolves are very good against Rat Ogres, but the Ogres are getting the charge, and they do have the protection here of the Clan Rat Spheres. So they should be able to win this combat. You can see here that Scorpion is going to be pulling back with the Skin Wolves and should be able to kind of restructure his forces. Now, Wolfric still pushing through the front Skaven line, compromised mostly of summons and just chaff units. Probably going to be overwhelmed here in a minute, but so far Chosen One is doing a good job not really losing anything important. His mortar teams are online. The Globadier Fire, not globes, I guess they are Globadiers, but the Poison Wind mortars getting some great value into the Berserkers. Obviously some friendly fire damage, but it doesn't really matter because it is just hitting the Clan Rats here, so it's all good. Now, here, Wolfric getting piled in by the Pit Fighters of Hell's Deep. Be able to jump in, get some nice Pound Town action on the Wanderer. Balance of power probably getting a little bit Skaven favored. It's a slight advantage, but I think it's going to become much more noticeable here quite quickly. And this is quite good for the Skaven as well, right? They just have like this huge expensive Mammoth. They have, two pretty pricey infantry units, Icehorn Marauders, Marauder Champions over here just battling one shitty Clan Rat, which is like such a cost-effective trade, right? Meanwhile, the rest of the Skaven army piles in and just gets the people's elbow here on the Norscan forces. And you can see Wolfric getting poked down by some of the Gutter Runners. And the Condom Wolves completely just feasted on by the Wolf Rats with poison, and the Ogres obviously will be able to break it. And this is probably going to be GG. I don't really see too many ways Scorpion can come back. It looks like his Sorcerer is on foot. We haven't seen the final transmutation. I mean, I think if there was ever an opportunity for Norsca to get back in this game, it would have been using the final transmutation on this blob, which would have hit, pretty much the entire army. But, yeah, he's a little bit late to the party. It's coming in now, but, like, it's barely going to have any effect. I mean, Wolfric is still broken. A couple units will get hit in the radius, including the Pit Fighters, which is quite nice. But that needed to be there, like, 10 years earlier to really turn the tide of the game. Because right now, Wolfric's broken. Otherwise, you know, had that come earlier, the Skaven could have been the ones breaking. Wolfric could have been pushing into the mortar teams. I don't think it would have necessarily won them the game based on what I've currently seen, but I still think it could have been a pretty substantial factor. So, Poison Wind Mortars have earned a whopping double Chevron Eno here, and we can see here they're going in at 1,500 value, so they're certainly paying for themselves. Going to be able to get a little bit more, and the big mammoth, the Warshrine Mammoth, pretty good leadership on that bad boy, is going to be falling soon as the Shaman Sorcerer Metal, also taken out by the Pit Fighters. Wolfric has come back, but Bounce of Power again. Pretty heavily favored for Skaven, but looking around here, there's not too much here that is really, really good against the Mammoths, but I think just Weight of Fire, just the Ogres and Spheres should be able to finish them, just in the numbers that we are seeing here on Ye Old Table. You love the Kung Pao references. Me too, man. Kung Pao is great. I feel like I got to rewatch that. Haven't seen that probably since like 2003 or 4. It's been a long, long time. So Peter saying this match was so unbalanced for Norsca. You know, it's actually not. I would, in my opinion, I considered it an even matchup. I think that Chosen One is just an extremely good Skaven player, and you know, I don't know if Scorpion is as experienced of a tournament player as Chosen One, who of course is an ODM and plays in a lot of tournaments. So I think that is more so the factor here. The engagements were just much better for the Skaven, and the maneuvering was quite smooth as well. Good value on all the Gutter Runners. You know, each of them got about 500 plus, except this one. The Mortar teams got 1,500 here. Ogres and Wolf Rats, you know, they did their piece. This is like pretty solid stuff. Yeah, the Condom Wolves, you know, they had a lot of counters on the table, right? Wolf Rats and Gutter Runners, very effective against them. And you can see that did reflect here in their performance. They all did pretty poorly. Mammoth's got 99. Wolfric got about 1,000. Champions, you really don't need the expensive infantry against Skaven. What you need to do here for Scorpion is just cut the expensive infantry, just get mass, just crap Marauders, and go much wider and try and swarm the Skaven. Because what you want is like basic Marauder infantry chasing down, you know, Gutter Runners. That's like the dream situation. Because they're shielded, they're cheap, they'll waste the ammo, and they will be able to cause quite a bit of work. So Chosen One has claimed victory today. Be going on over to the next match. We are on the beta for anyone looking to join, so there currently is a Cavalry beta. So if you guys are looking to get in here, that's what's cracking. All right, so Chosen picks 1 and bans 2. Good luck, have fun. All right, so we're doing, again, a different format today where essentially the player cannot play the same faction twice, so Chosen One will not be allowed to play Skaven again. He's going to have to play one of his different factions, so that will make it increasingly more difficult for the king. Chosen One! Just setting his name up here. We'll put it like the final part in caps just to really accentuate the glory of the name. We should be good. They lost because they didn't have walls. Yeah, perhaps. If Norsca had been able to build some ramparts and walls, maybe they could fend off the Skaven, but not today. All right, so currently Chosen One is our King of the Hill. He will have another pick 1, ban 2, but he cannot pick Skaven again. He cannot pick Skaven. Skaven do not have a good matchup versus everyone. No, they don't. Skaven have some bad matchups for sure. Skaven really don't like facing undead. Like, Vampire Coast isn't as much of an issue, but like Vampire counts are pretty good against Skaven. Greenskins have been considered to be okay against Skaven in the hands of like Greenskin mains, but you know, it's kind of meta's changed a little bit for Greenskins. People don't play them as much anymore, but all right, so we got Chaos banning Counts and Coast. All right. And then we got Rusty coming in with a Greenskin pick, which is good. Greenskins are actually, you know, at least in most people's opinions, considered to be favored versus the Warriors of Chaos. So we'll see what Rusty's able to do. Usually it's like a combination of Black Orcs, Skirmish Cavalry, and you just kind of live long and prosper that way. Yes, yes. Skaven are they're a strong faction, though. They're not bad by any stretch of the imagination. They're good. You know, they just have their weaknesses, but really good Skaven players can usually overcome those weaknesses. Wood Elves are also a hard one for Skaven. Like, I think good Wood Elf players can really give Skaven a huge run for their money because Skaven can't really use artillery super well against them with the Waystalkers. Skaven characters also get sniped very easily, so there's a lot of stuff going on. Yeah. A lot of witchcraft going on. So here we are. Without the revolving factions, could we also call it King of the Wheel? Yeah, sort of. Sort of, Clarence. It's in the family. Like, he's picked Skaven, he's picked Chaos. Most of the Kings of the Hill will go through their, like, probably 3 or 4 main factions, and then they're going to start getting taxed and having to play stuff that they're not used to playing. So, all right, guys, I'll be back in just a second. Alrighty. So, Greenskins, you can see Azag in this matchup. Honestly, a lot of Greenskin characters are pretty good. Even some wild Greenskin players will occasionally bring your old boy Grimgor Ironhide. He's not like super popular, but he can be brought. He can be brought indeed. Max has been working overnights at the airport, so I don't catch you often. Hey, man. Well, hope you're staying safe there and all's good. And yeah, man, we're here. We're going to be streaming about 3 or 4 days a week. Obviously, we got some fun events coming up. I will be having the ECL finals in the next couple weeks. We're going to do the round of 8, which will be the basically when you have 8 players, it'll be the first set of games, and then the grand finals will be the top 4. So it'll be 2 separate streams. I used to do it as one, but sometimes those streams can go for like 5 or 6 hours, and depending on the matchups, and it's a little bit easier to schedule with just 4 people compared to 8. So that's why we're doing it. This is the best format you've ever done. Seeing the same faction over and over is tiring. Yeah, fair play. Yeah, no. Some people like to watch it though because it's like a case study. Like if you have the same faction over and over, you can really kind of get a comprehensive understanding when you see a high level player playing them. But on that same note, it can be a little bit boring to see the same thing over and over. Because, it's not quite like other RTS games, like StarCraft, Warcraft. Like, when you watch high-level play, they play the same faction over and over, right? Like, if you're watching, like, Happy play against, Happy, of course, probably one of the world's best undead players playing against, let's say, I'm trying to think of, like, what was that Night Elf player's name who's really, really good? Foggy, yeah, Foggy, and Back to Warcraft, things like that. They just play the same faction over and over, right? And it's still really fun to watch, but in this game, it's definitely not. There's something about it. I don't know what it is. I think it's because there's no base building and things like that, so it kind of, I think that has something to do with it. Well, there was an ECL shortly after Thrott's DLC. I remember Norsca. Yeah, Norsca did. Norsca has almost won a faction war too. They got to the grand finals. They did actually lose to Skaven that time. I think it was Zardar Total War facing off against Hadri. So that was a really good one. I think it was a 2-1. I think Norsca won 1, Skaven won 1, or Skaven won game 1. Maybe, I can't remember, but nonetheless, it was a 2-1 victory in the grand finals. Norsca certainly is outdated, though. They need some love. Like, they're just kind of like, a somewhat haggard faction compared to some of the other options you have. I would agree, like, it's a shame, because they're so cool thematically, but they're just so outdated. Like, and some outdated factions held up really well. Like, Warriors of Chaos held up super well. Bretonia, like, is probably one of the best factions in the whole game. And they're ancient. They've gotten nothing. They've gotten, like, no updates, except, like, Gotrek and Felix, right? So, you can see that it's not always about just the age. Like, some of the old factions do hold up. But in general, the poor Norskins just didn't scale as well as, like, Chaos and things like that. So, I mean, I think Chaos just has better lord choices, too. They have, like, Sorcerer Lords, which aren't the greatest, but they have Sigvald, they have Chicken, they have Kolek, they have Archeon. They have, like, a good range of lords, whereas, like, Norsca just has, like, Wulfric and Throg. They don't really have too much diversity. Skaven can still struggle versus spam of regen units. Yeah, for sure. For sure. Skaven are a really cool faction. I like them a lot. They're definitely one of my favorites. I'm not the best at them, but I do have a lot of fun playing them. One Man Boy Band, howdy. Hope we're all doing to work. Yes, we are doing some work here. It's going to be a good time. So here in Game 2, we have the Challenger Rusty. Going to be leading the Hordes of the Greenskins. And what is his leadership kit going to be? Oh, it's Grimgor Thickhide here. So Ironhide is here, backed up by a Goblin, a Big Boss on foot, and a Giant River Troll Hag. Wow, that's pretty cool. Aside from that, it's going to be Black Orcs, a shit ton of Skirmishers, and some Goblins. Yeah, this is standard, right? You just get the Black Orcs, who are very dominant in the infantry fight. You get your Skirmish Cavalry to beat the Chaos Skirmish Cavalry and focus their monsters. Although the only thing that's probably a little bit off meta here is Grimgor. Grimgor is not meta, but he's not bad against Chaos. He hits like a truck, for sure. I've seen him actually club Archeon relatively effectively with his buffs active and things like that. It is a blessed day because you're catching us live. Hell yeah, man. Glad to hear that. Well, we're doing our thing. So, looking at ye old Skaven OP Please Nerf, aka Chosen One. His front line is going to be Chaos Marauders. Chosen with great weapons. Oh yeah, talk dirty, man. Got Chaos Marauders, Warp Chicken, Double Manticore, and Marauder Horseman. Pretty standard for sure. Pretty standard. Sometimes you see Hull Cannon play to try and counter the Black Orcs, but Chosen with great weapons do defeat Black Orcs. It's not the prettiest fight, but and the thing is, the Greenskins can also turn that fight. If they use any of their WA or like buffs, it can actually make it a pretty even fight, which is a little bit scary, but yeah, very excited to see how this goes. This is going to be fun. Yes. Grimgor did bring his Hype Goblin, which the lore with Grom the Paunch is actually quite funny. Like with his Hype Goblin, apparently he like sat on the Goblin, and the Goblin like survived somehow being sat on by Grom the Paunch, and Grom discovered him after that and pretty much made him his hype man because he thought he was like blessed or something. I don't really remember the exact situation. I know that Grom did sit on his Hype Goblin, and that had something to do with their relationship, which is pretty great. One Man Boy Man, sorry, my wife distracted me. Howdy. Hope we're all doing well today. There's Redemption. Hey man, I hope you and your wife are doing well, and we're going hard. So Chicken also going to be looking to get the final transmutation. Going to be dropping some big bows here, probably on Grimgor plus Big Boss and Hag, if he can gather them all up. So sometimes the chicken might offer a drumstick. You might like stick a little drumstick out there, see if your old boy Grimgor is going to bite, and then from there you can punish them with a big final transmutation. Pretty cool though. I'm surprised Chosen won. I guess, yeah, Chaos has a couple weird matchups. Vampire Counts is probably their worst matchup, I would say. Greenskins is considered to be a pretty favored matchup for the Greenskins here, obviously, against Chaos. Spirit Leech is going down, which is good. I like the Spirit Leeches coming in from Rusty here. By dropping Spirit Leeches on the Manticore, you do get it closer to rampaging, and if it rampages into the wrong target, for example, goes after goblins, and then you can attack it with your big threats, it's pretty much just free real estate here for the Greenskin. So I really do like that Spirit Leech. I think that is quite nice for sure. Are these Forsaken in the front? Ooh, the Demon Spew. Demon Spew are very good at killing lightly armored stuff. They don't have the best AP. You can see 66 weapon strength is pretty insane, but they only have 15 AP. So they'll still massacre the goblins very quickly. You can see instantly 20 goblins are flattened and their numbers are going down very quickly. But the Black Orcs are going to pull in and give them the business. The Forsaken do not want to be fighting Black Orcs, so what you probably do here is pull back and maybe let the Trolls and some other units saturate in. Chaos going to be sending in both of its Manticores into the front, trying to break through the Goblins rather quickly. Here, Black Orcs piling in to fight Chaos Marauders. Another Spirit Leech going down, and it looks like we do have the big pit fight here. We have the Chaos Trolls plus the Demon Spew battling the Black Orcs plus the Stone Trolls. The Demon Spew, I believe, do have some sort of an aura, so they are going to be lowering the combat stats a little bit, but honestly, the Greenskins seem to be getting the proper crumping here. Their Trolls and Black Orcs out trading the Forsaken very heavily, and the Chaos Trolls also getting crumped. Chosen with great weapons have piled in, but it looks like Chaos has had pretty good success here overwhelming this flank. Using their two Manticores, they might actually be able to break the Black Orcs here, which would be super cost effective. I mean, they're a pretty healthy unit of Black Orcs. Oh no, and the big chicken base drop. He drops it right here on the Giant River Troll Hag. It hits Grimgor, hits the Black Orcs, hits everything. Just nasty, nasty play here from Chosen One. On the other side, the Greenskin Skirmisher is doing fine. You know, they break some Marauders. Looks like they got a little bit of damage here and are around the backside of the Chosen, but I think that big drumstick drop here, the base drop from the dubstep from the chicken, was probably enough to maybe just break the back of the Greenskins, because they lost this engagement. I think the Greenskins fought a little bit too disconjointed, and they didn't have their Skirmishers supporting. As a matter of fact, their Skirmishers were getting pushed back by a single Marauder or two, I think, which allowed complete mobile dominance for Chosen One here, and he was able to really punish that flank pretty badly. And now Grimgor here is going to be having some problems. You know, the Hag is broken, Manticores can easily kill those Greenskin characters, and Grimgor is just going to be getting grinded down by Chosen great weapons. They'll 100% be able to finish him off. And yeah, more charging here on the flanks. You can see Marauder Horsemen hammering into the Goblins. Also the Spider Riders. The wah sounds in the valley once again. The last wah of all wahs. And the Greenskins will fight their best here. But the Manticores have piled in. And there goes the Goblin Big Boss. There goes my Big Boss. And the Chosen great weapons. Trying to chase that bad boy down. Should be able to do it. Grimgor probably going to get circle beaten here. But it looks like some Black Orcs are still fighting here. But I think it's going to be a circle beating for sure. I mean, looking around the battlefield, let's see what the Greenskins have. They have most of their Skirmishers. The Hag might come back. Black Orcs here having a pretty good trade against the Chosen, actually. They seem to be trading it very, very efficiently, but I think part of that is because there was other variables at stake. Trolls moving in, intercepting the Marauder Horsemen, trying to allow the Greenskin Skirmishers to get their bearings. Could we be seeing the dreaded Grimgor comeback? I have to admit, I would be very excited to see that. I think that'd be pretty wild, but the bounce power is normalizing here in the middle. As Grimgor continues to chop through those troops, looks like he's been a little bit distracted, not sure what he's doing, chasing down horsemen. He definitely should stay in here. Could have probably broken the Stone Trolls and done some serious damage to those Chosen by now. But the Greenskin Skirmishers really proven to be pretty valuable. They obviously can defeat the Chaos Skirmishers in my experience. They do have the poison attacks, are obviously more numerous. And yes, it looks like Grimgor is going after the big bird. He wants that sweet KFC gravy, and he's not going to let anyone stop him. So here he comes. Spirit Leech going down on Sartorial. A little bit of a risky play. Sartorial does have a fair amount of magic resist at 25%, so it's not going to do that much damage. I think Spirit Leeching some of the more expensive troops, perhaps like the Chosen, could be a little bit better just to free up the rest of your assets, but still, I think Chaos is in a pretty commanding position. They have, 52 Chosen right here. I think on the other side, do they have any Chosen left? Yeah, they have 19 right here, so not the most, but in the backfield, it looks like some Spider Riders did move in to attack the Marauder Horsemen, and they were actually broken themselves, despite the fact that the Horsemen are running away there, but I think they were just trying to save that little big boss, which I don't think is going to be too much of a boon there. Now, Manticores are rampaging the wrong way. That's something else to consider as well. Thank you so much, Henry Brooks, for the donation. Thanks for the stream. Thank you for joining, and hope you're enjoying all the battles that we're having here today. So in the back, yeah, Manticore's rampaging the wrong way. That's actually a huge boon for the Greenskins here. Might actually give Rusty an opportunity to fight a little bit and get some scrapping with Grimgore, because if those two Manticores had rampaged this way, they could be piling in and killing the giant River Troll Hag, maybe going after your boy Grimgore, who has activated Gitsnick here and broken some Stone Trolls. Pretty heavy metal. You know, Grimgore isn't doing terribly this game. He's certainly been a presence, but that big final transmutation, also having the Black Orcs not have their flanks defended, like the Spider Riders could have kept those Black Orcs from being surrounded, at which point they would have fought a little bit better. I honestly think keeping your army closer together, but not close enough to the point where like you're getting just nailed by final transmutations, would have been the sweet spot. When's your next Clan War stream? Well, I'm going to be doing the, I believe it was ODM versus BBB stream. I'm going to be doing that soon. I'm not sure. Sometime this week, probably on like Wednesday or Thursday or something, I'll be doing those games that I do have the replays for. So, because obviously, if you guys don't know, there's a big Clan War event going on, which is very cool. And that is that. So, Grimgore appears to be broken. The chicken dropping the final gravy spoon here on Grimgore, and going to turn him into metal, which is cool. So, Chosen One, currently 2 wins on the King of the Hill. To open any challengers, the password is 1234. And that's it. I could totally see Kislev versus Norsca being a DLC. That would actually be a really good one. Like, Norsca, you know, obviously is up in that part of the world to an extent. They could be invading through Kislev. So I think that would be a really, really good DLC to update Norsca. All right, so yeah, Manticores didn't do crazy value. Chosen 1,600 on 1. Pretty damn solid performance. Chicken was quite valuable as well, and the Horsemen all had a pretty good spread. Yeah, honestly, liked Rusty's army. I think he just needed to be a little bit tighter together, not let his Black Orcs flanks be collapsed so easily. And yeah, could have been okay. Not the biggest fan of Grimgore, but overall, you know, he can be made to work. He can be made to work. Alrighty, so let's see who's next. Nobody's joined quite yet. We're going to be on Eshin. We have the Phoenix King, very cool, versus Chosen One, and let's see what he picks. He can't play Skaven. He cannot play Chaos. I'd hop in, but you'd get annihilated. Oh, come on, man. Just do it. We're going to be having an ECL this week. I think I'm going to be casting the ECL round of 8 on Friday, Season 6, and then I'm going to be doing the grand final shortly after, probably sometime in the next week. Yeah. I have to coordinate with the players, though, for that one, for the second round. I think a Cathay Ogre DLC is bound to happen. Yeah, for sure. For sure. There's going to be all kinds of good stuff going on. Absolutely. Grimgore lives on, says Rusty. A true hero of the Wa. Now we will have Chosen One with his pick double ban. Chosen picks and double bans. Good luck, have fun. All right, so he cannot play Chaos. He cannot play Skaven. Let's see what else he's good at. I think Chosen One plays Dark Elves. I actually played against him in a best of 3 in a tournament once, and I remember him being good with Druki. I can't remember. That was a long-ass time ago. That would have been like, what? Jeez, like probably 2 years ago. Goddamn. Goddamn, Joe Rogan. Bretonnia versus Norsca DLC, that could be cool too. But like, I think in Game 3, they're not going to do Game 2 versus Game 1 DLCs. It'll be mainly like Game 3 versus like the earlier games, if anything. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, there has to be DLC in Game 3 because, you know, all the Chaos factions are only going to be starting with one Lord. And, like, if you look at lore on those factions, they have a shit ton of Lord options. So there's for sure going to be some heavy-duty expansions for that, yeah. I just want more werewolves. Yeah, werewolves are pretty cool creatures for sure. They're pretty neat critters. So, Chosen One is going to go Lizardmen and banning Beastmen and Vampire Coast. All right, very cool. So now it is time for the Phoenix King to counterpick here against Lizards. You got options. You got options. Interesting. Yeah, Beastmen have been pretty popular in a lot of the ECL matches. They're currently playing them offline right now, the round of 8. They just finished. I was watching some of the replays, and Beastmen seem to be a pretty common first pick, actually. First pick and ban, or a first ban, or something like that. You know, myself, I haven't had too much experience with Beastmen lately, but yeah, apparently they're very, very strong. Kislev vs. Norsca could be very good. I think that'd be a pretty badass DLC for sure. I think there will be Empire FLC. Like, I think because there's a couple major things missing from the Empire. Obviously, you could do some really cool stuff with the Knightly Orders if you want to, but there's also the Celestial Hurricanum, which is like a really powerful kind of centerpiece for an Empire army. So I think the Celestial Hurricanum will be like a Game 3 FLC. I don't know. I guess you could do an Empire DLC. You could do like, yeah, what Empire? I mean, yeah, you have a lot of Empire characters left. You have like Kurt Helborg and yeah, Elspeth von Draken, and you know, all these cool characters that you could go with. But yeah, they need to add a Celestial Hurricanum as well. Yeah, I could see an Empire DLC because Empire is like a classic adversary of the Chaos Gods. So having them battle in a DLC would be very popular. Plus, Empire is the most played faction anyways. So you could have like an Empire character who's like leading an expedition to go battle Chaos in the north, and he could have like a start position like near the Realm of Chaos or the Chaos Wastes, like with Kislev. That would actually be really cool. Yeah, Empire's also had Master Engineers. They had a couple different variants of their troopers that we don't see yet. So yeah, there's a lot of cool stuff you could do with Empire. I think an Empire expedition would be really cool. Obviously, if you want to go even more in depth with the Empire, you could do Ulrich and Middenland and, you know, the Knights of the White Wolf, I think is what they're called. And like I was building some Empire Knight models. I have them over here on my desk, and they actually come with the pieces to make them the Ulrich Knights. They have like these capes with like wolves' heads on them, and they have like hammers, and their heads are all in, like, you know, savage looking. It's really goddamn cool. So yeah, a lot of cool stuff they could do with the Sons of Sigmar. Battle tutorial, when's the best time? Sorry, Manny, I've just been really busy, but I'll take a look. I promise you I'll take a look this time. I think I saw your message, dude. I get a lot of messages in Discord today, so they just tend to get pushed down. Yeah, thank you, man. Thank you for the fiber. I want Middenheim so badly. Yeah, Middenheim would be really cool. Isn't the... Yeah, so the Huracanum, at least in the current rendition of Tabletop plays... Okay, so we got High Elves from the Phoenix King. Not surprised. His name is the Phoenix King. But the Huracanum is pretty cool. It can have serve as a mount. So with the Huracanum, at least in Tabletop, you can put a Battle Mage on it, and the Battle Mage can cast spells from it. So like you could add the Huracanum as a mount option for Empire casters for certain ones, like for like a, I think it would be like a Heavens caster, yeah, something like that. Also, it can give like buffs nearby and like make other like your magic more efficient, increase your Winds of Magic pool. There's a lot of cool stuff you could do with it. Yeah, Boris Todbringer really should be playable by now. I don't know why that hasn't happened. Yeah. Adam Mules, absolutely, dude, absolutely. But you could do some cool stuff. You know, you can get the Huracanum in the game, get a Master Engineer, Elspeth, Kurt Helborg. Yeah, Kurt would be a pretty cool character to, like, you know, because Franz kind of a, you know, isn't he's like the hand of the Emperor or something. He's kind of like Karl Franz's right hand, so you could easily like dispatch him on some sort of a quest to go do some cool stuff. Yeah, which would be really fun. It would be very fun indeed. So looking around here, we're loading in. This is the third match of the day. Currently chosen one is 2-0. He has won with Skaven and Chaos. Now he's going to his Lizardmen. So we're getting to see his most comfortable factions be played. But if he continues to go forth, we're going to be seeing him playing things that he perhaps does not play as often. Can we get a mod for Big Boris? I'm pretty sure there already is a Midland mod, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, Boris could be a Game 3 DLC or FLC or something. Although Midland has a pretty unique culture. I feel like that would have to be a DLC to like make them a playable faction. I actually think we have a relatively reasonable chance of getting both Midland as well as Musion getting their own unique factions. Like Musion is like a hybrid undead Bretonnian faction, would be so goddamn cool. Like you have you have zombie men at arms and zombie, you know, zombie peasant bowmen and like, you know, kind of, yeah. Ludwig Schwarzhelm, yeah, he would be really cool. Absolutely. Turin, why do we rarely see Heavens Mages? Windblast is good and Harmonic Convergence isn't bad, but honestly, the other options are just so much better. Like, a Fire Mage honestly just does it more efficiently. Like, Burning Head is better than Windblast in my opinion. You get Flaming Sword of Rune, you get Fireball for sniping. Life Magic is obviously just always good. Death Magic is like point and click, so you don't really need to think as much. So, you know, I just think there's better options, typically. Yeah, that's just my 2 cents. How likely do we think a Total War 40k game is further down the line? Very likely. I would actually wager quite a bit of money on that. Like, I think we're going to see Total War Warhammer 40k. Like, I think there's a 90% chance we're going to see that. Like, I think in the next 5 or 6 years. I don't know when, maybe like 2025, 2024. They're going to do this. They're going to do Warhammer 3. Then they're going to do a big, thick, like, historical title. I would love to see, like, a new medieval game or something like that. And then I think they're going to go do 40k. Because they got to throw the historical community a bone as well, right? With like a really good medieval type game or something like that. You know, I would love that as well. I would cover that for sure. I would definitely play some multiplayer, some campaigns. But I do think that we would get 40k after that. I even think that way down the road, like maybe 6-7 years from now, like later on, like once they do 40k and then do another historical game, I think we could even see Total War Warhammer Age of Sigmar. Like, I really do think that would happen. Age of Sigmar, not as likely, but 40k, for sure. Very, very possible. Oh, I disagree. I think 40k works super well in Total War mechanics. Like, you already have, like, units that are pretty much direct copies, okay? Like, look, this Bastillodon with Ark of Sotek here is basically like, I don't know, it could be any sort of a tank, right? The tank would just shoot, like, it could be like a Tau Hammerhead, whatever. You know, Forsaken are basically just Chaos Space Marine possessed. Rattling Gunners are Devastator squads. You know, Handgunners, like, if you just retune their firing rate, their size, and then their numbers, like, boom, you have, like, a tactical squad. Like, it's just, like, it would all work. It would all work. And, you know, a lot of people think that 40k is, like, all ranged units, but it's not. 40k actually has a shit ton of, what was he doing here? Was he doing, like, an ODM symbol or something? But 40k has a lot of melee units, especially if you play Chaos, like Tyranids. Like, Tyranids have these, like, mortar bugs, which are basically just Poison Wind Globadiers. Like, it's very, very easy to transition that all, in my opinion. All right, guys, so here we are in the battle. We're going to get back to business here. It's Chosen One. Lizards against High Elves. He's got a shit ton of Saurus Warriors, backed up by a couple Cold One Spear Riders. Ark of Sotek with Ark of Sotek. Interesting, yeah. They've been making a very big comeback in the meta due to the buffs they got. So Ark of Sotek is actually quite good now. If we take a look at the damage type it does, you can see here it does do poison over time. And yeah, very effective. It's not like that Haggard Magic Snake that they had before. So there they have Lord Mazdamundi, Lord Chungus with Net's Apotheosis Harmonic, the classic good spells. And looking at the forces of the Phoenix King, representing Ulthuan with Pride. It's got Spearmen, Rangers. The backfield's going to be double Bolt Thrower to counter, you know, Solar Engines, Bastillodons, all that sort of good stuff. Up in the sky, we have an Arcane Phoenix to goon the monsters, and Mazdamundi with Larry the Radiant hiding in the back. Cool army. I'm a big fan of Bolt Throwers against Lizards. I feel like they're pretty good, but is he going to be able to defend them? He does have Dragon Princes, looks like 1 and 2 up on the high ground. Those Princes probably need to come back here and make sure that they protect these Bolt Throwers adequately. You can see they're doing pretty good damage here against ye old Bastillodon Ark of Sotek. Looks like a little bit of a surround, actually. Elves are coming in from the east and the west. You can see here on the high ground, they do come down the hill, hammer into the Chameleon Stalkers, get some nice damage backed up by Rangers, but I would imagine they need to pull back at this point. Now, this is on the Cavalry beta right now, so the Cavalry units actually are quite a bit better than they are in the current live version of the game. It's not like a massive, massive change, but it is noticeable for sure. So Cavalry will be performing a little bit better than they normally do. Now, Phoenix King gets a good engagement here. Dragon Prince is backed by an Arcane Phoenix, should be able to beat the Spear Riders. Granted, there are Saurus on the ground, which will give a little bit of a boon to the forces of the Lizards. Over here, Bolt Thrower still shooting. Ark of Sotek going to be dropping some snakes on the Spearmen, and the Dragon Princes with another downhill charge against the Saurus. And they get a big Thunderous Charge right there. Do some fat damage, putting them down to 69 for a second. That's what she said, but now down to 66. But man, look how effective these Dragon Princes are. They're just doing massive, massive work here against these Saurus warriors. Over here, Cold One Spear Riders also losing their respective fight. The Elves seem to be doing pretty well in the flanks, but obviously their center mass could be compromised. As the Ark of Sotek does launch some snakes all over the main high elf battle lines there. I guess it's just one spear unit, not really battle lines. I was a little bit of hyperbole there, but hopefully you guys can forgive me. Still battling it out in the forest here. Dragon Princes supported by the Arcane Phoenix. It looks like the Rangers are indeed broken. And it looks like Larry's going to be flying back and across as more Dragon Princes come back here. Are they going to be trying to salvage both Bolt Throwers? I think they're just going to have to let this one go. The Rangers have been pushed back, and obviously the Chameleon Stalkers have really pushed in here. And yeah, that Bolt Thrower's, it's down for the count. It's not going to be having a good time. Bolt Thrower here, what is it shooting into? I think it's going after the Bastillodon, although it really hasn't done that much damage. And it seems that these Saurus warriors are really being quite a persistent threat. Granted, the Dragon Princes are quite good against them if they can get the ideal charge, but now we got Larry going after Big Chungus here, going after Mazdamundi. It looks like there is going to be a pullback from the Arcane Phoenix of the Phoenix King. As the Dragon Princes do withdraw, don't want any piece of that Mazdamundi. I certainly don't blame them. Is there going to be a net going down here? There is a net. It's pretty good. Yeah, now the Lizards are going to be collapsing on all sides. The charge bonus will not be in effect here. More Dragon Princes getting ready to party, but overall, I think Larry might use a Star of Avalorn here. I think it would be good. Probably going to let both of the Dragon Princes gather and then use a Star of Avalorn. Yep, there it is. Just like clockwork, that's going to be healing a lot of HP, getting a lot of value for the Phoenix King, who is actually a little bit behind on the bounce of power. It's a close game. Both players are playing quite well. One Bolt Thrower crew was able to get away, and is just going to wait for the Saurus to leave. We have more Rangers fighting up here, but really this big fight in the center is going to be the big deciding factor. And currently, Larry plus the Arcane Phoenix getting pretty aggressive after Mazdamundi, and the Dragon Princes fighting back the Saurus Warriors, who they're okay against. You know, they're on the charge, they're obviously quite devastating there, but in sustained combat, Dragon Princes, like, their DPS isn't going to be insane. They really, really do want that charge bonus. But yeah, good play on both sides. It looks like the Birds and the Dragon Princes going to be pulling back at this point. The Bolt Thrower, the Eagle Claw Bolt Thrower here are going to be taken offline by the remnants of some Cold One Spear Riders, but some of the High Elf Spears might actually get back there and salvage that situation. We'll see. The High Elves do have the mobile advantage. Honestly, at this point, yeah, this is good, right? Just, like, stay away from Mazdamundi and the big Chungus blob here and just go and hammer everything that's, like, kind of free around the map. And here you can see they're going to probably get this Ark of Sotek. These Saurus Warriors should fall here pretty soon, although it looks like a little rampage going down on the Saurus here. And this Arc of Sotek getting chewed on by the Arcane Phoenix. Actually, as far as High Elves go, I think the Arcane Phoenix is probably one of my favorite units. It's just so powerful, so tanky, has some really good utility with its bombardment ability against tightly packed formations. I think, yeah, Phoenixes are just so much better than Dragons in terms of competitive play, in my opinion. But one Dragon Prince is pushed back, the other Princes of the Dragons. Oh, it looks like the Arc of Sotek might have actually snake attacked those guys and done some good damage. Anyways, Princes charging down Saurus Warriors, going to be able to clean up the scraps and make sure nothing comes back. If the Phoenix King here can secure his backfield and, you know, really get that Bolt Thrower back online, that would be huge. Although it looks like the Bolt Thrower is broken. It probably won't come back anytime soon. Prince is going to keep sticking and moving. Mazdamundi trying to drop a Ruination of Cities. Oh, is he going to get lucky? Does not look like it. The Ruination just doing the pointing arrow, pointing towards the Dragon Princes. I was like, I think we're supposed to go that way. But here it comes. The charge of the Princes hammering into the Saurus. Saurus going to get plowed down. They are indeed wavering and probably going to shatter now. Larry took a lot of damage. It looks like Mazdamundi was able to get a big blow on Larry. Looks like Arcane Phoenix right now probably going to be going for its bombardment ability. It's like flying overhead like it wants that. Yeah, like right there. That's pretty solid. Let's see what kind of damage it does. Yeah, not bad at all. It does some good HP damage. Takes out a couple Saurus. A little bit of an Inferno. And Larry needs to heal. Princes need to heal. And yeah, what the Elves need to do right now is just chase down all the freebies. Just Lizards have a pretty scary Death Star here. Honestly, I think they probably have the advantage at this point in the game, even though the bounce power is even. I feel like the Bastiladons with their AoEs really going to be nasty in those late game blob fights because the Lizards are just going to waddle after them. They can't really catch them, right? So High Elves are just going to clean up what they can, rally what units they can, and then there's going to be one last fight for the fate of Middle-earth, and I do think the Lizards will have the advantage. Just all those big, thick units, great leadership. It's going to be tricky. Yeah, Larry, I think, got caught in like a net or something, and I think Mazdamundi was able to get some damage. You guys probably saw that. Okay, Lazy Laz says, hey Turin, I'm just wondering if you give Lizardmen a tier in terms of competitiveness, what would they be? I think Lizardmen are like an A tier or even an S tier faction. Yeah, they're really good. They're really good. I think they have pretty solid matchups across the board. There's a couple ones that are a little bit tough for them. I feel like nobody likes playing Vampire Counts nowadays. Vampire Counts can be really degenerate in the hands of good players. They're like a weird one for balance too. Like newer players on Vampire Counts aren't very good, but when you get these really cutthroat players who like to kind of, you know, work around the edge of the rules and just barely follow the rules, they can really abuse the Vampire Counts like super heavily. That's why I hope like in game 3 we just get objective play and, you know, like they add the objective so then we don't need to like worry so much about the attacking, because if they don't engage you, you just take the objective and win the battle, right? Like that's really what I'm looking forward to. I really hope that's the case. All right, so here comes the Rangers. Lizards do have the high ground. Granted, the Elves could simply just surround them and get around the back. Larry leading a charge. The Saurus Warriors do take a righteous, proper hammering right there. And the Arcane Phoenix probably just go after Lord Chungus, I guess. Or maybe the Bastiladon over here is a little bit more of a low-hanging fruit. Cavalry cycle charging in, which is good. Want to take advantage of that charge bonus to the best of your abilities. Ooh, and we do have an overextended Bastiladon here. That would actually be a huge opportunity. If Phoenix King sees this is a free kill. Like, that thing is completely unsupported. Like, just get the Phoenix in there, go for the kill, and do your thing. Very risky, though, from Larry here. Larry actually charges in after Lord Mazdamundi. And the snakes are being released, going to be going after the Spearmen, and the Arcane Phoenix did not go after the Arc of Sotek. Looks like a pretty damn even balance of power, though. This is a really tight game, man. Larry, Arcane Conduit. What spell was going down? It looks like Faw's Protection being used on the Dragon Princes as well as the Phoenix. Pretty cool. Armor, melee defense, Shield of Thorns. A lot of defensive buffs are being stacked here. My apologies if there's some background noise. My musician neighbors decided to start bumping their music, and sadly, there's nothing I can do about it, because that's life in Los Angeles. Larry the Radiant going after the Arc of Sotek. Arc of Sotek is very low in leadership. Looks like 3-0. Might be able to break it here. Man, this is a super scrappy game, dude. But the High Elves going to be able to work some Witchcraft. Their Dragon Prince is actually sustaining very well here. And the mobility of the Elven Birds is allowing them to stay away from Lord Chungus while they isolate and go after the Bastiladons and some of these other units. Crazy good. You know, what's also very scary for the forces of the Dinos is the fact that the Arcane Phoenix has not even gotten close to its healing cap in terms of rebirth. So, like, let's say the Arcane Phoenix were to get in, like, a pit fight, got very low. The Arcane Phoenix could still get its rebirth and just come back, like, super thick, and really be a big problem right there. So, Larry, they're going to be chasing down the Bastiladon, which is a very good call. It's safe. Might as well go for that fight. The Arcane Phoenix going after the Arc of Sotek. Balance of power has actually come in the favor of the Phoenix King, the Elves. And it looks like Mazdamundi going to be dropping a Bound Banishment there. I think that's what that is. Probably not going to do too much, although it might get a couple of these guys as they ride through the Banishment, much like the 80s movie Charge. Another unit of 20 Princes comes back in and hammers the Lizard Force. And guys, I think that is it. Larry is able to get down the Arc of Sotek here, and now the other Lizards I really did not think the High Elf army would be able to crack that double Ark of Sotek Mazdamundi box, but they were. Phoenix King, the Phoenix King here, yes, showing some incredible micro with his birds. They've just been on point this game, really been causing quite a few problems. So, let's take a look at this. Craven, your warriors flee. As the Bastillodon flees, Mazdamundi is a pretty strong combatant, but he's not going to be able to defeat both birds. In tandem with the Dragon Princes, of course, getting rear charges into him, because some of the princes will come back. We got 11 models right there. And how many do we have here? It looks like 9. So yeah, there's still a fair amount of princes on the map. This Ark of Sotek is shattered, and now the birds just need to pile in and go after Mazdamundi. And Phoenix King needs to make sure he doesn't let Larry die, though. Larry could for sure go down to Mazdamundi, who does have the Harmonic Convergence right now. The Arcane Phoenix needs to just be jumping in there and doing the heavy lifting, which is, yeah, with like whatever you have left. Oh, he tried to do the bombardment. What is that? Why would you do that? I don't think it does any damage against SCMs. Maybe he's just sending style points. You know, it's like kind of a salute to the elven gods, perhaps something like that. So the bird's moving in and going after the kill on Mazdamundi. He is at 4,200 HP, but is being healed 480 through the Apotheosis. And Larry can kind of just sit in the sky, just let the Arcane Phoenix go. What you do right now is because Mazdamundi is, he's too chubby to turn around. I'm sure you guys have all met someone, you know, when they like turn their body, they have to turn their whole body to look at you. Well, that's like what Mazdamundi is like on Lord Mazdamundi here, right? So Larry, going to be going in the back, taking down Mazdamundi. I would imagine Arcane Phoenix is just cackling because it's super tanky and obviously has a ton of health left. Yeah, Larry might need to get her claws dirty up on her bird there. Charging into the back, Mazda gets taken down to 38. Dragon Princes with the frontal charge do get about 100 damage. Not too much. It's still something. And here comes the Arcane Phoenix. It'll come to a point when the Dragon Princes do dissipate, though, that they have to stay in combat. One of the birds, well, both birds would have to stay in combat, the SEMs, but I don't think it really matters, honestly. This game is over. Phoenix King has got this. Like, even if he just lets Mazda, you know, take down Larry, I still think it's over. All right, GG, well played. Man, what a great comeback. I honestly felt like that game was looking good for the Dinos, but I was wrong. And Phoenix King showed me the tenacity of the Elves is not to be doubted. So GG, well played. We have a new king who is going to be the Phoenix King. So Chosen One is the current score to beat. All right, Phoenix King. And let's update this. Get this updated here. And we're all set. Are you not entertained? GG, well played. Great game. All right, so for the next map, we're going to do the Pillar of Bone. The Bone Zone, baby. Welcome to the Bone Zone. Yes. Larry got some work in. That was a solid match. It looks like Chosen One he's chilling here. Maybe he's looking at his breakdown post game, which I should have actually done as well. That was a really good match though, for sure. All right, he is gone. He said GG. Now whoever is next to challenge the Phoenix King. So Phoenix, you now pick and double ban. All right. Yeah, the Dragon Princes were very good. All right, so we got Schwer Krozum, the mighty Boris, in here facing off against Phoenix King. Let us see what the picks and bans are. So Phoenix will do a pick and double ban. Normally we do the pick 3 for King of the Hills, but since we are doing this different format today, we're doing it a little bit different. So that was a very good game, man. Very scrappy. We are entertained, says Aetherian. Yes. I'm glad to hear that. Glad to hear that. Oh, man. All right, so Phoenix King, what is he going to pick? I guess I wasn't terribly clear as to whether, like, since now he's the king, yeah, we're going to say they have to play something different every game. So he's going to go Dark Elves this time, which, you know, it's all in the family. Dark Elves were once part of the, you know, the Elvish family, so let's keep it there. So, looks like we're getting a Druchii pick. We have not gotten the picks and bans yet. We are on the Pillar of Bone. We're on the Bone Zone, which is a pretty small map, and that's that. The Cavalry did quite well that game. Yeah, they did. Yeah, the Cav beta seems good. I played a couple games with Aerocrastic the other night. Felt pretty solid. So can't complain. Jan, thank you for the... oh, man, I don't know the name of the currency, but the CZK. Thank you so much. Thanks for the years of entertainment. Have a good day. Hey, right back at you, man. Hope you're doing well. We got you covered. This is the Cav beta. Yes, it is. It is. Jan, really appreciate that, man. I believe, is that Czech? Is that like a Czech currency? Lady Turin actually speaks a little bit of your language. She spent some time in the Czech Republic. Can you just materialize 100 AoE 4 videos? I wish. I have 4 more left. So I have 4 Age of Empires 4 videos saved for you guys that I was able to get from the beta. But, you know, I'm going to run out pretty soon. I mean, I'll have them up through like the first week of of October, then there's going to be a dry spell for like 2 weeks while we wait for more Age of Empires 4. Yeah, I know, it's rough. What do you think about a mod for multiplayer where you can toggle on and off banner rules? It's pretty cool. The only issue, Revan, is it's really difficult to get like everyone in a tournament to get on the same mod. It's kind of difficult to do because this game runs into a ton of issues with like connectivity and mod compatibility. So like that would just really complicate things. Yeah. One man boy band. Yes, you do. You have the emotes hand drawn by the lady. Hand drawn by the lady. All right, so we got High Elves versus Dark Elves. Ooh, very cool. The Blessed Dread banning Bretonnia and Greenskins. And Schwer Krasm is going to go with the High Elves again. So you guys are getting a Druki versus High Elf showdown. Wonder if we're going to see the Dreadlord himself, the dreaded duelist, to the Kraken Master. Maybe up on his big Tempest. Probably not, because Larry will come with Tempest and just give him the dirty. Yeah. Yeah, I really hope we get the multiplayer capture points soon, man. Oh, I want to get my hands on it so badly. All in due time. All in due time. All right, so High Elves versus Dark Elves. The Pillar of Bone, the Bone Zone, is the map for the day. We're getting ready to have a good old time. Yeah, might be having another chess tournament soon as well. The Total War Chess Hammer. That was pretty fun, man. I don't know shit about chess, so trying to do commentary on a chess tournament is just like so... I had absolutely no idea what was going on. Max, Ben, Jim, you might need to add me as a friend. So let me get a link to Discord. If you could hit me up on there. My friends list is full, so I need to like... It's so annoying, man. Steam is such a just shithouse program sometimes. Like, why do I have to like craft your stupid goddamn cards to get my friends list bigger? It's so dumb. Just like, dude, I would honestly just pay like $20 to just have a full friends list. Like, dude, can't there just be some feature like that? All right. Can't figure this shit out. All right, here we go. You also probably, yeah, you need to make sure you're on the Cavalry beta because we are in a beta version right now, which you can switch to. But nonetheless, yeah, you need to be on that. I'm actually kind of happy the game was delayed till 2022 because like I want it to be good. I don't want them to rush it and release it and just have like all these disastrous like haggard bugs that like really kill the momentum. And like it is relatively tough to work at the same efficiency I would imagine for like a game studio during the Rona times. So I completely get it, you know. I get it. Yeah, well, Emo Hippie, probably how the capture points will work is there will be one capture point in like each person's deployment zone. Or close to it, and then there will be one contested capture point. Like, I would imagine it'll be something like that. You know? Yeah. Yeah, Paskovich. Did I say your name right? Yeah, it's just annoying, dude. It's just annoying. Yeah. I think it's good, though. Capture points work really, really well in Age of Empires. Like the Sacred Victory condition, where you, like, you know... get those, and like if somebody just wants to turtle in their base and be annoying, like they have to come out and fight you. I think it's a really, really good way to, you know, make sure the game is a little bit more reasonable. Yeah, I don't mind. I honestly think Age of Empires 4 is ready to go though. Like if they just fix a couple minor things like with the town hall bell and like, you know, I think Age of Empires 4 like is good. Like I played probably about 60 hours of that game and I enjoyed like every second. Yeah. Yeah, so it felt good to me. I mean, there are some faction balance things, but that's obviously what the stress test was for and some of those other things. So I'll be curious to see how they go that way. All right, so taking a look here at the forces of the Blessed Dread. Ooh, I already love this build coming in from the Phoenix King. Check that shit out. They have triple Harganeth Executioners. Wow, one of them Blades of the Blood Queen, too. That's some heavy metal shit. We got double Repeater Crossbow in the back. They are going to be triple Dreaded Dread Knight. We got a Sorceress of Shadows backed up by the mighty duelist himself, Lokir Felhart. Yeah, check that out. All right, so here for Schwer Krasm, mighty champion of VM, champion of Heroes of Might and Magic 3. He is very good at Heroes of Might and Magic 3. Boris, he is so good at them. But anyways, he's got Reaver Archers backed up by a bunch of spears. He's got a Mage of Fire, Tyrion on horseback, and double Arcane Phoenix, and this appears to be the army. Pretty solid. Arcane Phoenixes can obviously goon Druki characters, are very durable, maneuverable to dodge some of the missile pieces. The Dread Knights are going to be quite dreaded. They not going to be easy to stop. The High Elven infantry line is going to be cut to pieces very quickly. It's Silver and Guard, which are normally quite tanky, but against like Harganeth Executioners, they're going to get massacred. Like, absolutely massacred. So this is going to be pretty cool. The Court of the Phoenix King welcomes you. It would appear so. So here, Reaver Archers shooting down into the Coldland Dread Knights and the Repeater Crossbows. Moving up as well. I'm probably just going to kind of try and get shots on the Arcane Phoenixes or some of the Reaver Cavalry. We'll see. If I were the High Elf player here, though, if I were Boris, his name's Shverkrozim, I would probably not want to fight here. And, ooh, look at that. Silver and Guard retreating now, but Tyrion just going balls deep on the hunt after the Sorceress of Shadows. And the Foot-based Master, as well as Lokir Felheart, had to screen out to deal with that. Now, the Dread Knights pulling in a little bit of a flank denial being formed here with this Harganeth Executioner, and now you're going to see a massacre. Blades of the Blood Queen, probably one of the strongest great weapon units of the game, taking very little damage and just buzzsawing through the Silver and Guard, and there's going to be a fat pendulum going down. Very nice. It even goes through the other unit of Silverin, so pretty good fight here for the Druchii in the front. Now there's going to be a Sunfang from Tyrion, which does not do that much damage against armor there. So that's quite cool. And we do have a pit fight. So we got Lokir Felheart battling Tyrion, the Arcane Phoenix jumping in as well, but Tyrion is in the pit battling the dreaded duelist who is backed up by his Dread Knights behind him, but also does have the Master. This is a very, very scrappy fight. Burning head, there's just shit flying everywhere. Here we get Dread Knights actually piling into Silver and Guard, a very questionable choice here. They're going to be bouncing back and going after the Reavers right now, which is good. Don't want to be fighting those spears, but yeah, the Harganeth Executioners, no surprise there. Able to absolutely massacre the Silver and Guard in the front. Over here, same thing is happening, right? Here you can see the Harganeth Executioners taking down the Silver and Guard, and the Druchii honestly seem to be doing pretty well. Lokir Felheart isn't like doing a ton of damage, but he's surviving, and the Dread Knights have been able to just completely collapse the very tattered High Elf formation here. Granted, 2 Arcane Phoenixes are still very much alive. The Elven Skirmishers are in okay shape, but a beautiful Pit of Shades coming in back here from the Phoenix King. He's able to drop some substantial damage here on the Reaver Archers. Yeah, check that out, man. Really, really wild game, I have to say. More Reaver Archers pulling back, shooting into the Dark Riders here, trying to get a little bit of poke and stroke. Arcane Phoenix probably coming in for some cycle charging, going to be going after Lokir pretty aggressively, but I have to wonder if all this effort for trying to bring down Lokir is going to be a little bit of a gambit that does not pay off. Tyrion is very low himself. Oh, that's going to be a big, big, thick burning head. It doesn't do a ton against armor, but it still does enough to be significant. Certainly gets them pretty close to breaking, I would imagine. No, still steady, man. Leadership really holding firm. And the Master able to get a shank on Tyrion. Tyrion, the best way to deal with him is either save him for last, or, oh, and look at this, the Sorceress, the Druchii Sorceress, in the fight here versus the Mage of Fire, able to break her. Oh, man, really, really nice catches. Okay, here's what you do. If you are the Druchii player here, you have to chase Tyrion, but you do not, I repeat, do not do any additional damage to him. If you can get him off the battlefield just like this, you're winning. Now, if Tyrion's able to come back and get his rebirth, then things could potentially change. But right now, it looks like the dreaded Lokir Felheart, Lokir Footheart, getting in here, taking out the bird, backed up by the Coldland Dread Knights. Just beautiful damage coming in on all fronts. Dude, this game is just some wild shit. Look at this. Arcane Phoenix getting broken right now. 1200 HP. The other bird is at about 1400. Tyrion is back. The Phoenix King returns. Well, Phoenix King is playing the Druchii right now, but you know what I'm saying, the actual Phoenix King here in this situation. But who really is the actual Phoenix King? I don't know. Maybe we'll never know. Nonetheless, it looks like this game has been won by the Druchii, although we still do have a shit ton of rebirth on the battlefield, which is the one thing that the High Elves do have going for them. All their big, expensive units are actually capable of getting rebirth effects, which means that if Shverkrozim can find some way to get a rebirth on Tyrion, on his 2 birds, like let them take a little bit of damage, but not enough to threaten them, and they all rebirth, he could just straight up win this game. Absolutely. So One Man Boy Band says, Turin, why wouldn't you do damage to him as he ran? You just want to chase him because Tyrion has an effect that when he gets below 10% HP, he can actually trigger a massive heal, which can essentially bring him back up to full health. So you just want to like kind of corral him off the map. Otherwise, you know, if you were damaging him, he could get like a fat heal or something like that. So yes, that is why. So looking around, Arcane Phoenix on its way back. The Mage of Fire for Shverkrozim being chased down by the Coldland Dread Knights. A nice bombardment right there. The Phoenix getting a beautiful blow, and could this be the beginning of a comeback here for the High Elves? Shverkrozim with some nice AoE. Coldland Dread Knights broken, and the Blades of the Blood Queen and other Harganeth Executioners lurking in the wings. Now we have the Duel of Duels. Is Tyrion going to get the rebirth? That is the question. Arcane Phoenix is coming in with the steel chair, and Lokir gets absolutely smashed in the back by the double Phoenixes, and he is not going to be coming back to life unlike his High Elf brethren. He runs for the hills. Despite the dreaded duelist and all those other buffs, he is down for the count. And now Tyrion going to be dropping a Sunfang. Oh my god, just the place. Oh, and Tyrion gets the rebirth. He is back to almost full health. He's at like 60%. Oh, this is just such filth. And the other two birds also have the ability to rebirth. And Harganeth Executioners do not have the DPS to really like burn them down quick enough to circumvent the rebirth ability on those birds. So Tyrion is like not full health, but he is certainly in good fighting capacity. And here comes another bombardment, dropping it right down. It hits the bunched up swords, and the High Elves have actually pulled ahead in the game. Masterful stuff here as the other Arcane Phoenixes goes for the kill on the Sorceress of Shadows. It's coming to peck that sorceress as she flees for the hills, but Harganeth Executioners are not very good versus large targets. They just simply are not. And I think Phoenix King had a pretty good opportunity to win the game earlier. If he had gotten his sorceress to chase Tyrion off the battlefield, he would have 100% won this game. But he let Tyrion come back, and at that point, I think it kind of opened the floodgates for a potential, round 2 here for the Elves. Still not 100% over, though. Like, there still is a foot-based master. There are some Dread Knights, which, of course, can do some work. Not these ones, but, Lokir's back as well. We got some repeater crossbows back in the picture. Blades of the Blood Queen are very, very tough. Although, are they gone at this point? Oh, it looks like they actually took a lot of damage. Yeah, but they're still here. They're still fighting, so. Man, oh man, what a proper scrap. This is some wild shit. Yep, the triple rebirth. Quite foul indeed. The Illyrian Reaver Archer shooting into the Dread Knights in the back. The Druchii force are very tattered, but certainly not out of the picture. They still have a sorceress who can get pendulums and Pit of Shades. Maybe nailing this unit here. Oh my god. Some scooter motorcycle hybrid outside. It's so goddamn annoying. But, yes, the Master and the Sorceress and the Dread Knights all getting ready for the final fight. Some of the birds charge in, but they do take a little bit of repeater fire to the face. But the Dread Knights do eat the charge and probably will be breaking shortly. Although, man, holding pretty incredibly well, even though they only have, like, 7 models left. The other Druchii probably want to get in there and help. Maybe move some swords in there, see what they can do. And it looks like the repeater crossbows were shattered. Tyrion moving back into fight once again. Arcane Phoenixes have to be very careful, but another nice bombardment. He just barely missed that one. If it had been a little bit more this way, would have done a lot more damage. But the fight is on. Dread Knights, 19 models, moving in to attack the Reaver Cavalry. We'll see what kind of damage they can get done. Dread Knights do have pretty incredible leadership. That Dread Knight actually looks really similar to Malekith. Yeah, even from the side, I actually thought it was him for a second. But balance of power is High Elf favored. Obviously, the Elves have mostly infantry units. Something that's a little bit scary for the Dark Elves, too, is the fact that there's a lot of terror on the table. Both Arcane Phoenixes do cause terror, of course. So that could just get a mass terror route. We see a terror route from the Coldland Dread Knights, from the Harganeth Executioners. The Master, standing and fighting, might be able to get a shank. Let's see if he can connect with the big bird. He is shaken. Balance of power looking pretty grim for the Druchii, and that is going to be the comeback for VM. Schwerkrasm. Boris has done it. GG, well played. Yeah, these have been some really good games today, man. Some very, very scrappy builds. The rebirths were very clutch, obviously, but so too was the ability to rally Tyrion, right? Lokir did his part. Yeah, he got 1,600 value. Can't complain. Honestly, Phoenix King was in a pretty commanding position, but when he, when Tyrion was able to come back, that was pretty much game blouses. Great value on the birds, though. 23, 26. Such good units. Arcane Phoenixes, I think, are the best unit on the roster. All right, so now we need to update this. This is going to be... Oh, man, I got to get his name right. I think it's like this. We'll double-check this in a second. And to load in. See, R-A-Z-U-M. R-A-Z-U-M. Okay. Yeah, I think we got it. Perfect. All right. So, next we'll be on Prague for the map. GG, well played. The Phoenix King says, I cannot defeat the High Elves. They are too OP. So we got Dactyr in here. Okay. You pick one, ban two. Cannot play same facts again. All right, so we got Schwerkrasm versus Dactyr. Should be quite a glorious duel, VM versus ODM. Lokir was tanking pretty well before. It would appear he was attempting to kill Lokir, but Lokir on foot is not an easy target to kill. He's pretty formidable for sure. He holds the line. And I'm gonna get some water. No, Tyrion does not need a nerf. That's like, he should be that strong. Yeah, Silver and Guard got killed pretty quick though. All right, so Schwerkrasm is going to pick Beastmen, banning Vampire Counts and Lizardmen, and then Dactyr probably, I can see a Wood Elf pick from Dactyr actually, for some reason. I just have that feeling. Dactyr, of course, is a very, very strong player, and will probably go to his Elves at some point. And yeah, that's that. No, Tyrion is not broken by any means. He's very strong. Oh, Mariusz, did he... So, yeah, he had the tournament where you ban certain units. It's pretty fun. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty cool. He can definitely Yeah. Handle business in that tournament, I would imagine. Just ban the counters for your faction. Oh, thank you, darling. What's that? Was that like a delivery?
Well, yeah, I don't have time.
No, I was just curious.
Yeah.
I was just curious how it got here.
Out of where?
Thank you, darling. What are considered to be the strongest faction at the moment? Beastmen are very good, yeah. I don't know if I would say that. They have a pretty good win rate right now. It's really hard to say. Yeah, Tyrion is actually nowhere near as strong as Larry, but obviously in a build like that, he can be pretty good, right? Because like the whole idea is that you don't want to get healing caps on anything to really maximize the rebirths, but in a build like that too, you're also very vulnerable because if you miss your rebirth or don't get a chance to use it, like then you just like get owned so hard. Yeah, Beastmen are in good shape now though, for sure. Any advice for getting into the lobby? It only pops up for the shortest second. Oh, there's no like way to do it really. It's just kind of luck. Also, you need to make sure that you have the cavalry beta on. Yeah, because we're playing on the beta version, so you won't be able to get into the lobby if you don't. Yes. Yeah. Eric says, thanks for making the laundromat way more enjoyable. Yeah, I do the same thing too. When I'm at the laundromat, I sit there and, you know, watch videos or watch streams and things like that. I do the exact same thing, brother. Yeah. Always a good time. Although, at the last time I went to the laundromat was a while back, but they were playing Jerry Springer in there, which was super fun. I love that show. Jerry Springer, The Maury Show, like all those really like ridiculous like shows. Oh my god. So much fun to watch. Do the Phoenixes have a rebirth effect? Yes, they do. They do have that, yeah. Chaos player banned Poison Globes and Mortars and then destroyed Skaven with Triple Chosen. Yeah, it's pretty funny. Yeah, I mean, it certainly does change the meta a lot if you can ban a couple units on someone's roster. Yeah. Whatever faction has the latest DLC is strongest. It hasn't always been the case. But yeah, like in some DLCs for sure, because what happens is they'll release units, they'll be overpowered, and then they get nerfed after a while. It's kind of like how they do it. Like even in League of Legends, that's a thing, right? There'll be like a new champion who will just like dunk on everybody, and then like it gets nerfed after a couple months, you know. You know, there's always the classic thing like, oh yeah, you know, we didn't have the, you know, the massive testing size or audience to, you know, play test it before, but like, you know, there obviously is a sales approach to that, right? The Jerry Springer show is so fun. Oh my god, it's so ridiculous. Yeah. I remember watching that when I was a youngin'. Hold on. That's where I first discovered one of the mighty mullets of the world. Zachary Gibson, the newest member to our dreaded community. Thank you, man. And welcome. Zachary, really appreciate that. Yeah, I do play League of Legends occasionally. So I played from 2011 to 2013 or 14. Then I quit. I hadn't played up until like 2 weeks ago. So I'm like, I just started playing with my wife because she likes to play League. And, you know, we decided to get some games in. And my good friend Paul from back in the day was playing. So I was like, all right, let's try it again. So yeah, I'm playing League right now. Oh my god, I could play a League game for you guys if you want to see that. Yeah, unfortunately my account, I had a maxed out account, and I couldn't remember the password and like the email. It was tied to my college email, which I couldn't get back, so I had to put in a ticket. So I had to start a brand new account in League, which pissed me off because I had a lot of cool stuff. Yeah. All right, so here we are. Let's have some fun. It's going to be the Beastmen, led by Shrekosm. So Ungor herds backed up by a shitload of Centaurs, throwing axes to give some ranged tools against characters like Durthu. We have more Centaurs on this side, more throwing axes, double Manticores, Morkor the Shadowgave, and a Brave Shaman of Traderkin. Now, if we look here at ye old Deepwood Scouts, going to be 3 of those, pretty good against the Beastmen, Minotaurs, Spawn, lightly armored troops. We have a lot of cavalry, Wild Riders, Dryads, Durthu, and Treekin. So there is going to be double Treekin. Yeah. I'm definitely not very good at League anymore, but I mean, I can still win games, but I'm not like, yeah. Is it a dumpster fire right now? You see, it doesn't matter for me, though, because my wife and I, we just like play like unranked casual games, and most of the players we play against are pretty noobs, so we just like mess around and have fun, yeah. I'm definitely not going to take that game seriously again, because way back in the day, I was like in qualifications for Diamond League and shit, but now I'm just like, I have no ambition to do that shit. All right, so here comes the Dryads piling in. Dryads will trade very favorably. Deepwood Scouts getting some nice volleys, but Shrekosm and the Beastmen also do get a nice jump, and there is going to be a Traderkin follow-up as well, or Flock of Doom and Traderkin, maybe just back and forth. But overall, it looks like the Elves here got crumped pretty good. Dactyr did lose his Wild Riders. Now he's going to be piling in with more Wild Riders, as well as Durthu. Dryads across the battlefield having some okay fights. Treekin are, unfortunately, taking axes to the face from the Centaurs, which they're not going to be enjoying. But the pit fight is here. Wild Riders do get the counterpunch, so the Beastmen got the good initial jump. And then from there, the Wood Elves had to kind of fall back. But then they got the counterpunch. Wyson's Wild Form going down. We're about to have a backfield fight. Centaur is going to be jumping in. The Wild Riders. The Wild Hunt is sounded once more in the deep as we get a massive collapse. But the Wood Elves should have a pretty big advantage here. They do, of course, have the buffs and have Wild Riders against Centaurs is a pretty big favored advantage there. Deepwood Scouts with the Swift Shiver Shard shivering all over the face of this Feral Manticore, which is getting blasted pretty good. Looks like there's going to be a Flock of Doom going down. Yeah, Flock of Doom going down on the Beastmen forces. And overall, the Wood Elves have done a pretty good job securing multiple positions, but the Beastmen are pretty relentless. They have another wave of units coming in. Centaur's maybe going to jump in and go after the Deepwood Scouts here, but Dactyr immediately pulls back the Wild Riders and is going to be going after the Centaurs. But yeah, this is getting pretty crazy. All right. Wood Elves also did win most of the engagements on the other side of the battlefield. Dryads coming back, Treekin coming back, so they're going to be getting a lot of support. Durthu and the boys here, just kind of taking the Beastmen to Pound Town to the front. Morker has blown his full load. Both spawn have been summoned on the battlefield, but they will be disappearing shortly. And then Big Papa Durthu is going to be kind of free to do his business once again. Here comes more Wild Riders, very effective at clearing out chaff and also quite good against Centaurs. Very good dual purpose in this matchup, much like Knights of the Blazing Sun, obviously, but less armored, a little bit quicker. More shock damage, you guys get the picture. Although Knights of the Blazing Sun probably do more damage on the charge than Wild Riders, but they still do some good work, and the Centaurs, the throwing axes, are busted up pretty good. Bounce of power going back into the favor of the Wood Elves. Obviously, we saw a massive amount of summons, and Morker the Shadowgave is kind of bugged right now. He actually counts for, well, not bugged. He's been like this the entire time. Morker counts for like a freakish amount of the bounce of power. As a matter of fact, the bounce of power right now in reality is probably further back. It's like actually visibly in the favor of the Wood Elves, but for some reason Morker just counts for so much that it kind of screws that up a little bit. But yeah, some very masterful play from Dactyr. He's been able to really just maneuver his archers in the back very well. His cavalry have pretty much been, multiple places at once, screening out big threats. Big Papa Durthu just cleaving the Feral Manticores, and it's only a matter of time before that big pine sword tears into the hide here of Morker the Shadowgave. Granted, Durthu isn't good at killing Morker because Morker does have a ton of magic resist, but yeah, Flock of Doom going down right there. Probably a big Terror Rod as well, as the Swift Shiver Shards probably have accrued well over 1,000 value. Been able to do massive work against Manticores and Centaurs, all those sorts of things. Although the Beastmen do find an opening in the back. Schwerkralsum going to be coming in for a charge. Is this the time for the Beastmen to rise once more? Probably not. I just don't think they have enough stopping power. Because they get the charge, but the Deepwood Scouts don't even take that much damage. Durthu can't quite catch that Bray Shaman, but that's fine. Beastmen are going to be getting their Centaurs throwing axes, trying to wear down, I would imagine, Durthu and or the Treekin here. Honestly, just let Morker fight here. Morker can just go fisticuffs here and just, just go ham on the Treekin for like 45 minutes. Just an absolute wet noodle contest. Manticore coming back in. Swift Shiver Charge probably going to unleash on it right now. They do. Instantly almost killing it. It's down to about probably 400 HP. Yep, 388 right there. Good night, Sweet Prince. That Manticore will not be missed by the Wood Elves. And the Beastmen rallying the last of their mobile troops, trying to get to these nice engagements where they can. A really good Flock of Doom from Durthu, though, does smack them right in their beast faces right there. And you can see the extended cast range and the extended effect duration right there. Flock of Doom, a pretty good spell. Swift Shiver Shards, once again, going downtown. Able to take out a couple of the Centaurs as the Beastmen continue to try and rally what forces they can. But yeah, I feel like Durthu could solo this entire Beastmen army. Maybe not with the throwing axes. With the throwing axes being alive with Morker, it might be a little bit of a problem, but overall I feel like nothing here can really kill Durthu effectively. Yeah, Durthu gets in there. He even does damage to Morker through the magic resist. He just does so much work. Yeah, just getting his giant transformer sword and just laying a beat down here. 25% magic resist, so it's not like, you could still get some big damage in there, but that's going to be a victory for Dactyr. Dactyr will be the new King of the Hill. Heavy is the head that wears the crown. Today we are getting king after king. Yeah, no mercy. Swift Shivers, 1,200, 1,300. One of them got punished, but yeah, it was a good match. It honestly looks pretty good for the Beastmen at first, but then the counterpunch from Dactyr was very, very nice. Password is 123, correct. 123. Ranked League of Legends is a hive of scum and villainy that makes Mos Eisley look like Animal Crossing Village. That's pretty funny. Yeah, I'll probably do another Heroes of Might and Magic stream at some point, yeah. Or some uploaded video, we'll see. So Dactyr is the new King of the Hill. Let's go ahead and update the scorecard here. All right, all right. And there we have it. Very good. We got Subutai versus Dactyr. The map is going to be Troll Country. Let's do a smaller map. Let's switch it up. We always do those like very generic, bigger maps, but the Troll Country is a fun one. Hey, Dactyr picks 1 and bans 2. Good luck, have fun. And he cannot play Wood Elves again, is the deal. Hey, what's up, Frederick? How's it going? Welcome to the stream. Pretty wild game for sure. Yeah, Dactyr's been on a tear lately for sure. He's been playing very well. It's all about that Pokemon Unite. Is that a MOBA game? Yeah. How many matches have we gone through? Quite a few. Like what, 6 or 7 by now? Yeah, we've gotten some progress in. Oh, it's not wheel. You can pick. Yeah, Dactyr thinks it's a wheel stream or something. I don't know if he's spinning a wheel of his own. Okay. Just can't repeat factions. Alright, looks like he wants to randomize his own faction. He's going to be on Vampire Counts. Okay, so Vampire Counts here on Troll Country. Pretty good map for them, actually. And now he'll do his picks and bans, which, what do Vampire Counts players ban? Probably Elves. Probably ban like High Elves and Dark Elves or something. Although, yeah, we've been seeing Void Lulls really crush Dark Elves with his Vampire Counts. It obviously takes a lot of patience and treachery, but yeah, High Elves and Wood Elves. Makes sense. Subutai, honestly, could go Beastman. I know Subutai is a Beastman player. So we could see that coming out. Who knows? Hey, Frederick, showing some love for the Wood Elves. Right on. They were here last game. Yeah, they did quite well. Does Durthu still have Manticore summons? I don't think so. I think he summons Eagles now, yeah. He summons the dreaded Eagles. So, Subutai, I know he wants the Beastmen. I can sense it. I can feel the Bray energy emanating here from the game. But who knows what he'll do. All right, I'm going to grab some water from the kitchen. I'll be right back, and we got another couple hours of fun, so stay tuned. Be right back. All right, I'm back. Got some delicious water, and we're all set. So, we got Bretonnia versus the Vampire Counts. And that is that. This is a fun matchup. Grail Knights, usually Fey Enchantress, double Paladin. I would actually really like to see someone mix it up, though. Like, Subutai come in with, like, you know, King Lewin or Alberic with, like, you know, double Hippogriff Knight and, like, Paladin up in the sky and try and control the skies. A lot of neat stuff they could do, for sure. Oh, yeah, Manticores are way better than Eagles. Yeah, way better. Yeah, Manticores are quite a bit better. Because Manticores cause terror and Eagles don't. So that's like a huge difference. Huge difference. Manticores also hit harder, you know. A little bit slower, but like whatever. Like you're getting terror, which is like one of the biggest, like most powerful effects in the game. A sec. Okay, looks fine. Cool. So Dactyr is the king of the hill. Nobody today has actually gotten past 2, although honestly, pretty much every player we've had on today's king of the hill has been like a tournament player, like really formidable opponents. So I think that's probably one of the reasons why, which is good. You know, it's always a nice sign when you can see people going back and forth. Mantis without Rampage. Oh yeah, Manticores without Rampage would be pretty insane. Yeah, they're really powerful units. Yeah, it could be Grail Knights versus Blood Knights. We could see some wild Air Force shit, like, you know, Hippogriff Knights with, like, King Lewin, which I think is pretty gangster. Pegasus Knights are cute, but typically they only really work well in Air Force duels. In my experience, Pegasus Knights are just such glass cannons. Like, if they get tar pitted on the ground, it's so bad. Guillermo, it's just first come, first serve, so anybody can join. Anybody can join, my friend. Yeah, I would be way more scared of a Manticore than an eagle IRL. If they were like, even if we're talking like a giant eagle. Yeah, for sure. Manticores are pretty freaky. Yeah. All right, so here we are. It is time. We are on the Troll Country. It is going to be a glorious duel between our current King of the Hill, who shall be playing the forces of the Vampire Counts, Dactyr, playing here against Goat Subutai. Subutai, of course, has played Beastmen in Faction Wars, a very, very strong player in his own right. And it looks like, oh man, he's going for the dreaded box of elite cavalry with a Grail Relic here. So you have the Grail Relic, we have triple Men-at-Arm Polearms, Fey Enchantress, Paladin, Green Knight, and the backfield is going to be Grail Knights, and Companions. Interesting though is usually when you see these type of builds, it's actually Grail Guardians because you're just going for the grind with the Fey Enchantress, but I mean, this could work too. Yeah, could work too. So it's a Bretonnian box. Now, the Vampire Counts, let's take a look. It's going to be Skeleton Warriors, Zombies, just basically trash infantry units, backed by double Scab-Scrathing White Kings, of course, to just Shrek the Men-at-Arms, which makes me a little bit concerned for the build here of Subutai. I feel like those Scab-Scraths are just going to destroy his battle line. It's got Blood Knights in the back, Knights of the Blood, and a more Bloody Knights here with Vargulf and some bats up in the sky to shut down Peasant Archers, and that appears to be it. So, here we are. Let us do battle and have some fun. Thank you all for joining today. It's been a fun stream so far. More good times to come. This is a King of the Hill where players cannot play repeat factions, so once they play something, they're going to be stretched to their limits. Currently, the most wins we've seen today, I think, was we had a couple ties. I think Chosen One got 2. How many did you get? Chosen One? You got 2 wins today, right? You went 2-1. So yeah, nobody has gotten past the dreaded 2. So here it comes. The battle is underway. The Men-at-Arms with Polearms will be moving up. And the Zombies, of course, just going to be sitting there with a full chub waiting to get their Scab-Scrates. Scab-Scrates on the Men-at-Arms Polearms going to do so much damage. That ability is so good. It's so like, I could see that being nerfed. Like, Scab-Scrate can be really oppressive and really degenerate. Because, like, Vampire Counts players, a lot of the really good ones, just, like, they don't truly engage you. They just barely, like, abuse the attacking rules by moving forward with their zombies. And then they, like, abuse their abilities while they're doing that. So, like, things like Scab-Scrath and, like, the breath attacks and, like, you know, the Gaze of Nagash are really the big culprits in that. And I could see a Scab-Scrath nerf, like, honestly. It just feels like it needs a cost increase or they have to do something with it. It's just, like, yeah. Because look at that. Look at that shit. Like, suddenly just, like, a 550 gold unit just gone. Like, it's this zombie is probably going to win this fight now, right? So, a little bit of a mistake here by Subutai. The way he's engaging is kind of, like, spread out, which is, I think, going to favor the Vampire Counts. Like, I think in order to benefit from his Grail Relic, he needs to keep his army together. Like, everything is kind of just, like, all over the place. Here on the side, we get some Grail Knights taking out some zombies. Should be able to kill him quickly, but he needs to pull back. If the Grail Knights do get engaged on by the Blood Knights while fighting zombies, it's just going to be a disaster. Subutai does the same thing on the other side. It looks like this time the Blood Knights got charged, so this side was a little bit better for sure. But here, the Grail Knights do get charged by the Blood Knights. However, the Grail Knights are holding okay. And Subutai could send some of the Men-at-Arms over here to help out. Looks like he is pulling back the Grail Knights before it gets too bad. Now, Fey Enchantress Mortis Engine effect is going to be draining down zombies and skeletons and all that sort of good stuff. Companions piling over here as well. And this fight actually appears to be going a little bit better for Subutai with the favor of the Fey, and we get the Companions charging in. They're very heavy metal. They have anti-large, great armor piercing, and can really, really get in there and do some work. So there they go, sweet prince. Now, Blood Knights screaming up and through the middle of the formation. Going to be looking to probably flank. Oh, going to be flanking the Companions here, the Holy Wardens. I actually thought they were going to go after the Grail Knights that were out on the far side. But yeah, looking at this battle so far, I would say Dactyr's in a pretty commanding position. He's been able to get the pretty good engagements with the cavalry. And the Bretonnian army's strategy felt like it wanted to stay together and really, really needed to, you know, get the Mortis Engine and the Grail Relic, like, all working in tandem. But, like, you have Polearms fighting on the other side of the map. You have some fighting over here. And they're kind of playing the Vampire Counts game. I mean, not to say they can't win. They certainly can, but it's just going to be much, much harder with this, you know, this deployment. Because what is the Grail Relic even doing? I guess it's in here, yeah, just buffing the Holy Wardens to fight to the last. The Green Knight needs to get some gooning going. Like, go after Heinrich, go after the White Kings. Like, the Green Knight can easily kill those characters. So, Grail Knights in the back being escorted off the back of the battlefield by the Blood Knights here. Fellbats collapsing here into the back of Grail Knights, which is a very good play, because it'll take Grail Knights a while to kill them if they're not charging them, and then they're trapped, right? Like, so all these big, expensive 1,500 gold cavalry units are basically just getting absolutely karate chopped right now. Dactyr just getting the better engagements, and seems to be cackling all the way to the blood bank. So, Good old Steven Seagal reference there. So, the Grail Relic going to be going down. Looks like it's only a matter of time before the sons and daughters of Bretonnia are going to be falling before the might of the midnight counts. Heinrich Kemmler cackling, Krell in here as well. Krell karate chopping the companions, of course, with his anti-large. And the Grail Knights got pinned in and sandwiched. Felbats trapping them in place. A Vampire Gorilla just taking them to Pound Stretcher. And the Grail Knights, yeah, rapidly losing models. Yeah, it felt like I understood the idea of the Bretonnian build, but the execution, yeah, and another brutal Scab Scrape. God damn, Joe Rogan. That ability is so nasty. God damn, Joe Rogan. Yeah, it's a Chappelle show, man. That's some old shit right there. We got Green Knight battling against Heinrich Kemmler, but the Cloak of Mist and Shadows is active, which gives him physical resist. Not that it helps against Green Knight, but it still looks very cool. And the Fey Enchantress is broken, being chased down. Army losses for Bretonnia. A very decisive victory here for Dactyr and the Vampire Counts. GG, well played. GG, well played. That's going to be it for now. Yeah, Dwellers Below it can be actually pretty good, for sure. You can catch, like, blobs of Blood Knights and things like that. Sometimes you see Fey Enchantress with, like, Dwellers Below as well as, like, Earthblood. Really just depends on the matchup. Yeah, Scab Scrape is really strong, especially against this. Like, you're relying on your halberds, and they just get, like, one-shotted by, like, an item with, like, 3 charges, you know? So, Fey Enchantress, yeah, like, the build felt like it had some idea, but it just didn't follow that idea, right? 2,000 value on these Grail Knights, so quite good. Yeah, Blood Knights were just all, like, super high-performing here. Well played. Dactyr put on a clinic, man. Solid game. GG, well played. All right, so for the next map, Dactyr looking to seize the crown. Here he is. He's up to 2 wins. And next we will go on to Vulture. Is Vulture Ridge a good map? I can't remember. Is it like a flat one? We'll do Bloodpine Woods. I actually really like that map. The great Hadries showed it to me. All right, so we got Bunta here facing off against Dactyr, the Howe clan. Good luck, have fun. Oh, shit. I was hitting the wrong button. Bloodpine Woods. Where art thou? Bloodfire Falls, Bloodpine Woods. Map set. Dactyr picks. Go, go. Alrighty, so let us see what Dactyr is going to pick here. I'm going to have another sip of water. Yeah, the Fey Enchantress was in melee for some time, but she lost her reinforcements really quickly. Like, her halberds just got, like, Scab Scrape and owned super fast. Yeah. So how many of you guys are going to be playing Age of Empires 4 with us on October 28th? This next month. Who will join us in our great crusade? Because we're going to be doing a faction war for that. So if any of you guys are actually, like, you know, solid at the game, you got some good experience in the betas, or you're just like a natural Age of Empires player, we're going to be doing some tournaments to have qualifiers. The first faction war will probably be by invite, but from there on out, we'll be doing tournaments in Age of Empires 4 to see who is going to be the biggest of chunguses in the faction wars, which will be very fun. The game is launching with 8 factions, which is perfect for a faction war. So yeah, really, really excited for that. All right, so we got Norsca banning Vampires and Empire. Okay. Yeah, an Empire ban for Norsca. Interesting. Bunta, oh, I think he wanted to play Empire. He was, like, sitting on him. Oh, no. The tragedy. The tragedy. Turret, I would, but my micro has plummeted and I still need to get good at Total War. Hey, man, no worries. Well, what's cool about Age of Empires is you don't have to catch up with anyone, really. Like, it's a new game, so most people are going to be learning anew. So, like, getting in at the beginning of a game is a really, really, you know, good way to kind of get into the community for sure. Age of Empires 4 felt pretty balanced. There's a couple minor things that are a little bit OP. Like the, I think, English Longbowman landmark at tier 2 is OP, like the Council Hall. Aside from that, though, like, nothing is that bad. Like, at least with those factions. Obviously, in the closed beta, there were other issues, but I'm sure they would have addressed those by now, but yeah. Yeah, so we'll see. Yeah, I hope to get you guys in there. Yeah, it'll be a lot of fun. Yeah, because, like, if you try and get really good at Total War, I mean, I still think you should, but it's going to be much more of an effort to catch up to these top-level players. But in Age of Empires 4, everybody's going to be just learning, right? Yeah. All the potatoes shall learn together, including myself. All right, we got Tomb Kings versus Norsca. I actually think this is a Norscan-favored matchup in my experience. You know, the Burning Head, and they really get through the Tomb Kings infantry pretty effectively. So, yeah, we'll see what happens. But I actually do like Norsca in this matchup. It's one you don't see terribly often. Usually high-level players don't play this matchup, in my experience. HRE is the faction that interests me the most. Yeah, they're really fun. HRE is cool. Yeah, you really got to be on top of the relics and grabbing all the religious treasures on the map. Solid infantry is really cool, which is great. Yeah, which is great for sure. The Abbasid dynasty is really fun. Abbasid? I'm not quite sure how to say that, but they're really fun too. China's great. And yeah, like all the factions are really fun in that game. They all feel very distinct. Eldrin of the Mist, thank you for the $5. If Bretonnia got an update or Epic update, what new things would you imagine they could get? Oh, dude, I have no idea, honestly. Bretonnia is like... Didn't they even make a couple new units for Bretonnia that weren't in tabletop already? Man, new Bretonian units. I don't really know, dude. I can't even like begin to fathom what Bretonnia could have added. You could have like unmounted knights for Bretonnia. That would be kind of cool. Like more elite infantry, that like foot-based knights, like small elite squads of knights on foot or something. I don't know. Yeah. I'd have to think about it. Yeah, Gaze of Nagash has been making a bit of a comeback. Very cheesy. Yeah, more peasants. Let's get more peasants, yeah. Yeah, just add peasant variants. Peasant mobs with polearms, peasant mobs with sword and shield, peasant mobs with garden rakes. Just give the peasant mobs like every farming tool, you know? They all have different bonuses, you know? Well, let's see, what could you do with that? Give like the peasants Oh, you could do like a peasant with like a plow. So you could like attach a plow to like a peasant mob and they like, you know, are like a really shitty chariot that moves with like 5 movement speed. Wouldn't that be funny? Oh my god. All right, Norsca versus Tomb Kings. Let's go, baby. It's going to be Bunta facing off against Dactyr. Dactyr, the current king of the hill. If Dactyr wins this, he will be the reigning king as of now. Peasant mobs with plow. Yes. Peasant mobs with irrigation systems. Yeah. Chill out there, Radius mod. That's funny, dude. Oh my god. Yeah, peasant mob. Peasant mobs with scurvy. Yeah, I know, for sure. We can make a list of top 5 best and worst peasant mobs. I'm sure it would do better than any of my battle videos I put up. That definitely was the trend for a while. Like, you would put up like this super heavily edited, like, you know, like in-depth guide or like video on like how to play the game, and it just does like dog shit on YouTube, and then like, you know, top 5 biggest meme units, and then it just like explodes or something. That was more of a trend a couple of years ago, but yeah, still pretty hilarious. I think this build is actually illegal here from Bunta. Because he's got 6 SEMs. He's got the Scorpion, the double Boner Giants, the double Necrotech, plus Cetra. Hey, Bunta, I think you have one too many SEMs. But if Dactyr doesn't care, we can go forward. Or just remake real quick. All right, I'm just letting the players know. Because basically, he's got too many SEMs in his army. Like, he's got 4 giant-ass constructs. Okay, so, yeah, it's 2 boners, Scorpion, etc., double foot tech. Alright, so we're just going to see what they want to do. Like, we might just, because we could just remake the game real quick, and then they could just change their armies or whatever. It doesn't matter at all. One man, boy band. Thank you for the donation. Let's go, Norsca. But we can just... We can go. Yeah, so Dactyr doesn't care. This is a casual event today, so we're just going to keep going forward. But normally, he would have one too many SEMs. What you would have to do in this case is, you know, lose 1 SEM and also lose 1 big monstrous SEM. Because the 2 Boner Giants plus the Scorpion count for a little bit too much. But it doesn't matter. We're going to keep going. He's cool with it. All right. So yeah, double Bone Giant, Tomb Scorpion, double Necrotech, plus Cetra. And then aside from that, it's mainly going to be a box with like Skeleton Warriors and things like that. And a pretty good little skirmish squad as well. So he does have the Skeleton Horseman Archers. Now looking at ye old Troll King, it's going to be Throg Daddy, backed up by a Balefiend of Shadows. Double Manticore up in the sky. Condom Wolves in the back deep corner. And yeah, just a bunch of infantry, which is pretty normal. Obviously, you just want to swamp the Tomb Kings. Berserkers are very, very good in this matchup. I like them quite a bit. Marauder Horsemen just to poke and skirmish and, you know, harass and dive and do their business. And Throg stands ready with the Firecaster going to Burning Head the hell out of those Tomb Guard if there are any in the front. Looks like it's mostly skeletons. Does he have King Nikesh's Scorpion Legion? Very, very common. He does not. It's just all crappy infantry. So yeah, like the 5 SEM limit that we play with in tournament rules and things like that does actually include the foot-based ones. So how it typically works is you can have like 3 big chungus SEMs, and then you could have like 2 foot-based like SEM models, right? So like let's say you cut the Tomb Scorpion here, like to make it fair, if you put Cetra on like his chariot and like cut a Necrotect, the build would be fine. Because there's 4 big chungus SEMs here, which you can't have typically in most tournaments. But of course, like in casual events like this, like we still will, you know, enforce it if the players want to, but they don't. Dakir doesn't care at all. He's just here to party. He's having some fun. So the Boner Giant shooting into the Berserkers right here, and wow, that did a shit ton of damage, man. Throg also waddling up. Throg is pretty good against a lot of these things. Throg can do well against, you know, Cetra, can fight pretty well against the Bone Giants and the Necrotechs. Currently, the Tomb King's army just repositioning to square up to the Norscan advance a little bit better. Good initial harass here by Bunta as well. He's able to get his horsemen shooting to the Berserkers and did a little bit of a tickling of the Norscan pickle, but now they are going to pull back and be used as more stationary archers to counterplay the Marauder Horsemen, which I would imagine Dactyr will probably park the horsemen like right behind the spears and just throw at the Boner Giant the entire time. That would be my guess. I think that's something that they're going to do. All right, so one Manticore does get rampaged here. Bunta doing a pretty good job getting that thing into combat, and now Norsca shall be piling in with their Marauders, which will defeat Skeleton Warriors. Berserkers will decisively defeat Skeleton Spearmen. It's going to be a very one-sided fight. But this Manticore pick is very, very good for Bunta here. It does rampage in, gets beaten down by Cetra, and it gets clobbered right in ye old face. Yeah, I'm surprised we're not seeing any like Condom Wolves or Famir or anything like that. Fat Burning Head's going to go down. That Burning Head will just pretty much eviscerate the Tomb King's infantry. It's only a 300 gold skeleton unit, so it's not really the end of the world. And the Manticore does break, but Throg does also get a good attack here on Cetra the Imperishable. Burning Head continues to go through and cooks the other skeleton unit. Man, oh man. Talk about a great Burning Head right there. Now, Boner Giant's going up and after the Feral Manticore. That bad boy is doing some work. But just juking unintentionally, man. The rampaging actually like helps it dodge a bunch of those shots. CP, I do not think Skaven need buffs. I think Skaven are fine. Yeah. I think there's other factions that might need some tuning and tweaks, but yeah, for the most part, I think Skaven are fine. So back to the battle. Norsca continues to bump and grind. The Bone Giants are now saturated in melee combat, which makes them pretty inefficient. Bone Giants are pretty goddamn terrible despite that big Mike Tyson right hook they throw. They're pretty bad at clearing out hordes of infantry units, and the Marauder Horsemen are getting good volley fire. Bone Giants do have 80 armor, so they're pretty durable against basic Marauder Horseman fire, but still the weight of fire can drag them down. Manticore just fighting amongst Berserkers, which is quite cost-effective for that noble beast. Cetra the Imperishable trying to rout out and push after the Marauder Horsemen, while the Skin Wolves in the back prepare to surge forward and fight. Burning Head going down once again. I mean, Dactyr has been pretty much 3 for 3 with the Burning Heads. Norsca pulling ahead on the Bounce Power very rapidly, and this is pretty much the way that Norsca typically wins this matchup. You just Burning Head and kill all the Tomb King's infantry, and then you just drag their big monsters down in just a horde of unwashed barbarian bodies. So that's what's going to happen here. Throg has gotten on top of the Bone Giant. Ushapti Summon is getting used. Bounce of Power is getting more and more Norscan favored as the giant Boner Giants were not protected long enough. They got the opportunity to do a little bit of sniping, but overall they are not going to have a good time here as Bone Giant will fall. Negative 33. Dactyr pulling further and further ahead on the Bounce Power despite the Ushapti Summon. Now that so much of the Tomb King's army is tied up in melee, especially the Bone Giants, like I don't see any way for them to come back here. I think it's just game blouses. So despite the extra SCM, I don't think that is going to be, be the best situation. We'll find out. So Horseman Fire throwing in to the Imperishable one. Apparently he does have an expiration date, which we're about to find out. It would be 9/27/21 at 2:22 p.m. here Pacific Standard Time. That is probably going to be Cetra's expiration date, as the Bounce Power will go even more in the favor here of Norsca. Throg continuing to get his giant Pimp Club and take it here to the Bone Giant. Tomb Scorpion being dragged down by the lone Condom Wolf unit and the Famir Balefiend, which is actually a pretty good anti-armor unit. And yeah, Cetra is just going to be crumbling due to army losses. Well played! Norsca claims victory here in this battle. And Dactyr will become today's official King of the Hill. He hasn't won the event yet, but Dactyr still is ahead on the King of the Hill. Yes, Tomb Scorpions are tanky for sure, but it was suffering army losses, I think, and was also crumbling and a bunch of other things going on, so. Pretty rough. Bone Giants didn't get 500 value. Yeah. Dactyr did a good job juking. Maybe they should have been shooting at Throg or something. I don't really know, or the Skin Wolves, but overall, Dactyr putting on another great performance there with his Norscan Horde. And if we look here, Throg, 1200 value. Mancores kind of got shut down as well, but the Horsemen were able to just kind of sit and poke the entire time. Burning Heads devastating as usual. And there you have it. GG, well played. All right, so next we will have the Southern Chaos Wastes. Let's just go to the Wastes of Chaos and do battle. Anyone is welcome to join. Is there any chance of tabletop games in the channel? Someday, yes. I probably will do it, you know, once the Rona calms down, once I get a new setup and we move, because right now in my current place, it's not very good for that. But when Old World comes out, when Games Workshop brings back the Old World tabletop game, I plan on actually covering it quite a bit on my channel, like as like common content, like once or twice a week. Yeah. One of the 4. Yeah. Yeah, Dov has a good point here. Yeah, no, I think Norsca is favored versus Doom Kings for sure. Dactyr is going High Elves, and he's banning Beastmen and Greenskins, and he's facing off against Call HR. So perhaps there will have to be an HR report filed after this. We'll find out. He's got a picture of like a stereotypical Karen, which is pretty funny. And let's see how this goes. Battle will be done. Yeah, some fun Norsca. Yeah. Some fun Norsca action. We got to see Throg doing his business. Oh yeah. Rebel, the DJ Kotep can be pretty good against Burning Head. If you just like spam spells nonstop, you can prevent Burning Heads for like a massive portion of the game, which is pretty cool. Yeah. It's not like a complete solution, but it certainly can throw a wrench in your opponent's tactics. Like if you have Tomb Guard and Norsca can't kill the Tomb Guard with Burning Heads, they can actually do very well. Yeah, Eldrin of the Mist, thank you for the fiber. Which is worse or has a harder time? Famir or Croxigors? Ooh. It's weird, you never see Famir anymore. Like, so I don't have a good point of reference. Honestly, Croxigors are probably more commonly used, but that's not really the best anecdote because Lizardmen are just far more played than Norsca, so I see them more just by, appearances, really. Ah, man, I personally like Famir a little bit better than Croxigors. I feel like their respective purposes, they just are better at it, and they also have armor sundering and are like pretty tanky with like built-in missile resist. It's just they just don't fit super well, I guess, into most Norscan players' game plan. Yeah. Yeah, so that's pretty much it. Hey, Turin, is the UK okay? Yeah, no, I've been to the UK several times over in that part of the world and I've enjoyed it. Absolutely. The dreaded Weatherspoons. That was the first place I ever ate when I went to England. Yeah, that was quite a magical experience. I mean, Italian Spartacus and I went in there like in the morning and they were like, all these creatures were drinking in there at like 11 a.m., 10 a.m. Yeah, it was pretty fun. Is this this is the Cavalry beta, yes. So the changes are in effect. Every game you guys have been seeing today has been with the Cavalry beta. All right, so Call HR is going to go Lizards versus High Elves. We did see this matchup earlier, but we'll be a round 2. We'll see what Dactyr can do. Yeah, I agree with Dov. I think Chariots are quite good against Norsca. Like Tomb King's Chariots, getting like 1 or 2 of those to just like run over Berserkers and Marauders is very, very good. Spoons, yeah, Spoons. That's where I went, Patty. That was my first experience there. We landed at the Heathrow airport, then we went to Horsham and Spoons. Spartacus and I, like, nobody met with us. Like, we just, like, got dropped off and we're like, oh, we're so hungry. Like, what's the closest place we can get food? And then, lo and behold, Spoons was waiting for us with its decrepit alcoholic arms wide open. And we got an English breakfast there, which obviously was all done in the microwave. Yeah. That was Spoons. That was the Spoons. But yeah, no, like after that though, guys, let's be clear here. After that, the folks at Creative Assembly did take us out and gave us like good, proper, food. We went to some pubs and got some, some nice food. So I wasn't forever, Spoons wasn't the only experience I had there. Yeah. I wouldn't send my worst enemy to Spoons. Sparty and I were so hungry. We were like, this is so good. We hadn't eaten, like we just got off a flight. Yeah. Do you ever use airbrush? No, I don't, Fresh. I've thought about it, but I paint with just brush. I really do want to learn to use an airbrush at some point, though. Yeah. Yeah, most restaurants are the big... Yeah, no, for sure. All right, so here we are, guys. In the matchup, it's going to be Call HR with Mazdamundi, Feral Carnosaur, Croxagores, and a combination of Saurus and Skinks with some chameleon Skinks here in the Vanguard as well. And for the forces of Dactyr, our current King of the Hill, on a 3-win streak, he's got Larry the Radiant, double Lothern Seaguard, backed up by Dragon Princes galore. Holy shit, and Reavers. Yeah, no wonder. This is a Cavalry beta, right? So Cavalry are actually like much better in this. It's pretty cool to see them. So we've got triple Dragon Prince, double Silver Helmet would appear, or Reaver. And we got some Narnia Chariots as well. So if you guys can kind of see the overall strategy here, right? It means that he offers the Lothern Seaguard as a prize. The Lizards move up to get it, and then the mobile Elvish elements overwhelm the flanks when the center is pushing up towards the Lothern Seaguard. A classic tactic. It's just so smoothly executed here. He hammers down these Skinks for free. Granted, a really good net by Call HR. He does get the net here on the Dragon Princes. And they're probably going to lose some models here to the big old T-Rex. Let's see. So they're at 42 models. Shield of Thorns is active. And they're taking casualties. So that was a good net. But we'll see how much additional damage will be piled on. On the other side, the Lizards are absolutely taken apart as Coldland Spear Riders get hammered. Now the Narnia Chariots and the Dragon Princes are going to be teaming up to just take down the Skinks. This is looking to be a pretty disastrous fight for the Dinos. Like, I feel like the Elves have worked the flanks very, very well. And overall are, yeah, getting some sweet, sweet butter on that bread. So Lizards trying to chase in every which direction. I love the center offering. It's like in chess when you offer someone a pawn, but obviously there's like a huge trap laid for it. That's basically what was happening there. It was like, look, Anakin, these Lothern Seaguard are too weak. And then, you know, comes back with the lightning afterwards, right? With the flank hammering. So he hammers down. Skink cohorts just getting absolutely flattened. And now the Dinos are going to be trying to regroup their forces and go after the Lothern Seaguard, but they're not going to be able to do too much, honestly. The Feral Carnosaur, if it overextends, could be charged by the Fireborn. And now the Elves are probably just going to surround the army. They're just methodically making sure to finish off everything they can, right? Like any scraps that are hanging out on the wings, Dactyr is going to be going for that and really, really trying to bring them down. So here comes Lothern Seaguard shooting into the Feral Carno, which is looking very cool, but Carnosaurs are not very good at crowd clearing. Although, honestly, like, yeah, I know they're anti-large monsters, but I feel like a T-Rex would be pretty good at cleaving through a crowd of, like, you know, infantry. I know it's a game and there's balance and everything, but, like, come on. Like, you know, a T-Rex would just go deep into an infantry formation. So nice net again. Call HR has had a couple good nets, and he gets these guys netted down. Mazdamundi going to do some damage. Croxagores also coming in with them spanking paddles, and once again, the Fireborn will be taking casualties, but I would imagine Dactyr will be quick enough to get these guys out before anything terribly disastrous happens. And yeah, it was about 10 models there. Not too bad. So there's this round of the Carnosaur. It is being poked by the Lothern Seaguard. Also, some of the archers are shooting. Saurus Warriors being hit by the Reavers as well as the Narnia Chariots, which should be quite good for them. And here we have Silverhelms and Narnia Chariots as well, tearing into the packs of the Lizard Infantry, which are incredibly tanky. Still very, very tough to take down. Mr. Worlden says, Turin's Palpatine impression is one of the main things I look forward to when I wake up in the morning. Yeah, no, for sure. Palpatine impressions are great. I look forward to it, like, when I'm an old man, when I'm, like, 70. I just want to, like, dress up like Palpatine and just, like, you know. I wonder if people will still know, like, in that year, you know, like 40 years from now, if people will know who Palpatine is. Like, if that reference will stand the test of time. Just, like, dress up like him and just, like, go into, like, Targets and or whatever the chain is at that time. Just go into, like, diners and just order drinks like Palpatine. Oh my god, that'd be so funny. I could use more black coffee. Alright, so, Cavalry charging in. Dragon Prince is getting ready to surround, and looks like it's probably going to be game blouses. Most of the Lizard army is methodically being worn down. Saurus Warriors do take some time to kill, but Dactyr has really, really just been very clinical this game, very much like a surgeon, going after the weak points of the army, overextending them, and that appears to be it. What's the password to the lobby? The password is 1, 2, and 3. You need to be on the Cavalry beta. You may also need to be on my friends list. It's very, very strange. So on my sincere apologies if you guys are trying to get in and you're not having any success, but it is the nature of the beast with our Haggard Total War client. Once we start doing Age of Empires 4, King of the Hills, and things like that, you guys won't have these problems. You will be able to see the lobbies, hopefully, but in Total War, yes. That is a perpetual issue. I will tell my kids that you're Palpatine. See, there you go. That's what I'm talking about, man. In 40 years, kids will be quoting Turin. Oh my god, I don't think so. I don't think so, man. I'm just gonna keep doing YouTube till I'm like 80 years old. That'd be pretty awesome. I mean, if I was able to do that, if my like body allowed me to, and you know, my mind and my hands and my voice and everything, like, you know, I would totally do that shit, man. If it paid the bills. So goddamn fun. All right, so Lord Mazdamundi, he is the last of his people. Dactyr focusing them down here with the Lothern Sea Guard, and the mighty T-Rex in the back is shattered. Army losses have struck. Red-crested skinks very squishy to cavalry charges. They're incredibly lightly armored and not going to have a good time. Lord Chungus is the last of his people. His toilet seat is full. He will be teleporting back to his star chamber here, where he can eat his Cheetos and Mountain Dew. GG, well played. GG, well played. All right, so taking a look at the armies. Honestly, HR's army wasn't bad. It's just like he needed to keep it tighter together. Dactyr just wanted to hammer his flanks and punish him in that way, and he got away with it. Because, you know, it's easier said than done. I mean, that was a very, very smooth execution of that strategy. Narnia Chariots, okay value on them. Dragon Princes obviously probably did good. 1,700, 13, and 12. Not bad at all. Well played to HR, man. Don't feel bad. Dactyr's a very strong opponent, so keep your head up and hope to see you back. All right, so we got Energized versus Dactyr. Energized, a very, very strong player himself. I've seen him in ECL finals and faction wars, all sorts of good stuff. So we'll see if he can bring down the king, who is on a run of 4 at the moment. And what map do you want to do? The Warpstone Mine. Warpstone Mine is kind of a fun map. We could do that. Is that the one that has like the little like valley in the middle? Yeah. Mr. Worlden, thank you for becoming a member. Mr. One Worlden. Is that One Worlden? Did I get that right? Thank you so much. All right. So Dactyr picks and double bans. I honestly can't remember if Waldenhof is a good map. I think it's kind of a weird one. Yeah, it has that like rock. We'll do the Sword of Torgold. Map set. Yep. Very good. Dude, Worlden, thank you so much. Cyber Turn 2077. Dude, I would totally become a cyborg. Like, if in the year, like, you know... How old am I now? Shit, I'm 33. God damn, dude. Okay, let's say I'm in, like, my 80s. If, like, some shadowy government agency was like, we watched your YouTube videos from 60 years ago, and we think you would be a great cyborg, and, you know... I would be like, dude, sign me the hell up. Hell yeah, man. You know? I don't know how they would, like... Obviously, you can get the mechanical body parts, but the brain is the thing you gotta, you know, worry about there when you get to that age, right? Eldrin of the Mist. If the 4 demon factions were released today, which ones would have trouble with the current meta? Dude, I don't know. I feel like Khorne is going to be the weakest. Because Khorne is just like, I don't know. They really need to dominate melee or else they're just going to suck. If there's factions that can beat Khorne in melee, they're just going to be like crap, in my opinion. Yeah. So I feel like Khorne is going to be the one that will probably be the hardest to play. Yeah, I mean, they'll be simple to play, but I think their cap will be lower than the other ones. That's how Khorne is in like tabletop, like... He's just so much more limited, you know? Yeah. All right, so we got High Elves versus Tomb Kings here. Dactyr going to be on the Bone Daddies. Versus a lot of High Elves today, man. We're getting so many Elves today. Do you think Lizards need buffs? No, I don't. That last game you saw was just... Dactyr just played very well. I think Lizardmen are actually much stronger than High Elves. Yeah. Turin will be uploaded into a digital consciousness to update... to cast RTS games for the next 100 years. I mean, you know, I'm one of those people who really wants to see the future. That's like a big like thing I think about. I'm like kind of bummed that our time on this planet is so short. Like I want to see the Star Trek shit, man. I want to see Stargate SG-1 happening. I want there to be Stargates taking us around the universe. You know, I know there might be some aliens, some gold out there, but go Auld, but you know, I want to see the cool shit in the future, man. It bums me out. I mean, we were born in an awesome time, right? Like so there's been so many technological advancements like during my lifetime. Like I remember like no smartphones, there was a time with no internet. You know, we got to experience all that rapid information sharing, which has its pros and cons, of course, but I want to be there when like some deep space shit happens, you know? Especially Stargate. Like sign me up for like a freaking Stargate. You know, because then you don't have to spend all that time in like a deep space stasis flight or whatever, however they're going to do it. We're heading to a Mad Max future, not Star Trek. Well, you know, Nick, what's really interesting about that is that in Star Trek, it actually works the same way. Like like humans reach like a point and then there's like a massive like dark ages, like, and then after that, there's like a period of enlightenment where they go to Star Trek. But there is like an apocalypse basically, like in Star Trek, like around the same time we're in now. Yeah. Yeah. Mad Max, dude. I mean, Mad Max, you know, at least you get to wear cool leather jackets and shit. But yeah, no, there's a lot of darkness to the Mad Max, you know, plot line. Yeah. We'll, yeah, most likely Grayson, but you know, I like to dream about it. You know, I love science fiction. Like I love Star Trek. I like Stargate. I like the, you know, the exploration of the unknown. It's super interesting, and like our world is mostly explored except the oceans, right? So, yeah, it'd be pretty cool. I mean, I guess like, I'm sure a lot of you guys are probably more proficient in your knowledge of like, you know, space exploration. I haven't done that much research on it, but I would imagine the way that, you know, humans will, like, I feel like propulsion technology will reach like a peak, and probably how we would explore other parts of the world or galaxy or world or universe, whatever, is like through like stasis flight. So like if they can ever figure out a technology to put humans in stasis for like long flights, that would be the way, right? So they would just have to go on like basically a lifelong journey in stasis, you know? Hopefully they don't run into any like xenomorphs and shit, but yeah, I mean, I would imagine that's how it'll roll. Yeah, we will see. Palpatine on Messiah? Oh, sign me up, dude. Mechanicus are pretty cool. I mean, space brains, don't space brains live to be like 1,000 years old too, though, and you don't have to be some haggard robot man? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Billionaire warlords and robot soldiers and predator drones? Yeah, that's like probably more of a grim, dark future. Yeah. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. All right, so we are on the Sword of Torgold. Hopefully we've enjoyed the sci-fi talk. I really love the Blade Runner movies too. Even the new Blade Runner wasn't bad. The one with the notebook guy in it. God, what the hell, Ryan Gosling, I think. Yeah, it wasn't bad. The original one was so good though. Like the whole yeah, Harrison Ford was awesome, and the characters are great in that movie. All right, so it is time. Space Marines have no set lifespan. Yeah, the year 40,000. Yeah, we're probably more likely to go to that existence, aren't we? Just like the 40k, just grimdark, like mass oppression. So for the forces of Energized, the Challenger going to be coming into the front line of Spearmen, just to hold back the Bone Daddies. Double Sister of Avalorn. Ooh, very cool. You better hope there's no Casket or Shopty Grapos. They can actually do some good work against them. And Reavers, Silverhelms, we got an Arcane Phoenix, and it is going to be Peckless. Peckless is going to be on the big bird. So the double goon squad. Fire damage can be pretty good against Tomb Kings, depending on the Lord. Let's see what they brought. So for Dactyr, we got Khalida. Khalida can die pretty quick to Peckless and another Phoenix. She is weak to fire, I think. So that extra 22% damage on top of their very hard hitting, like, you know, 22% here is going to put him up over 500 weapon strength, give or take, which is very, very punishing. Very punishing. And for the rest of the Tomb Kings line, it's going to be Skeleton Warriors backed up by Spears. We got Khalida, Lich Priest of Nehekara, Chariots in the backfield, a couple of Horsemen, and more Chariots. Wow. Okay, this is like a rush. Holy shit, this is exciting. Look at that. We got like 4 Chariots, we got a couple Nehekara Horsemen, and that appears to be all she wrote. Yes, yes. And now here are the Sisters of Avalorn, ready to stand firm. They do have some counters to Chariots. Reavers and Silverhelms can obviously counter Chariot play, but do they have enough to counter that plus the Horsemen? Also, I think one issue with Dactyr's army is going to be dealing with the birds. They're going to be a nightmare. And Chosen of the Gods are like more of a spread fire great bow unit. They're not like super good against like single targets. They're okay, like, but I feel like dealing with the 2 birds is going to be a big issue. I mean, the best bet for Dactyr is basically just to kill the entire High Elf army, just like run over all the chaff, and then just like surround and drag down the birds with like army losses in the end game. That would be my wager. Yes, it is Peckless. It is Peckless indeed. So let us know your predictions. Who do you think is going to be winning this battle? Will it be the Great Dactyr, the current King of the Hill, or the Challenger Energized? Energized has represented Lizardmen, I think in like 3 faction wars, if not more. Yeah. Hard to say. So Teclis going to be flying across, maybe looking to kind of poke his bird nose and things. Something that's really cool with Teclis is the net Fiery Convocation combo. So had there been like a Tomb Guard or something like that, you could use the net and you could use the free bound spell of the Fiery Convocation to pretty much one-shot them. So yeah, Teclis can bring some good utility. I actually really, really like him. We've had some solid High Elf performances today. So for anyone who's a High Elf fan, you guys are certainly getting treated pretty well in this stream. Usually the High Elf folks are a little bit sad and, you know, dejected, but today they're reigning well. The Phoenix King came in, had some pretty good success, and then he lost the High Elves, and then you got more High Elves here from Energized. Should be cool. The main goal for the Tomb Kings is going to be, at first, probably to kill the Sisters. I would imagine. Then just from there, the chariots can grind down the infantry. As far as the Silverhelms go, Silverhelms are a little bit of a threat. They do dominate Nehekar horsemen, but there are other elements in the army. There's like spears, and Kalita can help out, so... I wonder if Teclis is going to go after the chariots back here. He might actually do that. Like, there's not that much nearby that can really punish this. Like, oh, here comes the bombardment. Look at that. Oh, yeah, Energize getting a nice one right there. It takes 17 models off those skeletons. Also does take out a horseman. No, it doesn't, but it does some HP damage. Very, very good. So now there's going to be a net going down on High Queen Kalita. There was some sort of a bound spell on Kalita for a second, but oh man, look at this. So net of Amichok going down here on the Chosen of the Gods, and now Peklis plus the other Arcane Phoenix are going in deep. This is what I was a little bit concerned about. Like, not a lot to stop the SEMs of the High Elves, right? So they really need to get back there and shut down those sisters. Fiery Convocation going down, which does kind of force off these skeletons, and might get something. No, it does kind of go through the Skeleton Spearmen there at the end and does a little bit of work. Now that the Chosen of the Gods are being attacked by the two birds, the sisters have actually switched onto Kalita, it would appear, or the Skeleton Chariots. It's a little bit hard to tell. Now in the backfield, Nehekar horsemen getting ready to pile in. Some of them do hit from the front, but immediately will be intercepted by the High Elf Cavalry. Here you can see Silverhelms intercepting back here, spears forming ranks, but Dactyr has just blasted a hole in the center of the Elven formation. Obviously, one spearman against like 3 chariots and like a whole bunch of skeleton warriors is not going to go well for them. We do have the backfield fighting, so here it's going to be very important to try and stabilize those sisters. As far as this fighting goes, oh no, Kalita! Kalita went fisticuffs with the 2 birds! Yeah, she needs to get her snake butt out of here, and she's going to be running right now as the double Arcane Phoenixes just absolutely show Kalita who's boss. And now they're going to stay and finish off the Chosen of the Gods, which is a nice catch, but while the birds are very, very occupied back there, the backfield of the Elves is taking some serious pressure. I mean, Dactyr doing a great job. These sisters are going to be shut down. Obviously, the Elvish Cavalry should win their fights, but it's going to take longer than you would think. But I think if Energize does a good job gooning Kalita, that will probably do the trick. Like, I think he could still survive just with those Arcane Phoenixes. Although Spearman, I guess, could wear them down over a 45-minute battle. But here comes the Bombardment. I don't even know what the ability is actually called. I should probably look at that. Chosen of the Gods taken out back here. Let's see what the players are saying. Good luck, have fun on both sides, as the Chosen of the Gods are shreked by Peklis, who of course does have his free healing and all that sort of good stuff. Here comes the bird. Is the bird the word? It does go after Kalita, and Nero's incantation is used. Not going to help you because the bird does do magic damage, but it still sends a message that, you know, I'm trying to live. But Kalita actually stays in fights, which I suppose makes sense. If you can't get away from the bird, might as well try and get what damage you can on the foul beast. And the Sisters of Avalorn completely taken offline, so they got a couple cute volleys, but overall they certainly did not pay for themselves. Dactyr had so much backfield pressure, like chariots, Nehekar horsemen, just so much stuff. So there was no way those sisters were going to live. But now Peklis comes in, he drops a net on Kalita. Kalita is being attacked by both Arcane Phoenixes, both of whom do fire damage, and that will do some huge, huge work against the Queen. Tomb Strike is active, and I have to say, Kalita is holding pretty well. Here you can see the Arcane Phoenix and Teclis both getting a little bit damaged. Will she be able to hold? Potion of Croy is active, which does also give 40% ward save in conjunction with like an Earth Blood level heal. And Kalita, 800 HP. Getting some work in, though. Might be able to pull this out. I mean, if Dactyr can keep cleaning up everything else. Looks like the Venom Staff is used by Kalita, doing a little bit of AoE damage, or something like that. I think it's called Venom Staff. It's one of her items. Or no, it's the Wrath of whatever, the Wrath of Asaf, or something like that. 252 HP, the bird's getting her low, but this one Arcane Phoenix is taking a substantial amount of damage from Kalita, actually. She's giving it back pretty well. Rebirths are going to be a factor. Teclis cannot do the rebirth because he's riding the bird, and I feel like that would not end well for him. However, the Arcane Phoenix can indeed enjoy a rebirth, and now there's going to be a big, big fat one right here. The Fiery Convocation coming down, but it is a slow spell. I feel like most wind spells like Burning Head should work like this too, but it has a really long cast time, so it does allow time for Dactyr to dodge that and get away. So Energize is back up in the sky, probably just going to rotate around the battlefield and try and pick off whatever he can. So here you can see one Arcane Phoenix maybe going after those chariots, but did they get Kalita? Yes, they did. Kalita has indeed fallen. We have a couple High Elf Spears fighting over here, so yeah, 69 of those bad boys. They certainly know how to live. Energize Spearmen moving out. Maybe going to get these chariots down. They are in critical binding, -4. They will start taking a minor crumbling damage. Not going to be too much. Crumbling isn't like a super fast effect, but they will start to crumble if they stay there. But it looks like the other chariots will be piling in to help, while Teclis and company does go after this chariot, you know, with the remnants of his silver helms plus the bird. So right now, Energize basically just doing his best to kill all of the mobility so he can really abuse his opponent with the Phoenixes. There still is a big spear unit. Currently, the Lich Priest of Nehekara in battle with the Arcane Phoenix, which has earned several chevrons. I don't believe it had those chevrons in the beginning. Let's go ahead and check in on this bird here. Oh my god, 3,100 value on this bird. God damn! Check that out. Thank you guys for handling these Slanesh bots as well. Greatly appreciate that. But the Lich Priest of Nehakara shall be falling before the might of the Arcane Phoenix, who's rocking like 3,500 value. Teclis over here doing something similar, trying to goon what he can, but there still are a lot of chariots. The chariots are problematic too, even against the SEMs, because they can pin them in place. So though they won't do a lot of damage, it would like hold them into the spears or something, right, is the idea. Some more Elven cavalry charging in, pretty low though, and skeletons plus chariots might be able to just drag them down. You can see a couple of these Silverhelm models are going down here. Teclis gets a big old chubby regrowth on himself, which is going to top that bird, not top him off, but bring him up to a pretty good state. But bombardment going down here from the other Arcane Phoenix of Energized, which is like, oh my god. Talk about chevrons, dude. This thing currently has a silver chevron, like all from battle. Like that is not from, you know, pre-game investment. That is a straight up battle chevron, which is pretty insane. We got a couple units for Dactyr standing idle here. A couple skeleton warriors could probably pile in and help finish off these spearmen, just kind of surround them, which would be very, very strong. Maybe save these skeleton spearmen for later. Here comes Teclis going after the chariots. The chariots do get the pin. And the elves are rapidly running out of troops. They do have some spearmen over here and some rallying on the far side, but I think the big birds probably will win the day. Currently, Energized is pretty far ahead. It looks like the reign of King Dactyr will come to an end. He just didn't have a good anti-SEM, right? He didn't have anything to kill the big beasties, and Kalita was so vulnerable by herself. I guess you could do like a basic Sphinx. You could do basic Ushapti Great Bows. Necropolis Knight Halberds are okay, but honestly, I'm not a huge fan of them. In dealing with like Arcane Phoenixes, probably like the ROR, not the ROR Sphinx because it does fire damage, and these guys have fire resist. So the basic Sphinx I think would have been the trick. But you know, it's much easier said than done. You could also do like basic skeleton archers, like them with proper support can actually do some work. Teclis is pretty heavy duty on value as well. I would imagine he's well over 2,000 value. Let's go ahead and check. And of course we can't see chevrons on him. Oh, he's not actually, only 1,400. So the other bird is the hard carry. This guy is just like going ape this game. Let's go ahead and zoom out and see what he's got. Probably 4,000. Let's see. Come on, give it to me, precious. It's so hard. We'll check after the battle. Now, ooh, the Wild Ushapti summon. All right, that's cool. Knowing that the SEMs are pinned in place, could there be some sort of a Haggard skeleton comeback? Oh my god, that'd be so funny. And now you can see this bird is trying to get away, but Phoenixes don't quite have the massive, bigger monsters, so they can get trapped at times. But this Phoenix really needs to be kept here. If that thing's able to escape and just do as it pleases and cycle charge, that's going to be really, really rough. High Elf Spearmen are fighting, so obviously the Elves can cycle charge at their heart's content while they have other units attacking and fighting, so the Spearmen here are going to be battling the Skeleton Warriors, and the Arcane Phoenix shall be pulling back in. Here it comes, the rear charge of the gods on the Skeleton Warriors. Good night, sweet Skeleton Princes. You will be missed. Look at that, Teclis just bananas. Back in that blob over there, just tanking it like a champ. This bird currently up to 3,600 value. Might be able to end the game with like close to 4,000. Balance of Power is pulling back a little bit. It was almost army losses, but it looks like the Ushapti summon did buy a little bit of time. But I don't know, there's still a lot of skeletons to deal with. Like, ideally for the High Elves, they just want to get army losses so they don't have to like grind through all that HP, because that actually will still take some time. One chariot unit, somewhat functional, does have 6 models. The other one is pretty much in the trash can right now with only 3 models, and it is crumbling. So that thing will probably not be too much of a player. The Ushapti summon desperately trying to run it off the battlefield. It was a good Ushapti summon, though. The birds were trapped at the time, so it certainly made sense. And now they're moving out to go after Teclis. Will they be able to get him? We'll see. What needs to happen for Dactyr is he needs to finish off the spears and break them so that the birds will need to stay and fight. That's probably his best chance. He does have 110 skeleton spearmen. But those are some pissed off, pissed off birds here. Looks like that's going to be a regrowth. Oof. That might actually just trigger army losses alone. That's going to heal that bird up to over 3,000 HP, which is pretty foul. Watch the Balance of Power bar as this thing gets healed. Oh, God, look at it. Oh, the brutality. Army losses kicks in. The bird is back. And Energized claims victory today. It was a cool build by Dactyr, but not enough to kill the birds. GG. GG indeed. So let us see the values for the armies. Sisters, 700 and 400 respectively, but 36, Teclis, 16. Pretty damn hard carry from the birds. Kalita still did pretty good despite getting canned by the 2 pigeons, but overall, Ushapti chosen, the gods pretty insignificant, but just needed a little bit more to deal with the big pigeons. GG. All right, so now Dactyr is still the king of the hill. Let's see how long we've been going here, actually. Okay, so what we will do now is we will let Energize play until he either beats Dactyr or loses. And if he doesn't beat Dactyr, then Dactyr will be the winner of today's King of the Hill. All right. So Dactyr's got the 4 wins, and then we'll do an FFA to close out the stream, as we usually do. Yes, yes, good, good. That regrowth was the dirty. Yes, it was indeed. World wasn't ready for Kalita meme. No, it wasn't. GG, well played. All right, so the next map we're going to be doing is going to be the... I don't know, what weird maps could we do? There's so many. There's so many maps that are just terrible for multiplayer. You know? Cliff of Beasts is actually an okay one, if I remember correctly. Yeah. Map set. So, Will energized. Wait. Where'd he go? Okay, hold on. So, we need to get him back in here. So, energized rejoin the lobby. I was like looking at this. Maybe DC. Yeah, he won the game. Hold on. So, guys, don't join right now. Let energized rejoin first. Unless he's got to go somewhere, which is totally fine. So, yeah, Contende can stay. It's fine. And then we'll have let's see if he's trying to rejoin. Had a DC coming back. All right. Yeah, he's on his way back. No worries, guys. I just messaged him on Discord. Hey, well played, Dactyr. Dactyr with a 4-win streak with the random factions. He was rolling his factions randomly on his own, so that's pretty impressive. We have Homeboy coming back, and then you guys can rejoin from there. Oh, Contende, it's fine, man. It's fine. No, there's a delay on my chat anyway, so when I say something, it takes a minute. I didn't even notice he had left. Yeah, you can hang here, Contende. It's fine. Just nobody else join except Energized here. I'll have to make room in the lobby. No, Contende, you can stay. You don't have to keep leaving. You can stay. Yes. I don't think Phoenixes need a nerf. I think they're pretty strong. Yeah. Like, you don't see them doing that well, like that often, yeah. I mean, the players have been playing well with them today. They have indeed. Speaking of sci-fi, have you seen The Expanse? Yeah, I love it. The Expanse is great. Yeah, it's a great show. It's getting pretty big in scope, for sure. Okay, let me go to my friends list and get Energized invited. It'll be easier that way. Is he on my friends list? Cool. Got him an invite to the lobby. He'll be here in a second. What would win? Technology keeping Turin alive and well into his post-90s, or his delicious pierogi and kielbasa lifestyle? Yeah. I don't know, man. Kielbasa and pierogi. If I had to choose between kielbasa and pierogi, it would probably be pierogi. Yeah. Like a good meat dumpling is just like makes me like cry tears of joy. You know? Some people cry tears of joy when their firstborn is born, and for me it's when I get to eat some delicious pierogi. All right. So here we go. So energized, pick one, ban two. Can't play previous factions you played. All right. So energized probably going to go lizards here. Last game we saw him on high elves, so I can see him. You just go totally going lizards. Yeah. Really good scraps today, Zero. Yeah, we've had some really good matches. It is getting expansive, Kaiju. It is, yeah, absolutely. Contende, the mighty, Contende was a Beastmen player before it was cool. Back when they were a haggard, ignored faction. But now he gets to enjoy them in their full glory. We'll see. We'll see if he lets him do it. So he's going lizards. Oh. That is his pick. So he went with Lizardmen, banned Skaven, and Tomb Kings. For some reason his chat box isn't working, so I'll just relay it through Steam chat. Food is worth crying for. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So Contende is on the pick now. We got Lizardmen banning Skaven and Tomb Kings. Interesting. I feel like Lizardmen don't need to ban Skaven as much as they used to. Like, Chameleon Stalkers are just so good in that matchup. But, I mean, it's still a decent ban. And now we have Contende on the counter pick. Is he going to go Empire? Empire is pretty considered to be a pretty bad matchup against lizards. Wow, he's doing it. That's really ballsy. This is a Lizardman favored matchup for sure. Chameleon Stalkers are just so good against State Troopers, and like all the other elements are pretty Dino favored as well. One man boy band. It's not going to be... Contender is going to Sigmar, which I'm happy about. Yeah. I'm not going to complain. It's a very difficult matchup, though. I can't tell you how many tournament games I've lost because I didn't ban Lizardmen. Usually, it's with Empire, you need to ban Vampire Counts, and you need to ban Dwarves, and Lizardmen. Those are like the 3 matchups, in my opinion, that really suck. But you can't ban all 3, so it puts you in a weird place. That's why Empire is usually like a good second pick. Like after your opponent's played one of those 3, you then do it. But you can still beat Lizardmen, and you can still beat Vampire Counts and Dwarves. That's what's cool about Sigmar as well, is you can do it, but it's still hard. The Black Lions, maybe. Yeah, I'm trying to think what they would be good against in this matchup. I mean, I guess they could shoot the dinos and the Saurus and, things like that. Usually lizards go super wide with a bunch of crappy units against you, though. They'll just have, like, stalkers and chameleon skinks and things like that. Yeah, Torox is awesome. He's really awesome. Do chameleon stalkers hard counter the Empire infantry? They do very well against it. It's not like game over, but yeah, it's brutal. It's brutal. Because they like, if they use their precursor ammo on like a swordsman, it's going to be brought down to like 40%. Like, and then they just get massacred by the chameleon stalkers after that. And like Sigmar Suns, like all those things really have some serious problems. Yeah, Torox is really good. He's really good. He's like what Nakai wants to be. When Nakai goes to bed at night and like dreams about his future and his hopes and dreams, he just sees Torox's picture. Because Torox is like literally does everything he does but better. Except buffing his allies, but Torox doesn't give a shit. He parties. Torox is awesome, thank you. You have the great brass bull in chat. He apparently learned how to type on a keyboard with his giant hoof hands. Well, actually no, Torox has like humanoid hands, right? But he just has hooves on his feet. So he could probably, I don't know, he would need like an oversized keyboard though, for sure. Because his like fingers are probably the size of like someone's head. Yeah. Yeah, volley gun can be cool. Yeah, artillery isn't bad against lizards. Yeah, you can get some cool artillery play. Jay Phoenix says, Turin, I think Empire Vampire Counts is very doable. You just have to go with something other than Volkmar Box. Yeah, I agree. I don't go Volkmar Box in that matchup anymore. I do Pistoliers, War Wagons, Karl Franz with like a Life Caster and like a very mobile, aggressive Empire build that has like a defensive formation in the back. And I like harass them a lot, yeah, with like some Knights of the Blazing Sun. I don't play boxes against Vampire Counts with Empire. It's just too, like, it gives them too much control over the game. And, like, a good Vampire Count player will usually win that unless they screw up. The Wolverine meme? Yeah, basically. Yeah, exactly. Oh, yeah, Carl's great. Carl's great in that matchup. You could use Hammer or Boris. Depends on the caster you want to use. But War Wagons are super strong. Pistoliers are really strong in that matchup versus Vampire Counts. It also depends on the map and how much space you have to work with. There's a lot of variables. I still prefer to ban Vampire Count players. It depends on who I'm playing against. If I were to play someone like Void Lulz, who's just like an unholy terror on vampires, yeah, I would ban them. But like, bans are often with Empire, like based on your opponent and like their expertise. Yeah, which is cool. Virgin Nakai versus Chad Torox. Oh my god. All right, here we are. The Cliff of Beasts. So Energized will have an opportunity to try and surpass the previous king, Dactyr, who has 4 wins at the moment. If he loses, Dactyr will be the winner of today's King of the Hill, and then we'll do some FFAs to close things out. What race is your least favorite to play as in multiplayer? Probably Dark Elves, yeah. I don't like playing Dark Elves. I don't get their playstyle. I don't like their playstyle. I don't mind watching it and casting it, but I personally don't enjoy playing it. So, probably Druki. Hello, good streams as usual. How impactful would you say the Cav update is? It's hard. I haven't yeah, it seems, people seem to like it. So I think it's only a matter of time before it becomes the standard, yeah. Why are there so few Vampire Counts versus Coast matches? Because Vampire Coast gets smashed by Vampire Counts. Vampire Counts have a huge advantage in that matchup. In my opinion. Of course, some people might disagree, but I personally, every time I've seen it, Vampire Coast is usually like struggling to survive, just trying to kill a single Banshee. All right, so here we are. It is going to be the dreaded State Troopers in the front, so a shit ton of them, backed by some Great Swords of Sigmar, which I like to catch Saurus off guard. Great Swords can actually punish Saurus pretty good. We got 3 halberds in the back, a little bit weak against skinks, but if they can avoid them, that's all good. We got 2 handgunners, 2 Empire Knights, Volkmar, and a netcaster. Cool build. Yeah, wide Sigmar build. Just wide Sigmar. Just can't even walk through doors. Thicker than a bowl of oatmeal. And now if we take a look here at Energized, it's going to be double Chameleon Skink, Saurus into the Sunset, Heaven's Caster to Windblast State Troopers. Do we have Chameleon Stalkers in this build? That's very strange. They're so good against State Troopers. Okay, Cavalry focused, yeah. Energized is going to be going with the Mass Coldon Riders. Old Blood with Horn of Kygor to really buff up the Spear Riders, and that's it. Yeah, this is like, it's like a Warhammer 2 launch build, just like Saurus in the front, Spear Riders with a big-ass dinosaur on the flank, and, you know, do your best. Which is cool. I have no complaints. Should be fun to see. Tychon the Dwarf, my weekend was good, yeah. Got to spend some time with my smoking hot wife. We went out of town, hung out with one of my friends. It was very, very nice. So we will see how this goes. We will see how this goes. So the battle is underway. Volkmar the Grim is going to be the vanguard pressure piece here for the Empire. He'll be moving up and scouting out his prey, seeing what he can see in the lands. Obviously, he wants to get his glorious Sigmarite spokes and run over a bunch of Saurus warriors. See what kind of damage he can do to them. The Sigmarite's got to be pretty happy too. The fact that there's no Chameleon, stalkers to just like nuke their front line, that's got to feel really, really good. Really, really good indeed. Yeah, Coast is in a bit of a weird place. They were like really dominant, then they became very like average, and then they became like weak. And like most Coast builds that are used at the higher level of play are like very cheesy, like degenerate, like gun bats with like extra powder and like kiting abuse, like really, really haggard shit. Like traditional Coast builds don't work super well nowadays. But I mean, Coast has some good matchups. I think they're good, and in the hands of the right players, they can do well. But yeah, they certainly are much harder to play than, say like Vampire Counts or something. All right, so Soulfire Bombardment going to be going down. Volkmar getting hunted by the Saurus Old Blood. Man, Contende better watch out. He's going to need to get his handgunners. Where are those handgunners? Wasn't there 2 handgunners in the back? Yeah, there are. There's one right here. They need to be just punishing this Old Blood. He's like pretty vulnerable, but the backfield is a little bit compromised. Some of the Saurus have gotten through. Here on the flank, we do have handguns going into the Coldon Spear Riders, but so far it seems like the Sigmarites might be a little bit overwhelmed by the pressure on all angles. Going to be a Wind Blast going down there, which tickles the pickle of those handgunners, but only kills one model at the end of the day. So Huntsman getting hunted down. Volkmar the Grim being chased here by the Saurus Old Blood. But it looks like the Old Blood might go somewhere else. I mean, he has the support of some Greatswords, but Greatswords are not going to be good versus Saurus Old Blood, and they don't have that anti-large, and their melee attack isn't super high, unless they have their bonus. But yeah, Huntsmen are able to fall back. I would imagine a big net going down here would be the play from Contende. Like a big overcasted net here on the Saurus Old Blood would be pretty juicy, as the Huntsmen do unleash a nice salvo. Greatswords have now moved into the front line. Should have a good fight here as they now pile in and will be able to probably decisively defeat the Saurus 2v1. And over here, Halberd's still defending the handgunners. These Empire Knights do get collapsed on by the Coldon Riders. That's going to be a little bit unfortunate for the Sigmarites, as the Empire Knights do already lose to them, but even worse if they're the ones getting charged. Although Halberds have held them back, but handgunners are compromised here. Up on the high ground, handgunners are in a bit of a precarious situation as well, as the Coldon Riders with the Harmonic Convergence able to dominate those Empire Knights and really give a lot of grief. So yeah, it's looking like it's going to be a Lizard-favored game at this point. Now, of course, it's far from over, and you can see Greatswords here trading very, very well. They got their floppy hats out for Sigmar. But yeah, the big Chungus is coming in. The Saurus Old Blood is relentless. Volkmar is quite weak against those, of course. But he does have Huntsmen. He's got handgunners, but he needs to get those things online. And here he does stabilize some handgunners. Somehow he gets some halberds in front of them and turns and shoots, and should be able to rip some nice shots here into the Coldon Spear Riders. We'll see, as the Huntsmen really are actually doing some big damage. That Old Blood's getting a little bit beat up. The Greatswords in the front, able to win their respective fight against those guys, and they're pretty much full health. And now Riders coming from the backfield. Ooh, Wind Blast coming in. Wind Blast does actually do a little bit better against loose formation than things like, more narrow wind spells. Net's going down on the Old Blood. He is taking heavy, heavy Huntsman fire down to 2,700 HP, but Volkmar about to be attacked by the Riders, but that's the right choice. You got to get on those Huntsmen. That's like the big threat to the big boy right there. On the flanks, how's it looking? Spearmen and Halberds just grinding it out. We got Greatswords grinding as well, but being poked by Chameleon Skinks in the back is not going to feel great for them. And the net is released, so the big boy finally has been unleashed. Jurassic Park round 2, as the Old Blood does sound the Horn of Kygor. Going to be giving him some melee attack as he does try and chase down the Grim one. Yeah, balance of power pretty even, actually, surprisingly. I feel like the Empire is in a little bit of a tougher situation than the balance does articulate. However, I guess the Halberds here are doing an okay job, and there is a handgunner unit online with some spears and some state troopers over here that could come into play. And some Empire Knights have surged back from their rout and are going to be sacrificing themselves to stop these guys. But Volkmar is in big trouble. I mean, he's just kind of pimp rolling away here, but it's only a matter of time before that Old Blood gets him down. Got to throw some moves. Maybe he's got like a Soulfire Bombardment, a big banishment going down in the Saurus over there. Halberds over there, having a good fight up in the hills against the Saurus troops, holding quite valiantly as handgunners make their way across the battlefield. But there's no way that Energized is going to let these handgunners function. Yeah, he's just going to get these chameleon skinks and just give them the dirty. Here they come. I can't tell you how many times I've played as a Sigmarite and I've struggled against the chameleon skinks and their terrorizing ways. Oh my god, the Slanesh bots are relentless, man. One band boy band with the steel chair. Thank you for slaying that bad boy. So Volkmar still juking well. Got to give some big props to Contende. He is maneuvering quite well. You know, being hunted this entire game, and Volkmar is still somehow alive. But the cavalry should be able to get onto the huntsman. At this point, the old blood still probably has close to 2,000 HP, and the old mustache, I don't think can handle it. Does he take the hit? Mustachio Man is down to 875. Balance of power for the first time in the game is solidly in the favor of the dinos, as the state troopers do rally across the battlefield. They have some halberds that overextended here and here, and some spearmen on their way back in, but I think that is going to be all she wrote, as Volkmar the Grim will have to go back and shave his mustache in shame after the mighty Saurus Old Blood finishes him off. Don't see any way for the state troops to come back. It was a good attempt. It was a close game. Went about 8-10 minutes, give or take, but in the end, Energized, able to shut down the missile pieces, and the Sigmarites were not able to defend all of their goodies like they wanted to. Feel like the Old Blood is having some trouble making contact. Yeah, Volkmar's got some moves. I mean, he's got Thunderhoof and Volkmar the Grim pulling his cart, and they're quite swift creatures. So keeping up with that can be tough. But yeah, that's army losses. GG. It was a good game. Well played. It's a hard matchup for the Empire, honestly. Quite Lizard favored. So it's always nice to see a match go that long, despite the matchup being pretty favored. Yes. Victory for the Lizards. 2100. Golden Riders seem to find pretty favorable engagements here. 1900 on you. Ooh, that's really nice. Contende's build is cool though. I really liked it. I like this build. I think it's good. I think it's capable of winning. I think the handgunners needed to be tighter, I feel like if the handgunners had been with the huntsman, they maybe could have killed the big Saurus Old Blood instead of having them out in the flanks where they were a little bit more vulnerable, but that's just my 2 cents. So let us go ahead and update this. Energized is up to 2 now. If he's able to pass 4, he will be the winner of today's King of the Hill. A good try. Now we have the Plague Penguin, the dreaded Plague Penguin. Blue Castle Drakenhof map set. Look, have fun. How is it going, Plague Penguin? So, Energized will let me know his picks and bans. I'll go ahead and message him on Steam. Okay, picks and bans. And I will relay those to the Plague Penguin. Oh, okay, he can type in chat now. Apparently it was just with Contende. Mustachio pulling moves on his mobility scooter. Yeah, he was. It's not quite a scooter. It's more of I don't know. I don't even know how I would articulate that. Yeah, that was an old school build. Energized build was very Warhammer 2 launch. Saurus, the Cold One Riders, and a big T-Rex. Very old school, man. Which was cool. Yeah, it was very, very cool indeed. So we got Chaos. We got a couple bans, banning Vampire Counts and Dark Elves. Okay. So now the Plague Penguin can choose from any remaining factions. Energized cannot play his same factions again, so it's going to become increasingly difficult to beat the score of Dactyr, because he is probably already played his Elves and Lizards, which I think are 2 of his best factions. I would imagine he's a very good Chaos player, though, too. Contende. Yeah, your build was good, Contende. It was a good build. I think you were just too spread out. Not that spreading out is bad, but your handgunners were kind of if they could have been more centralized and protected with those huntsmen, I feel like you could have killed his Old Blood, and then Volkmar would have just carried the matchup. Yeah. It's a tricky one, though. How strong? Dwarves are okay. Dwarves are a faction of extremes. They obviously have some really terrible matchups and some really good ones. I think dwarves are fine. Yeah. I think dwarves are fine. That is just my 2 cents. Alrighty, just checking the Discord, making sure it's all good here. We seem to be living quite happily. There you go. All right. The Plague Penguin is going to go High Elves once again. Damn. There's a couple cool builds. White Lions are super good in this matchup. You can go with a Star Dragon and Techless. Breath Attack combo is really cheesy and fun. So what you do is you net their SEMs and get the Star Dragon right over its head and Breath Attack on them. It can be devastating. Or you can net Chosen or Chaos Warriors and Breath Attack them, or Fiery Convocation. There's a lot of cool shit you can do with Techless in this matchup. A lot of really, really powerful stuff. Yes. Yeah, I think wagons aren't bad against lizards either. Yeah. All right, so Plague Penguin coming in with the High Elves trying to take down Energized on the Warriors of Chaos here. Energized has 2 wins in today's King of the Hill, pursuing the record set by Dactor, which is not record, but, you know, the record for today, which is 4. And going in for it. Big brain play, banning vampire counts, which can ambiguously mean counts and coasts. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty funny. Yeah, most people will ask, though. A lot of people don't. Yeah, I do miss the days of Coast. As a matter of fact, maybe I'll play some Coast in the FFA. Although FFA Coast is a little bit different because typically it's just like, you know, Colossus and, you know, maybe we'll try and bring some glory back to the old Coast. Might as well send this campaign to Legend. What? He'll save it. I don't think he would save multiplayer games. You know, he can probably save some campaign stuff, of course. But yeah, having to face these mighty warlords. It is time. The Castle Drakenhof, a map that I used to use a lot, kind of took a little bit of a break from it because there is some obnoxious terrain, which can be a little bit imbalanced. One of my favorite things about this map is when people hide like mortars behind this thing and just like shoot over. It's like, oh my god. And then you can't like hit them. Like you have to like, yeah, it's really tough. What factions tend to inherently be more micro-intensive? Honestly, I think some of the most micro-intensive factions are probably, you know, I think Empire's up there. They have a lot of like low, like light units that aren't super tanky, that route. You have to be really on top of your micro. If you make like mistakes with Empire, you really get punished with it. Yeah. Pentabloat meta to come back, I know. Pentabloat is a tough one. I have won games with Pentabloat, but typically if you're going to win with like 4 or 5 bloaties, it's only... The reason you win is because you're just much better than your opponent. Like, you just have more experience, you know? Like, in a fair matchup, you're almost never going to win with Pentabloat. Because it's like, against a seasoned player, experienced player, that's like, what? How much are bloaties? Yeah, it's like 2,000-3,000 value, or gold, that just isn't going to do much. Yeah. All right. Here we are. So, taking a look at the Plague Penguin. Rocking a bunch of white lines of Krace backed up by some Narnia Chariots, which are pretty good against Chaos. Narnia Chariots can deal with pretty much all their infantry. Silver and Guard to the back. Up in the sky, we have an Archmage of Death with only Spirit Leech. Oh, very cool. Very, very down to earth. Going to be overcasting Spirit Leech to take out the Hell Cannon of Energized, which I think is very clever. Now for Energized, we got Chaos Warriors into the Sunset. Backed up here by Marauder Horsemen. And double Chaos Knight. Okay, I already love this build. I already love this build, yes. Double Chaos Knight. Is there going to be any Plague of Rust or anything? But no. There isn't. Sorceress of Death, Kolek Suneater. Man, Energized plays cool builds. He plays like old school builds, you know? Yeah, old school builds. Energized on Chaos. The Plague Penguin on the Elves. King of the Hill currently is energized with 2 wins. Trying to surpass the 4 of Dactor. We will see. But man, oh man, I'm excited for Chaos Knights. They, against High Elves, I'm trying to think. Like, yeah, I guess, like, so they could certainly crump some of the infantry. Should be they're basically like Mounted Chosen to an extent. I mean, of course, they don't have the sexy armor piercing that Chosen have, but the Pentacart, oh my god, yeah, I know, Pentacart is the Corpse Cart spam. I know, I can't believe that was kind of a thing. So here in the bushes, we have the Marauder Horsemen hiding, preparing to strike, pounce forth. Maybe throw some javelins into the face of that Archmage of Death. 100% what you want to do here with this Archmage. Overcast Spirit Leeches on the Hell Cannon. Just finish that thing off. And what's really annoying too is the Archmage could go fly like right here, and then like the Horsemen can't even do anything. They won't be able to even get the unit. And you can just like spam Spirit Leech on that thing the whole time. That's why like maps like this can be a little bit haggard sometimes, but they're still fun in like casual events and all that, in my opinion. This game has been used in many Everchosens and, you know, all sorts of events since the dawn of time. So first Hell Cannon shot is a swing and a miss. Overcasted Spirit Leech is down here for the Elves, which is very, very good. Plague Penguin getting focused by all the Marauder Horsemen. Spirit Leech coming back from the Warriors of Chaos. Going to be getting dropped on the Lion Chariots of Grace, which is good because there are a fair amount of quality infantry for Chaos. They have Chaos Warriors. Yeah. 1, 2 are these Chaos Marauders on the wings. Yeah, so 3 great weapons and then just 2 haggard ones. Obviously, if you invest that much in Chaos Knights, your army is going to be relatively small in other areas because they are expensive. They're like, these Chaos Knights are 1,400 apiece. Lances are 15. So very, very spicy indeed. So yeah, King of the Hills are typically more casual events. I see somebody in chat asking about that. It's still competitive. Like, players are trying to win. They're playing good builds. But, like, there's not, like, it's not going to take you 6 to 8 hours. It's a good place to experiment because it's just, like, a practice format. And there's not, like, a huge prize or anything like that. It's just, like, a fun thing for people to mess around and try things out. Or test their might against really good players. Melody, yes, we're still streaming. Second Spirit Leech is down. I think it takes 3 to kill the Hell Cannon, if I'm not mistaken. So that's the second one. And this is the basic Hell Cannon. Okay, so it's going to get a couple shots off before it goes. But that is 100% the best Spirit Leech target. Now, I would probably be a little bit cautious about engaging white lines into the Chaos Warriors in the front when they're being like poked like this. What you would want to do, I think, if I were Plague Penguin, is pull them back and like move over here and try and overload this flank. Because the Chaos Warriors are just going to crush them, especially with Kolek. I mean, white lines have a good trade normally, but they're a little bit damaged as well. So I would imagine one more Spirit Leech is coming. Oh, and the Chaos Knights emerge from the trees. The ambush is here. The cunning Chaos. And it's certainly not followers of Khorne. Khorne would not be down for an ambush. More like Tzeentchian Chaos Knights. But they should be able to deal with those Lion Chariots of Krace pretty well. Yeah, in the front, Chaos Warriors just absolutely crush the white lines of Krace. Hell Cannon still getting some good damage in there. And the Spirit Leech from the Archmage of Death, we haven't seen the third one yet. Yeah, I would imagine it'll come here any second. And Chaos Knights on this side actually crumping the white lions. Jesus, man. The armored Chaos Cavalry really putting a huge beating here on these white line units across the battlefield. Looking to be a pretty dominant engagement for Chaos. Like, the only engagements they're losing are the Marauder ones. And aside from that, like, most of the white lines are getting crumped. The Horsemen probably should be able to deal with this Archmage. And the Chaos Knights here have been able to catch the Lion Chariots of Krace and are just giving them the dirty back there. And the dirty bird is the Lion Chariots of Krace flee. And the Spirit Leech going to go down on the Hell Cannon? No, it looks like the Hell Cannon is going to be demounted. Yeah, check that out. Look, the Chaos Dwarves are fleeing for the hills, which is a very clever tactic because then the bird is going to attack the Dwarves instead of the model, which will keep it alive a little bit longer. So great play by Energize, man. He's playing some very tight games today. I'm very impressed. So as far as the Elven chances go, Lion Chariots still causing some problems here in the center. This Chaos Warrior unit is quite damaged. Lion Chariots of Krace just in the haggard battle of the ages here against the Chaos Knights. Chaos Knights, of course, very tanky. High melee defense against low melee attack of Chariots, which, of course, rely on their bonus force infantry. So the Lion Chariots of Krace just going to get absolutely owned there. While the Marauders continue to chase archers, Lion Infantry, the white lines, do rally here a little bit. Oh, no. A little bit of lag. Hopefully it's not on my end. Let me minimize and check here. It is not me. All right, cool. Someone just had a little bit of a potato spike, but I think we are good. Yeah, no, it's cool. I mean, a lot of these units like Chaos Knights and troops like that, you don't see too much in the meta, you know, in the current rendition of the game because of their interaction with infantry. But it's very cool to see Chaos Knights and all these Dragon Princes being picked today and used to pretty darn good effectiveness. So Lion Chariots screaming back in through the Chaos Marauders, and the Chaos Knights also going to be following up. Should be able to honestly punish this entire blob here. And the thing is, the High Elves still have to deal with Kolek. It's like, most of the tools they have to deal with Kolek, like, what do they even have? Like, maybe Lothern Seaguard Fire? Like, dude, big boy is here, and Kolek is like, he's Old Faithful, man. He's like the benchmark anti-large. He's hard to kill. He's got a ton of armor, extremely mobile with almost 80 speed. I think Kolek is probably my favorite lord to use with Chaos. He's so goddamn cool. Obviously, High Elves can kill him with, like, you know, dragons and phoenixes can, like, team up on him, and Archer Fire can bring him down, but, I mean, he does dominate most of the High Elf monsters one-on-one, but, if you had like a tech list with like a net breath combo or something like that, you could do some work. But so Horsemen going to be continue to chase the Archmage of Death. Spirit Leech going down to the Chaos Knights. Balance of power getting even worse for the Elves as we do progress. And the Hell Cannon crew, oh no, he made a mistake. He accidentally ran his Chaos Dwarves into battle when he was trying to give a attack order. Because the Hell Cannon is still very much alive and functional. He could actually go put those Chaos Dwarves back, but that might actually be a mistake that will let the High Elves have a chance to get back in this game. Oh, man, the Lion Chariots of Krace just running right through that. The Plague Penguin showing no mercy in the fourth quarter of the game. The poor Chaos Dwarves. That happens sometimes. If you forget to re-equip it and then you send them to attack a target, like shoot at it, and they're not equipped on it, they'll charge into battle like that. So that's pretty painful for sure. I'm pretty sure Tyrion loses to Kolek one-on-one. Yeah. Especially if Kolek has Star Crusher. It depends on their items, and obviously Tyrion's RNG with his rebirth is a factor, so there's a couple things, but I'm pretty sure Tyrion loses. So back in the pits of combat, the Marauder Horsemen trying their best to support Kolek. I believe Chaos Knights are still somewhat functional. We do have a unit here of 37 and another unit over here of 16. So, you know, still a full unit's worth of stopping power there on those Chaos Knights. But the poor Chaos Dwarves, their DLC has not come and they have been banished to the Nether Realm. Lothern Seaguard getting some good fire though, honestly. Shooting into the Marauder Horsemen. Not bad at all. White Lines of Krace are holding well. Some of the Narnia Chariots were able to escape the Chaos Knights. The Elves are really doing a decent job of, you know, scrapping back in this game here. Where's that Archmage of Death going to go? Maybe the Plague Penguin will send it over there. He does break some Chaos Warriors with his mere presence. And the Chaos Dwarves are running to the edge of the map right now. Yes, the Chaos Dwarves are perhaps drunk on some of Nurgle's finest brew. Who knows? Well, They worship their own Chaos God, don't they? Yeah, they don't really care about the other Chaos Gods, if I'm not mistaken. So, Lothern Sea Guard being swarmed by horsemen, but they are, you know, spearmen of them in their own right, so they could stand and fight and really take down a lot of those horsemen. Kolek and his Shadowcaster, or Deathcaster, excuse me, going after the Lion Chariots of Grace, looking around the battlefield. Chaos Knights should be able to punish most of the High Elf rallying units, and nothing here can really kill Kolek. I mean, maybe, like, Lothern Sea Guard could poke him down, like, over time, but it's going to be tough. With Chaos Knights coming in, still thundering around the battlefield, it's going to be a big problem. Turin will always rebirth, since it's 100% yeah, he always rebirths, but it's more so I meant like the RNG of him getting the rebirth while he's not broken, because what happens with Tyrion a lot when he duels people, you know, in testing scenarios is like he'll get really low, he'll get broken, and then he'll rebirth and get chased off the battlefield. But so a lot of it depends on that, right? On like the timing of the rebirth and his leadership, and like making sure to save your leadership buffs for that clutch moment there. So Chaos Knights still lurking. Marauders able to finish off the Silvern Guard, and Energize will be claiming victory once again against the Plague Penguin. Very, very nice. It was a good game. Plague Penguin played very well. Honestly, I thought the Penguin was in trouble, but almost came back. Almost came back. Like, bounce was creeping back to the middle there when the Chaos Dwarfs got drunk and came into battle. Chaos Knights just about paid for themselves. Kolek just being a beast. Not much value. He didn't have too many targets, honestly, but he was pretty cool. All right, so 3-4 energized, 2 more wins, and he wins today's King of the Hill. GG, well played. Hey, well played, Plague Penguin. Hope to have you back. That was a solid match. And now for the next map, we will do we'll do a Stallion team. We'll do a smallish map. All right. Oh, the Hell Cannon Valiant. I don't think it was that much. All right, we got Bowie facing off against Energized here. Saw Bowie in chat. Getting ready to go. Dactyr holding on to a strong lead of 4. Perhaps Energized will be able to catch up. We will see. Depends on the might of the foes that Energized must face. Now, Energized cannot play Lizards, High Elves, or Chaos. But Beastmen is still very strong. So going to go Beastmen. And I would imagine, I don't know, what do Beastmen ban these days? I'm curious what the Beastmen bans are. Yeah, I mean, personally, I just don't like playing Vampire Counts. Vampire Counts are like my least favorite faction to play, so probably would ban them. I don't know. Like, playing against, I don't like playing against Vampire Counts in tournaments. Like, with newer players, it's fine, but when you play, like, really high-level Vampire Count players, it's just not fun. It's just like, oh, man. I think that's the whole point. They're trying to make it not fun for you. Beastmen, yeah, Vampire Counts and Lizards, yeah, okay. Cool, that makes sense. Hell Cannon got 529 value. Okay, thank you. Dactyr says Bowie, please. Yeah. Well, Dactyr, you probably could have gotten more wins if you weren't spinning the wheel today. You know, like, Energize is playing his good factions, and you're just, like, spinning your wheel trying to play whatever the hell it tells you. Oh, my God. So we have a fence that we have with our neighbors. Our neighbors have, like, a fence that, like, walls off our property, basically. And some giant, just chungus rat just ran across it. That thing was freaking huge. Oh, my God. The Skaven have invaded. So it's going to be Beastmen versus Tomb Kings. I actually like this matchup. I think it's very fun. Beastmen don't have lower fire, so they can't quite abuse the Burning Heads. And, yeah, this is going to be cool, man. I'm hyped for this. Will Bowie go for the Haggard box with the Titan? Who knows? I think Energize would be prepared for that, though. Pretty sure. I haven't ever played Chaos or Greenskins, to be honest. I'm a bit of an order player, says Quintus. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I'm kind of like a jack of all trades. I'm only really decent at like 2 factions, like competitive, like high level. But the rest of them, I'm kind of like a jack of all trades. I can kind of wing it. That's my jam. But that's what happens when you do the YouTube thing, right? You got to like kind of know everything. Yeah, you can't just show the same factions over and over. I don't have that luxury. Yeah, no, the wheel King of the Hills are pretty fun. Absolutely. Dude, that thing was huge. It's a big city rat. Just a big old chubby rat. Rats are pretty cool creatures. I would actually like to have a pet rat someday. I think they're really neat. The LA Undercity. Oh, you know LA has a filthy Undercity. Although it depends, because like a lot of people, you know, who've never been to California or Los Angeles think it's like one big city. But LA is like super spread out. It's like a bunch of small cities combined together. Like, yeah, you have like downtown and Hollywood, which are like pretty tightly packed, but LA is like sprawling and it's a bunch of like smaller cities. It's not like New York or like a lot of like those type of cities, which are just like tightly packed. So I think the undercities would, like downtown LA 100% has a huge undercity. Like, oh yeah. Like where I live, it's probably like a minor one. It's like a tier 1 undercity. Yeah. Like, cause I live in like a much smaller part of Los Angeles. Yeah, Quintus, I agree, dude. I agree. Good matchup for Jabba the Hutt? Yeah. Are you talking about this one? Are you talking about Mazda Mundi? Yeah, Mazda is really good. I mean, Mazda's good in a ton of matchups, dude. I would totally have a pet rat. I think they're such cool creatures. Yeah, they're very smart, friendly, like, from what I understand. I mean, I had friends who had pet rats growing up, and they were always very cool. So, sad part is they don't live very long. I think rats have very short lifespans. So that would be kind of hard. You know, losing pets is like just brutal. You know. Having a little rat you get attached to would be really sad. If it only lived like 2 or 3 years. Matthew Hansen. God damn it, Bobby. Dude, I love King of the Hill. King of the Hill is like one of the greatest shows of all time. LA is Skaven Blight? No, because Skaven Blight is like a really tightly packed city. Like, I have family in New York and I have family in Los Angeles. My dad lives in New York City, and I think New York would probably be like have more of a Skaven population. New York City rats are bigger than LA rats. Like New York City rats are like legendary for their size and just beastliness. So I don't know, maybe that would be like Hell Pit, you know, because that's where like the Molder rats are, the giant ones. Maybe like Los Angeles would be like the like Clan Moors. It would be like the more disciplined rats. That would be a pretty funny video to do, like which major cities are like which Skaven under empires. Yeah. Eldrin of the Mist. Thank you for the $5. What I would give for a Beastman war wagon pulled by 2 Centaurs with throwing axes. Holy shit. That'd be pretty cool. Like, yeah, you got like guys throwing axes out of the back of it. San Francisco is Skaven Blight. Okay. Yeah, there you go. San Francisco would probably be like Clan Scryer, wherever they live. Because like they, you know, it's like a tech center, so you would have like the tech rats there. And like Los Angeles would be like Clan Moors. New York City would be like Clan Molder. I think we're getting somewhere now. Yeah, this is good. Yeah. Rats here are nuts. Where are you from? You didn't say where you're from. Yeah. New York City rats will mug you for your subway fare if you're soft. Yeah, says in Melody Wallace. Oh man, I was getting so caught up in this discussion I forgot the game was about to start. All right, so we got Bowie versus Energized. Let's do it. Yeah, Clan Molder is definitely New York. There's some serious rats there. San Francisco is Clan Scryer. They're the tech rats. They're like the tech startup rats. Like, adventuring with wild technologies. Like that, the Bay Area is all about the tech, right? So, Water Faucet, thank you for the $1.99. Thanks for all the good times and laughs. Keep it up. We will. Thank you. Appreciate that. Pestilence took Detroit. Oh, I don't know. I've never been to Detroit, so I have no idea. I can only reference where I've been. Chicago would be Clan Eschen. Why is that Clan Eschen? I've never been there either, so I'd have to just hear what you guys have to... What are your arguments, What are your arguments for that? Yeah, it's pretty fun. I've laid over in Chicago a couple times. I know, because, my wife is Polish, so I go to Poland quite a bit, and Chicago has, like, a huge Polish population, so oftentimes, like, I do layover flights there and things like that when I'm on my way. Yeah, Clan Rictus would just be, like, Alaska. It would just be, like, Anchorage or something. just in the middle of nowhere. Yeah. I've always wanted to go to Alaska. I've heard it's very beautiful. Yeah. Tokyo is definitely Eschen. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, Tokyo is Eschen. Yeah, fair play. Okay. So here we are, taking a look at the battle. It's going to be Ye Old Energized, currently trying to get the King of the Hill position. It's got Gore Herds into the sunset, backed up by a bunch of Tuskor chariots and Centaurs. And in the bushes, who shall it be? Will the Brass Bull be summoned? Oh, yeah. Torox, the Brass Beast, the Gore Bull, and a Bray Shaman of the Wild. So, yeah. Classic Beastman aggression. Gore Herds obviously hit pretty hard, even the shielded variant. We got Razor Gores, Centaur throwing axes with Torox and the Gore Bull to take out monsters. And yeah, I would actually really enjoy visiting Alaska. I think it'd be a lot of fun. You spent 2 summers living there. Oh, very cool. Yeah, very cool, man. Are you saying you wouldn't recommend it? You highly recommend it. Okay. Yeah, I'll take a look, my friend. So, for the forces of the Tomb Kings, oh, I like the foot Cetra. That's going to make him a little bit more durable against the Gorbel and stuff. He, of course, has anti-large and halberd. We do have the Sepulchral Stalkers. Bowie going to be rocking a Tomb Guard box. Tomb Guard halberds with Ushapti. Oh, I like, this is fun. This is a fun build. Akar Horseman in the back, and that appears to be it. We will see. My only concern is Tomb Guard being out-traded in terms of cost by Goreherds, but the Tomb Guard halberds, that is. But the Ushapti can help a lot, as long as they don't overextend and things like that. So, Turin, your videos, where did that go? Your message got retracted. Okay, I was about to read that. Right as I was going to read your message, it seemed like a very nice comment. All right, so, Bone Daddies hiding in the back. Nahakar Horsemen are very good against the Beastmen. If they're able to get the charge on the Centaurs, they can actually do very well against them in sustained combat. So we will see how that goes. Somebody in chat saying, I think London might be Skaven Blight or the Under Empire. Okay, yeah, we're getting a lot of great analysis there. Great analysis indeed. Here comes the Tomb Guard halberds moving forward. Yeah, I've spent quite a bit of time in Warsaw, actually. I don't think I've ever seen any creature, any Skaven there myself. So Eyes of the Desert will, of course, give some ranged firepower, can blast into the Centaur throwing axes. I do really like the Tomb Guard halberd box with the Kepler Guard. Kepler Guard are so good against Beastmen. They really do dominate most Beastmen infantry. For the Beastmen player, probably getting your Tuskor chariots to focus down the Kepler Guard is going to be quite clutch. So Eyes of the Desert, getting a nice volley, taking out 8 of those Centaurs. In the backfield, we do have an engagement. Looks like the, oh man, the Nehakara Horsemen do catch these Centaurs against the back of the map. Now, will Energized be able to get his other Centaurs and deal with that? We'll see. A little bit of lag coming in. Hopefully there's no disconnect. That would be so anticlimactic. Might be Energized. We've had consistent lag for a couple games, like off and on. It's not like non-stop, but like there's bursts of it. So I think it might be him. So hopefully he's able to solve his potato problem. But his Centaurs in the back of the map do get caught. Now we can just kind of hang out and do our thing. Wait for the dreaded lag to subside. Join the chat. Let me go ahead and minimize, make sure it's not my internet. I don't think it is. Nope, my internet appears to be holding firm for Sigmar. So for the best, my friends. No, I've only really been to Warsaw, yeah, I know, but the wife and I will definitely visit some other Polish cities, yeah. Yeah, we want to. Damien, damn. That was a serious one. Hey, look at that. Okay. Looks like we're coming back. You know, lag is inevitable. It's one of the big problems with Total War multiplayer. That's a shame, man. Like, now is a decent time for, like, a diatribe. It's, like, just a rant. Like, Total War multiplayer has a lot of potential, right? Like, it obviously, even though it's, like, basically an afterthought in the eyes of, like, you know, the people who created the game. Like, a little bonus edition. Like, it's done quite well. Like, a very flourishing community. Like, people like watching it. It's just, little things like connectivity and lobbies and, like, the matchmaking and, like, the capture points and the community rules. Like, there's so many obstacles to overcome to become, like, a good esport. Because the problem is, like, if you host like a major, like, let's say you, like, Red Bull came in and wanted to sponsor like $100,000 tournament like they do for Age of Empires 2, right? It's so tricky with like the community rules and like how there's a lot of like room for interpretation on like attacking rules and just capture points and like lag too. Like, imagine hosting a big massive event and just having this happen, you know, like how bad that is. It's just, there's so many little it's so close to being just goddamn awesome, but like there's just some things, man, you know, some things. Yeah, Energized. His potato is still struggling. We'll see if he can reconnect here. I'll check Discord real quick. It looks like he hasn't messaged me, so apparently he's still in the game. We'll give it a minute. I'm honestly in no rush. You can make some pierogi, says Lou. Yeah. Pierogi is a lot of work. My wife's mother, she makes some delicious pierogi when we go there for Christmas. Yeah. Yeah, we will see. It'll be nice though. Like, we'll get some, like, obviously when Age of Empires 4 comes out, it's a self-contained RTS game, so we won't have to worry about like a lot of the community rules and things like that. But come on, man, come on. It's just, yeah, someone's lagging. I think it's Energized. He's had a couple games. There's been like a spike like this. We're gonna see if he can connect. We'll give him a chance. His computer's trying its best. Oh, Bowie dropped out of the game. I think Bowie dropped because the lag was so bad. We could just let them replay, though, as long as his internet's fine. They could just go in with the same armies. Like, they didn't even fight yet, so let's see. Oh, no, it was Bowie that time. So I was wrong. Energized was not lagging. Okay. My apologies. We did have some last game, so I assumed it was you again, but let's see if we get Bowie back in there. If Bowie doesn't come back, let's see. Oh no, Bowie said he dropped. Okay, so Bowie said he dropped on purpose. I think so. Rejoin. No, so it was energized, yeah. Wait, no, but now he's saying it wasn't me. That's very strange. Bowie left game because it was frozen, not because of lag. Let's see. The saga continues. Pierogi stream when? I know. Can replay. Go for it. Yeah, they could just replay it. Same armies. Who's behind it? We'll just reload, guys. It's not a big deal. Yeah, it's fine. We'll get in there. At least we got to rant a little bit. You guys like rants, right? I'm trying to think of like the best rant we've had on the channel. The Star Wars rants are fun, like shitting on the new Star Wars movies. The Game of Thrones rants are good. Yeah. There's a lot of fun ones. A lot of fun ones. Who done it? I know. You're telling me. Ancestors Legacy? Yeah, I looked at that game. That's like the Viking RTS game, right? Yeah. So they could just load in with like more or less the same armies and it's fine. And we'll do the Estalian Tomb. Hopefully we won't have any connectivity issues here. Yeah, I love classic RTS though. I actually really enjoy base building. Like I'm good at I'm decent at microing armies and stuff, but I think my big strength like probably will come from like the macro element. I'm used to that. That's something a lot of Total War players who transition to Age of Empires, not transition, but play it also will have to learn. Is like base management and things like that. Would you ever consider doing? Oh, I don't know how to cook any glorious Polish food, sadly. Yeah. What's your absolutely best dad joke, dude? I don't even know any off the top of my head. Bruce Lee versus Chuck Norris rant was top tier. Yeah, that was a good one. That was a good one. That was a good one for sure. So we're back from outer space with that sad look upon your face. I should have changed that stupid lock. Should have thrown away the key. If I'd known for just 1 second she'd be back to bother me. Yeah, it's gonna be good. So same matchup. We saw the builds. It's Tombguard Halberd box with Ushabti, with Setron Foot and a Lich Priest of Light with the Eyes of the Desert. For the Beastmen, it's a Goreherd front line backed by a couple Centaurs and Throwing Axes, double Chariots, Taurox, Gorbel, and a Brave Shaman to the Wild. Now, the Goreherds are pretty good. They're shielded, so against Skeleton Archers, somewhat durable, but they also have very good DPS against light armor, which is Tombguard and Skeleton Infantry in general. The Chariots, you know, though they have AP, like, you know, they are the cheapest variant the Beastmen have, and they can do very good at dealing with, like, elite infantry if they do have support. The Taurox and the Gorbel deal with the large threats, Brave Shaman to the Wild. Probably just going to be doing Traderkins. Oh no, Viletide Brave Scream, actually. Melody asks, do you have a build order for China and AoE 4 you can share? Yeah, of course. But yeah, so typically for China, like China in AoE 4 has a pretty weak early game in my experience. Like they don't really get strong until tier 3. So with China, you want to play like defensive eco, right? So typically what I do is I will immediately just start hitting the food very hard in the beginning. Just get your sheep by your base. And then what you do is you just put like 2 guys on gold and they'll get going on the gold. And then when you get 200 gold, you pull them off and put them on food or lumber even. Intect to tier 2 and just play very defensively. China can build like outposts and defensive buildings quicker than other people. So really just like rushing to tier 3 is China's best bet, in my opinion. Yeah. But I mean, it's hard because without having it in front of me, I could explain. It depends on the matchup, Melody, the map. There's so many variables to take into account. Like if you're on a choke point map, your build's going to be different. An island map, your build is different. Open field map, way different. So anyways, yes. I will certainly give you builds when the video game comes out. The old video game. So yeah, we've seen the matchup here. Halberds, backed by Ushabti. I like that combo. I think it's quite cool. It's funny, in the backfield, we got like the same fight again. Foz protection going down, but the downhill charge, the Beastmen get the downhill charge, so the Nehekar Horsemen will be at a little bit of a disadvantage. But with Foz protection, they might win it. I mean, that does put him up to a whopping 80 armor and 56 melee defense. So in sustained combat, the Centaurs might actually lose this. And here we get other Centaurs battling. A little bit of lag here, which is unfortunate. So hopefully, as long as it doesn't just like freeze and go full potato, then, you know, we should be okay. Wisely pulling back here, the Tomb King's army wants to retreat, and you want to just overwhelm these Centaurs to get rid of the pressure in your backfield. The Brass Chungus plus Gorbel is rushing up. You can see they're getting ready to surge in and do a battle. Energized probably will be losing these Centaurs. Like, I would imagine they'll get chased off the map. You can see the Horsemen are starting to normalize or equalize the duel a little bit. But the Beastmen are really, really just going full bore, just full hog here in the front line. Tomb Guard Halberds are going to be problematic for Torox and Gorbel. But he does have the Blood Beast, I would imagine, so he should be able to use his AoE to get away from that fight. Now, the Tomb King's preparing for the charge. They need to brace, and they also need to intercept these Tuskor chariots. The best way to do that would be to use the Ushabti. Send in the Ushabti, send in Cetra, and he does do that. So you can see the Ushabti do pile in, intercept the chariots amongst halberds, and immediately the Tomb Kings start to get good value there. Now, in the backfield, this is a very, very important fight. Centaurs getting shaken. These ones are quite confident. 34 against 27. The Nehekar Horsemen did get downhill charged over there and are losing that fight pretty decisively. But the Tomb Guard Halberds are getting that good bump and grind, man. Torox taking some damage, Gorbel taking damage. Also, the Eyes of the Desert getting Nero's Incantation of Protection. Doing quite a solid job there in that fight. Yeah, we got quite a proper scrap on our hands, as the Kepra Guard fighting in the forest is a good call for them, because Kepra Guard will basically not be penalized as an infantry unit, whereas the Tuskor Chariots will struggle in the tree line. They'll get caught in trees and really just not have a great time with that. But the Centaurs eventually win that fight, and that does give the Beastmen a bit of a sandwich over here. And the Tomb Guard Halberds, despite having Foss protection, are being crumped down by Gorbel as well as Bray Shaman. Torox does pop the Brass Body, just Brass Body. You know the song, is it Brass Monkey by the Beastie Boys? Yeah, always makes me think of that, but... Tomb Guard's kind of having some rough trades, and the Throwing Axes here for Energized, getting some beautiful fire here into the Ushabti. Bray Scream going down to the Tomb Guards as well, and the Kepra Guard able to win their fight. Tomb Guard, you know, having an uphill fight here is kind of tough. The Beastmen have secured the high ground. They have Obi-Wan to their opponent here. As the other Centaurs are going to bounce back, go after those Horsemen. Having those Horsemen trapped in that sustained combat was also tricky. They're kind of your sweeper unit and your pushback unit, but in this case, they're really having a bit of a tough time. So sorry about the lag. Hopefully we won't have it in the next game once we get some new players in here. We'll see. So Torox the Brass Bull getting in there. Eyes of the Desert, only 4 models. Kepra Guard still doing good work. I would imagine they've gotten at least 500 value so far, but they are in critical binding at this point. But yeah, about 500 value, and are now cutting through the chaff units as Cetra moves over. Now this could be an opportunity for the Tomb Kings. If Cetra could get some good bump and grind here on Gorbel and, you know, drag down some of those SEMs. He is a foot-based halberd character, which in sustained combat versus said targets is very, very good. But I think the Beastmen are rapidly killing all the Tomb Guard halberds. I do think like basic Sword and Shield Tomb Guard might be a little bit better, because they actually win against Gore Herds. Whereas halberd ones, it's kind of like a toss-up. Not going to go super good for them, so I think that is a little bit tricky. Torox running away, very wise. Or a tactical retreat so he can then charge down the hill again. That is the true alpha Torox play right there. Tomb Guard Halberds just being surrounded and grinded down, and yeah, of course they're good against Minotaurs and Spawn and some of the other units, but they're not going to have much DPS against the you know, the infantry, right? Like, you have only 26 melee attack on these guys against, you know, 35 melee defense on Gore Herd, so their DPS is going to be quite pitiful. Whereas Sword and Board units are not only shielded, but their DPS output is exponentially better. So I think, like, if you're going to go Tomb Guard against Beastmen, you want to go with at least a couple Sword and Board ones in the front and live your best life that way. So here comes Cetra waddling over, going to be going after Torox, the Brass Bull, but the Bulls are just going to continue juking, and I think that will probably be game blouses as the Tomb Kings are rapidly approaching army losses. I mean, the Beastmen have a full envelop, full surround here, and I just don't see what they could do. Almost everything's crumbling. Tomb Guard here with 55 models, 19 leadership. Good night, sweet prince. Here comes Brass Bull once again. He just knocks over that Ushabti like a bowling pin. Yeah, sorry about the lag. Hopefully we won't have a next game. We haven't had too much today. We've only had a couple games that have been a little bit laggy, but that is the curse of Total War. Not looking good for the old Moni boys. No, not at all. The Gore Herd infantry and the Brass Bull just unleashing blowing off a little steam here in the Tomb King's army. Now, are they going to go after Cetra? I can't quite tell where the Brass Bull is going. Yeah, he's going after Cetra. Who does get the Foss protection, but Fa will not protect you from army losses. As, yeah, the Ushabti Summit is like the tape that's holding together the cardboard Tomb Kings right now. Nice attempt by Bowie, though. A good proper scrap. Fighting in the Beastmen's natural habitat, which is the forest. Bowie saying GG. And yeah, it was a cool build in theory. If there had been more Minotaurs or Spawn, the Halberds could have been great, but against the Gore Herd infantry, they just kind of got shreked. How is that not army losses? God damn. Okay, there it is. Army losses now kicks in. Tomb Kings can beat Beastmen for sure. I've actually had pretty good success against Beastmen with Tomb Kings. new Beastmen. But yeah, that build wasn't quite it. It was not quite it. Yeah, Torok had nothing to eat. Sadly, he's still going to go hungry after this battle. Yeah, I think Ushopti did okay. 800 value on them. Kepler Guard, you know, always a solid unit. Losing that rear fight, too, was also quite rough. Because then there was like, yeah, the Chariots were in the front. Throwing axes were killing the Ushopti. It was just a lot of things went kind of rough for him. GG, well played. All right, so Energized is on the cusp of victory. If he wins his next game, he will be today's King of the Hill. All right, so who is going to be the one to either take down the king and salvage Dactor's games today, or propel Energized to victory? Find out here on the next episode. It's going to be Lord Baltimore of the Ama clan. So for the map, let's do Glacial Lake. I love this map. I know it's like kind of old and haggard, but let's do Glacial Lake. Yeah, it's a nice little snow map. Always a good time. Delicious H2O. I'm gonna feast like the heathen kings of old tonight and go get a fat fucking. I was just said like, I do curse sometimes, but you know I try and keep in check. I'm gonna go get a fat burrito, dude. Just a fat, thick one. Oh, it's gonna be so good. It's a thick burrito. Yeah. I'm trying to think of the last time I like. It's quite cursing. Usually Warcraft 3 streams get me. If I'm in like a really long Warcraft battle and it's really close, that'll get me going there. Speaking of Skaven nests, Baltimore, yeah. Who are Tomb Kings good against? I'd have to look at the factions. I feel like they're good against Dark Elves, actually. Speak of the devil. Tomb Kings aren't bad against Vampire Coast. They're decent. They can... what other ones are they okay against? Yeah. They have a lot of like even matchups. Just a fat burrito. I shall go Chaos. Okay, Energized going to go Greenskins. In Baltimore, going Chaos is a counter pick, which is interesting. Chaos usually is considered to be weak against Greenskins. Given to the dark side, Quintus, I will. I know. When we start doing Age of Empires streams, you'll see the you'll see the profanity come out for sure. What type of meat in the burrito? Oh, all sorts. I like you know, chicken, steak. You like chorizo. It's more Night Elf builds. Melody, I've been practicing actually a couple Night Elf builds, yeah. I was playing with my friend Paul and I was trying to get the Demon Hunter down, like Demon Hunter Bear. Like, so you go Demon Hunter, you go Sea Witch, and then you go Bears. I just don't know all the hotkeys for like their heals and their transforms. I just got to get better. And also using the staff is like really, really important too. Yeah. Rural, oh yeah, I know. Yeah. In the Scandinavian countries, you probably don't have a lot of Mexican food, huh? Yeah. That's one good thing about LA. Like I generally hate Los Angeles, but the Mexican food here is so goddamn good. Like you like cry tears good, you know. So we got Chaos versus Greenskins. Oh yeah. All Dobja. All Dobja indeed. Hey darling. I know. Bardzo Dobja. Did you hear about the weather at the Tomb King's Chariot race? It was dry heat. Oh, that's pretty good. I like that, Christian. I actually read it as if it was going to be an actual weather statement. Yeah. You caught me this time. Yeah, well, yeah, fajitas are great. Yeah, Mexican food is so good. It's a great way to put on weight if you want to become fat. Although, I've been a little bit chunky at several points in my life, like a little bit heavier than I should be. And the fastest I ever put on weight was when I was eating Filipino food, like every day, because I worked at a company where that was like had a lot of Filipino employees, and they would like we had a catering service which would come in every Friday and Wednesday and like serve us food, and it was a Filipino catering company as well because the company was mostly Filipinos, and I put on weight so quick. Like at that point in my life, I was like lean. I had like a 6-pack. I was like fit. I was like, oh, this food's great. Like 2 months later, I got like a pot belly. Just like super out of shape, could barely run a block. Yeah, that was some heavy duty stuff. Yeah, I'm sure Texas has good Mexican food as well. Yeah. Yeah, Lumpia, they had a contest because it was a newspaper, and they had a contest there where the staff members could see who would eat the most lumpia Shanghai, which are like the fried egg rolls, and I won the contest. I destroyed those lumpia. Yeah. Adobe, all of it. Pancet. Like, dude, I got so heavy. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, they were great, man. Filipino culture is so cool. All right, so we got Lord Baltimore here on Chaos, energized on the Greenskins. This is the final battle. Rip turn. Yeah, now I'm just like average, because unfortunately the nerve damage in my hands is really like disallowed me from exercising like I like to, but I used to be pretty fit, but now I just can't like lift weights anymore without like my hands just getting jacked up. So, you know, I unfortunately have. Yeah, Filipino food is so good. I wasn't like, yeah, it takes a lot to get me like obese. I've never been like obese. I just had like a belly, like a big belly, but like my legs and arms are still normal size. Yeah. Oh, balut is, oh my God, don't remind me of balut. One of my coworkers like would bring that in. Oh, it's so foul. Yeah, that was one I just couldn't try, dude. Yeah, it's like a, oh no, dude. Oh, you're getting me, that like ruined my appetite just remembering that. Yeah. Jeez. Okay, so here we are, taking a look here at Lord Baltimore. It's going to be Kolek Sun Eater, and we just like we saw earlier, chosen with great weapons, triple chosen, double Chaos Warrior, Marauders, and then a bunch of Horsemen and Hounds. Ooh, I love it. No, I go out on runs. I'll do runs and you know things like that. I ran track and field, so I have a pretty good running base. Like I was a sprinter. I ran the 100-meter dash, 200-meter dash, and I ran the 400 as well in the relays. But I could still distance run okay. So I go on runs. Like as soon as I get a little overweight, I just start eating well and like run, and it's usually off in a couple weeks. Like I'm back to my normal form. But yeah, no, there was a time too when I discovered an Italian restaurant near me that put some weight on me pretty quick because they had like a bomb meatball sub. Like every meal I was eating was probably like 2,000 calories there, so I was just getting real heavy. Yeah. Balut is better than your... I'm sure it tastes good, but just like the presentation of it was just like a little like daunting for me. Yeah, I couldn't do it. All right, so here it is, energized with the Black Orcs, very, very standard. We have an Arachnarok Spider Shaman, also quite meta these days. We'll be battling Kolek. We got the Orc Piggies, Stone Trolls. Oh, River Trolls. Oh, energized with the River Trolls. Check that out. Okay. And some Night Goblin Squig Hoppers. Dude, I love this army. Yeah, River Trolls all up in there. Going to be lowering the melee attack of the Chosen by 5, putting them down to 43. Yeah, man, that's pretty heavy metal. Pretty heavy metal indeed. Yeah, so the company I worked at back then had a huge Christmas party, and for the Christmas party, they got a big lechon, which is basically just like a big fried pig. Like the full pig, the full hog on the table. Yeah. And I was like one of maybe 3 employees at the company who wasn't Filipino. And I remember being like, oh my God, what is that thing? But, you know, nothing compares to the balut that you were talking about. You know, that was some serious business. So the Chosen with great weapons are surging forward, and the Goblin Wolf Riders will be unleashing their arrow salvos into the Horsemen. Very, very standard. It's going to be the Chosen going fisticuffs here with the Black Orcs. Black Orcs do lose in a vacuum, but of course with proper buffs and Wa and things like that, they can do okay. Bit of a miss micro here from Lord Baltimore. He does let his hounds get attacked by the Squig Hoppers. Granted, if he were to get his other hounds and rear attack the Squig Hoppers, that would spell their doom, but it's also a little bit of a gamble because the Orc War Biggins are on their way in. So, is he going to go for it? Looks like he is. Sneaky Stabbing is active. Squigs are taking some casualties. Chaos Warriors will be there soon. And that ends up actually being a favorable trade for Lord Baltimore, probably. As long as he gets the Squigs, we'll see. The Pigs are thinking about getting in there. Squig Hoppers taking casualties. Trading a Squig for like a Hound unit is probably worth it. But the Pigs are on their way. Hound units are going to get charged by the Hog Squad. And the Chaos Marauders and Chaos Warriors will get a little bit of a sandwich on these guys. Should be able to pin them in there and do their thing. But we'll see. Horsemen are also here. Yeah, this actually could be pretty good for Chaos. If they follow up and like get the Horsemen to attack the Pigs, just like drag them down, that's very, very favorable. So far, somewhat even exchange. Somewhat even exchange. So Chosen great weapons are moving in, but a little bit unsupported. Honestly, since Chaos is, you know, getting an advantageous fight over here, you might just want to like delay the mainline engagement and just secure that victory. Kolek looks like he's chasing down skirmish cavalry, whereas Kolek needs to be in the center supporting the Chosen. The Chosen are going to get crumped by the Trolls plus Black Orcs if they go in fighting unsupported. So here we got Chaos Marauder great weapons battling Orc Boys, just a bit of a wet, I wouldn't say wet noodle contest. They both hit somewhat hard. And the stone trolls, or excuse me, the river trolls, which are a unit you almost never see, so let's give you a little bit of a close-up here, are going to be taking these marauders to pound land. Going to be stretching some pounds, and there they go. Beating down them chaos marauders. Not going to be lasting that much longer. And the Greenskins have really been forced to the back of the map. It's a pretty small map, so it happens quite easily, but even still. We got the skirmish cavalry plus some chaos marauders chasing here. It looks like some of the hounds are going to take the head-on charge against those Broken Tusk boys. But Broken Tusk mob are a 1,300 gold unit, so taking them out is quite valuable for sure. So Lord Baltimore with the chosen great weapons getting into the Black Orcs. They're actually winning the fight with the Stand Your Ground and Kolek just deciding to go on a fat expedition through them. And I believe a Burning Head will be going down. Granted, Burning Head does pretty subpar damage against, heavy armor. It still does have a discouraging effect, but honestly, it's also good to cook some of the chosen there. But this is really, really good for Chaos. Getting Kolek, although he is currently debuffed. But yeah, with Star Crusher active, Kolek just wants to be going deep and beating down the Shaman. I don't know why he turned around to attack the Black Orcs. He needs to get back in business and start beating on the Shaman. Searing Doom, pretty good, much better against the Black Orcs. Does do good damage, and the Chaos Warriors are holding. I mean, it's a 3v1, and they're holding their own. Chosen here in the middle do break through the Black Orcs. The Wa now comes in, so that's going to be the game changer. But I think Kolek might be able to get the pound stretcher going here. He's going to continue to beat down the Goblin Great Shaman. And the Goblin Great Shaman doesn't really have much support nearby. He's got some Spider Riders in the back. I guess they could pile in and help, but there are Chosen here as well, like 2 units of Chosen. And yeah, the Greenskins win that fight. Now they pile in to help. So, okay, so there are reinforcements coming in. The Stone Trolls, or River Trolls, excuse me, I'm so used to not seeing them, is going to be lowering the stats. And Kolek is, like, wavering. Oh, man, Kolek is, like, back and forth. They're both wavering. And the Spider, what is its leadership looking like right now? Oh, man, it's stabilizing? 55. Oh, the Crown of Command. What a great play. So the Crown of Command actually makes the Spider unbreakable. It probably would have broken right there with Kolek because they were both taking so much damage. What a clutch play. Nonetheless, Kolek will be back. I don't think he's going to get chased off the map. We'll see. Ooh, maybe. Oh, and Kolek rallies. That is so clutch. He's got 1 leadership, and the Goblin is still commanded by the Crown, so he's going to be going a little bit longer. Marauder Horsemen were sacrificed in there to allow Kolek to rally, perhaps. And Kolek breaks again. How did he break? Those little Wolf Riders broke him? I feel like he's got like 1,500 health. That was a very strange break. Although, the Hounds and Horsemen here should be able to stabilize Kolek. We'll see. The Goblin Great Shaman also breaks off the battlefield, so it looks like none of the leaders for this army want to fight, and Chaos with their Chosen. Actually, starting to grind through the Greenskin force, and Kolek rallies. He's back again. Okay. With that sad look on his face. I know we've made that joke before. Here he comes, charging in, 1,400 HP, going to be cleaving these guys. Fighting in combat here will be good for the Sun Eater, and that is pretty big. And will the Spider come back? It looks like the Goblin isn't quite as brave as Kolek, and he is down for the count, losing not only their big combat lord, but also their caster. Now the Greenskins really just have to rely on the Black Orcs here. Thankfully for them, they are immune to psychology, so Kolek isn't just going to terror route them, but I honestly think this game's over. I think Chaos wins. Because Kolek's just going to come in and stand on top of his Chaos Warriors and Chosen and just beat the brakes off these Black Orcs. Like, just hammer time, man. Stop. Hammer time. So here he comes, moving back in. A lot of the Greenskin troops are running for the hills, and it looks like it's going to be a tie. So Dactyr and Energized are going to be tying for first place today. So Dactyr, I'm sure, cackling in the shadows, sipping on some expensive liquor or something, who knows. But by a fireplace, you know, the whole villain aesthetic, I'm sure that's happening here. Black Orcs are getting worn down by the Chaos Infantry, especially by those Chosen, man. Those Chosen are meaty boys, and they are not taking any prisoners, as the Black Orcs are now going to have their pounds stretched by Kolek. GG, well played. Lord Baltimore with the steel chair in the final game of the day. Yes, yes. So, Lord Baltimore claims victory, and Energized will win, or tie, with Dactyr. So today, if we update this, we could do Energized/Dactyr. Are going to be tying for first, which is cool. Yeah, they can have the joint scorecard here. GG, well played. All right, so Baltimore. Since Baltimore won, we'll have him stay for the FFA. You can stay for the FFA since you won. GG, well played. So Baltimore can stay. Let's go ahead and open up space here. Well played to Energized. He had a great run today. And, oh, I got a remake. So I'll invite you. Okay. So I'm going to remake real quick. Hang tight. Turin, FFA. Password is 123. So I just got to make sure to get Lord Baltimore in here. So Lord Baltimore, go ahead and rejoin if you can. Uh-huh. And invite to the lobby. Very good. Very good indeed. The tiebreaker FFA, yeah. Yeah, it's a good proper tie. All right, yeah, he was trying to get in today. I'm glad he's able to get in. Just got to make sure Lord Baltimore gets in here. Okay, we got Schwerkrasm and come on. Come on, Baltimore, accept the invite. I sent you a personalized invite. Yes, he made it. Good. Okay. Drama averted. Jay Phoenix says, I try and join, but I'm painting a tiny Jon Snow. That sounds like fun. You should just like put a piece of paper in his hand and just have it say, my queen. All right. So let's go ahead and do the Grove of Slaughter. And who do we want to play? We want to play Coast? Can do the Warpstone Crater. Can do the rest. Do the Desert Canyon. Why the hell not, man? I'm gonna hail the mighty. I want to hire like a DJ slash like rapper to do like a rap remix of like, or some sort of a rock and roll remix of All Hail the Mighty or something, like a metal one. I feel like that'd be really fun. Like where they actually sing the lyrics like in a metal, like that'd be so cool. All right, so let's go ahead and get rid of this. Boom, boom, and boom. Put on the unit caps. And let's go ahead and hail the mighty. All hail the mighty, they're arising from the deep. Army blocker. There's Wookie. He's here. Ivan, satisfy the grudge. Oh, you want dwarves? Oh, well, we're playing 2 FFAs, so my next one will be dwarves, Ivan. I know what you want. I saw your message earlier, so I'll bring you the true grudge satisfying in the next game. Vangeist Revenge is pretty much an auto take because it's so cool in FFA. Although I don't know, with the build I'm playing, I think it might not be the best. I'm actually no, I'm gonna do something more like standard, but well, you'll see. I have a fun build in mind for you guys. All right. Looks good. All hail the mighty, they're arising from the deep, with crooked sails and incredible tails. They're calling in the seas. All right, so that looks good. Aim 4. Yada yada. Zombies. Give me more of them zombies. More of them lizard trinkets. We should probably get one of you. Then we get a couple of these. God, I'm so tight on money. Can't afford all the cool shit I want. I can't afford it. Void Laws, you want vampire counts? Of course you do. No vampire counts for me today. I'm not very good at them. Vampire counts are probably one of my worst factions, actually. I don't have that the bloodthirsty vampiric, thing going on. Do we really need this? We don't. We can just get rid of that and then just get you and you. This is just like classic Coast. I don't know how it's gonna work, but if I get vanguarded on, I'm just gonna be like, I guess I'll die. But yeah, it's gonna be fun, one way or the other. Okay, let's cut you guys, and then we can get a couple bombers as well. Oh, you know what? We could do that. Could do that. How much are they? 500 a piece? God damn, dude, everything's so expensive. Then we can get the gunnery white. You need the extra powder, especially in FFAs. So if you want to like win with Vampire Coast in FFAs, usually Colossus is the way to go. But in this case, we'll find out. Like a big Blood Knight build would be fun for sure. Okay, we got Schwerkrasm in here. Used to play a lot of Heroes 3 with him. Lord Baltimore, who just, of course, defeated the king, and then, not sure, Schmucky or something? Yeah, the mighty Schmucky. Do you know Grimdark Narrator? I don't know. Is he a YouTuber or something? Yeah. Coast and Dawi, my cup runneth. Yeah. Void Laws, do you play any other RTS games? Do you play any other, like, real-time strategy, like Warcraft 3 or, like Company Heroes type things? I feel like you probably do. Yeah. I'm always curious to know the backgrounds, like StarCraft, things like that. Usually, like, the really, really high-level guys, like, have some sort of a background like that. Although Total War is a bit of a, like, its own phenomenon. Like, I've seen high-level Total War players come and play, like, classical RTS games, and they just suck, because they're not good at base building and, like, macro management. Like, they're great at the army part of things, but... What is on the screen? That's my dog. That's Wookie. My late dog, Wookie, yes. All right, so we just went with like a bit of a coast gun line. So we got Luther. Like, this is like a coast build you would have seen. Unfortunately, I forgot how crappy the line of sight is on this map, so I might actually have some big issues. So we're just gonna like shamble across. Just try and get some line of sight on someone. It's gonna be hard. We got Sirens. Sirens are actually like one of your best defensive units with coast. Really, really good at, you know, obstructing pressure in your backfield and stuff. So we'll get a couple of them there since we don't need to worry too much about the other side. Bats, the bomber bats are like a sweeper unit. Really, really good at dealing with, you know, things that kind of trickle through your lines and start to cause problems. All right, zombies, they're all good. We'll group them up now, just initially. Him and him. All right, seems fine. We'll switch, you know, our groups around as the battle gets going. Yeah. Yeah, army blocker is great. I used to leave it on for entire games. Hey, Daryl.
I'm home.
You're home.
I'm home.
She is. The wife is home. The good luck charm. But yes. It is time. Let us do battle and put pressure on our foes. We face off against the dreaded Greenskins. You know what? Our army isn't terrible against Greenskins, actually. Part of me thinks, oh my god, they're going to Vanguard on me, aren't they? Shit. I didn't even think of that. Okay, let's like pull you back here just in case. Okay, not too bad. We need to like get like just like this. So it's basically going to just be me battling the Greenskins here. I mean, let's see what's going on over there. Oh god, it's going to be a circus. Who do we got? We got Wurzag. Oh shit, okay, we got the Great Green Prophet. Very cool. So the handgunner should be able to draw some good line of sight. Let's go ahead and stop here and just let him start ripping fat volleys right into the face of these goblins. There they go. There they go. Bats can come over here. And these sirens need to like kind of creep over here and do their thing. We got to watch out. Effigy of the Git is a thing, for sure. And the bomber bats might want to pull you back. Let's go ahead and get our caster over here, see what he can do. And we got pigs coming in. We got deck gunners who are somewhat line of sighted, unfortunately. And let's go after the little big boss that could. Zombies charge in, and you guys shoot here. You guys shoot here. And let's get the sirens, and you guys go here, and halberds go over there. All right, so far so good. I think we're doing all right. It's kind of a wild-ass game, to be honest, but let's go ahead and drop some summons on top of them. We could also drop a taunt. Halberds will be able to move up. Sirens should be pretty effective here, although it looks like my opponent did get some good kind of casts on them. Luther Harkin able to take out the boss. Yeah, he's going in, but oh no, Chaos is coming! Oh god, I gotta get Luther out. Oh no, I gotta taunt Archeon. I'm gonna have to save the Greenskins unintentionally here. Because, oh, Luther's getting just destroyed, and Archeon's coming with a full chub. Alright, let's go ahead and, oh shit, can we cast it here? Okay, we can. Okay, let's get Luther back. Let's get him back. Yeah, Archeon's coming, full chub, boys. That's very scary. Bombers are doing their thing. Let's drop a zombie summon on top of them. And Luther just needs to get back up in the sky, because with all those Chaos troops coming in, it's going to be a disaster. Okay, so great. So we broke them. Let's go ahead and pile in on these Squig Hoppers. Let's go jump over there on these Orc War boys. Pull these Deck Gunners back. Pull you guys back a little bit. The Bombers, yeah, like the Greenskin army is mostly broken. We've had a good fight against them, for sure. Let's get the zombies fighting here. Halberds fighting there. Sirens collapsing all about. And yeah. So yeah, the Greenskin army, we've held them at bay. Deck Gunners, let's go ahead and shoot. Set you guys up. Set you guys up like so. Luther, pull back. And let's crossfire these guys if we can. Luther Harkin can come in and maybe fight there. Gotta watch out for the Hogmaster. He's actually going after my Gunnery White, which is interesting. Let's use extra powder on the Bombers here. Halberds come in and support. Like, we could potentially just goon his Pigmaster. I do want to stabilize my backline, though, so I'm gonna try my best to do that. We'll go ahead and taunt him as well. Alright. So, Gunnery Whites is being pushed around, but thankfully we can just kind of run him back, and our caster is alive. Our guns are all reorganizing. Chaos is just going apeshit now. They're just like running all up in everyone's shit. Backfield is secure, so now Luther can come and get some good gooning. We'll get on the Goblin Big Boss here. Hogs, let's get some bombardments going. And where's our caster? We actually have a nice little summon we could maybe drop on top of these piggies. Yeah, seems all right. Let's go get that Big Boss. So Big Boss is getting dove. Bombers are going after the Hogs. Frontline fighting seems to be just absolute anarchy. Sirens can collapse on the back of these units, hopefully, and do the trick. And the Big Boss, we still haven't gotten him yet. That's very interesting. Yeah, Sirens should get some terror routes on them in a second, though. Invocation. This is a good spot for it. It'll hit Luther, and let's go ahead and switch on to the Hogmaster. Pigmaster 0. Oh, God, Swords of Chaos are here. Oh, man, we're getting swarmed. So are the Greenskins, though. They've definitely had some tough fights. All right, let's get Luther back up in the sky. What do we want to hit? I mean, I guess we just hit, like, the squig hoppers and things like that. Yeah, that seems fine. Gotta watch out. Swords of Chaos, do they do magic damage? No, they just do fire damage. Okay, very cool. So, breath attack on Pigmaster. Let's go ahead and do this. He's almost broken. Did we get the breath? We did. Yeah, Wurzag is gone. He's down for the count. If we could just stabilize in this corner now. Do I want to go after Wurzag? I can just shoot him with the pistol, honestly. Yeah. Pile in. Let's go. Let's go. These bats need to pull back. Gunnery White, give the extra powder to the bombers. And just keep going after the hogs. Keep going after ye old piggies. Let's dive after Wurzag. Let's go after Wurzag here. We got the taunt on him. I don't know why Luther isn't diving there. Let's get him. Come on. Come on, Luther. Dive in there. We're pretty much out of Winds of Magic anyway, so the fact that he's gone isn't that big of a deal. So Luther got the punch. We shattered the big boss. The bombers can pull back a little bit, but now Chaos is here. So we need to like restructure our game plan a little bit. Luther needs to get back up in the sky. We can chase. We still have the Gunnery White. We like to keep him alive just to get the maximum ammo efficiency. Let's chase down Hogmaster. And as far as bombs go, I mean, not going to be super good against a lot of these. These are Chaos Marauders. Chaos Marauders are still points. Yeah, we got the Sirens on the edge, which is cool. Let's go ahead and try and get the points off Wurzag, so we'll just get him here. Bombers, keep doing your thing. I guess you try and like squeak this way. Yeah, having those surprise Sirens alive is really... Oh my god. Where have the lizards been? He's like full health everything. What is this shit? Oh my god, I don't want any of that. No, 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 no. I was not paying attention. Oh god. Get me up. Get me out of here. Okay, go, go, go. Come on, Luther. Oh! Oh god, run this way. Go be a vampire elsewhere. Okay. Luther's in, so he's in some danger. I'm in danger. Alright, Sirens, let them fight. Let them fight amongst each other. Okay, we're pulling back. Oh god, it's a Troglodyte. That's what's popping Luther. Sirens, go. Tarpit it. Juke, juke, juke. Pull back this way. Oh god. Oh. Okay, the Sirens did it. We must retreat. Pull the bomb bats across. And my port. Oh my god, look at this Gunnery White. He's just getting absolutely destroyed. Well, at least we got the extra powder off. We have some bombs here, actually, for the Chameleon Stalkers, which is cool. So let's see if we can lure this guy, like, away. We'll let the Sirens fight here. We'll keep juking. Chaos Knights have smelled... Oh! Oh, we dodged it. Okay, cool. Oh, oh, that's an Oracle. Shit, okay. Oh! Dude, we just Morpheus that guy right there. Oh, yeah. Okay, we're #1 in points, but like, oh, that was a mean breath attack too. Yeah, what are these, Swords of Chaos? We will ally ourselves with the minions of the Dark Gods for a moment. Although I think as soon as they see this, it's going to be bad news bears. Okay, is the Spirit of Tephot going to come and help? Sirens can come back here. Let's get all the bats. God, he's getting in there with that thing. Oh, come on, Luther. Come on. Tarpit the Troglodyte, pull back in the sky. Ay, ay, ay. Dude, where did that lizard army even come from? Just like a full health, like full monster stack. All right, whatever, we can fight here. Yeah, hopefully swarm this guy. Yeah, thankfully Chaos is kind of fighting him. I don't know. I'm doing pretty good on points though. If Luther can just farm some points off the Spirit here, or the Coatl. Burning Head coming. The Jackdropper bats are doing good. Like, the Troglodyte's trying to get over here. Luther's getting some damage. I got breath attacks. Okay, he's starting to win the fight. Like, Luther's not really taking damage, and he is healing from the hunger, which is cool. The Dread Saurian being dragged down by Chaos. Chaos is pretty close to us, though. That's the problem. I think he wins. Luther's getting a lot of points, though. I'm very, very impressed with him. We need to keep Chaos, what, 2.5 away from me? Yeah, so Chaos... It's good I'm feeding points to Lord Baltimore because the Chaos player, we need to starve him out, basically. Alright, let's bounce over here. We don't care about, like, the lizards hurting us, so we're gonna, like, try and just make sure the lizards get the points. We can circle around here. Get around the back. Yeah. Can we get up in the sky? Come on, come on, come on. We need to get, like, a big influx of points if we can. Oh, God. Damage. Oh. Go, go. Get the breath. That'll give us a lot of points. Yeah, very nice. Cool. Put us up to 12,000. Ooh, Chaos is so close. I mean, do we just try and kill Chaos? Like, do I form a last alliance with the lizards? I don't think it's possible. Because sadly, he'll just like kill me with his shit when I go after Chaos. Yeah, Luther gets a nice attack right there. Bats are coming across. That thing does magic damage, so that's not good for us at all. Oh no, Archaon's coming for the kill steal. Oh! Oh, Anakin, I'm too weak. Help me.
I see it.
Help me.
With haste.
Oh! Oh, 25. No, the Troglodyte just blasted me. All right, we did good that game. But the surprise lizard ambush. Chaos, he had some good tactics because he came and like stole points from the Greenskin battle versus me, which was really, really good. And then he also got good points versus like the lizards because he didn't really take damage when he attacked Schwerkrasm and I. Yeah, he didn't really take damage. So now I think Chaos wins it, just like barely. Yeah, the Dreadsaurian's gone. Like, he's going to get 2,500 points, I think, is what you get for being last man standing. So I think that's going to be game blouses. I think it's going to get... Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, if Lizards beat Chaos, then yeah, that's great. I don't think that can happen, though. They're, like, I probably should have gone after the Warriors of Chaos. I just, like, didn't think they could catch up like that. But they really did. Like, I should have been hunting Archaon with Luther and just, like, shooting him with a pistol. Because then the Lizards could have won this right now. Yeah, they could have won this. But now it's just, like, going to be destruction. Lord Baltimore could be the saving grace, but I don't think so. There's, like, Swords of Chaos, Archaons here. The Troglodyte Oracle needs to snipe, like, Archie, but, like, it's not going to do that kind of damage. The Quaddle will be getting back up in the sky. Hey, Kai, I'm glad you enjoyed the stream today. And thanks, Dactyr, for the win. Yeah, with the Wood Elves. Hell yeah. Dactyr did great today. He did great. All right, that's it. Game blouses, Swords of Chaos. Finishing off the mighty Skink Oracle. That will be it. That will be it. So, a nice comeback by Chaos. GG, well played. Good tactics. Good, solid FFA tactics. And now, we will do one more FFA to end all FFAs. Yeah, I should have helped the Lizardmen. It's just, Luther wanted them trinkets so bad. We had to fight them. It was good, though. It was a good game. It was really fun. 3,900 on Luther. Our guns kind of got shut down. That map was kind of dog shit for our guns, to be honest. Sirens did well, of course. Yeah, I love the rush. Yeah. Lord Baltimore's army, very classic. Just big monster mash. Maybe I didn't see them because of the Dreadsaurian. GG, dude. Nice game. All right, so make room for a couple more folks. We'll get it going. One war to close it out. Yeah, I want to give more of you guys a chance to get in here and party. It'll be fun. Dude. Yeah, Schmucky, sorry, I got to remove you from the lobby. Because we want to give other people a chance to play. But, dude, great game, man. Your FFA tactics were excellent. So, Lost Temple will be the map. Time for the Dowie. For the Dowie. They're coming. They are coming indeed. The dwarves. The vengeance. Vengeance shall be ours. Army blocker. Yes. Wookiee is here. So it's just, the lobby's just called Turin FFA and anyone can join. So. Lizards ran from, so I figured, yeah. Dude, yeah, you got a lot of points in our fight. That's what kept you in the game, dude. Because you farmed some good points from the Greenskins and myself, and then like you survived well enough to be able to get last man standing. It was really, really, really good stuff. Very well played. Is the lobby bugged? Can people not join? For some reason, usually it fills up pretty quick, but I don't know if there's some sort of an issue here. My axe thirsts. It does. It does. Gonna need the Lost Temple here. I might need to remake it. Okay, I'm gonna remake it. I think something's wrong with the lobby. Turin FFA round 2. All right. Here we are. Lobby's remade. We are on the, we're on the beta test too. Maybe a lot of you guys aren't on the beta. That could be it. Yeah, so if we don't get like new players joining, then the guys who played before can just rejoin. Because yeah, a lot of you guys aren't going to be on the beta. That makes sense. Yeah, it's fine, yeah. Lord Baltimore, if nobody else, like, if no new players join, then I'm happy to just get you guys back in here. We could do one more. Because, yeah, I know, we are on the beta today. FFA or OP. Where are you at, Pone? Just slacking off there? Yeah, go ahead and rejoin, guys, because I think we're just on the beta and not a lot of people are on it. So anyone who played before can just play again if they want to. Mono Slayers, let's go. I have something a little bit different in mind, but there will be Slayers. Okay, we got Bowie. We got Lord Baltimore again. Excellent. I was looking for the lobby. Yeah. We got our crew here. I was looking. Yeah, I know. If you're not in the beta, you're not going to see it, unfortunately. Okay. So we're all set. Let's go ahead and do this. Oh my god, double wood elf. Get that. Oh god. The elves of the woods. All hail the mighty, they're arising from the deeps. You know, I would magically appear if I wasn't at work. That's true. That's true, you would. Okay, what will we do this time? Who do we want to play? Who will be our army? Okay, so we got Skaven, which we just want to avoid at all costs. We have High Elves, which we also don't want to fight. And then we have Bowie on Empire, who's like our... Hey man, where are you going to be spawning on the map? Could we get some of that? Yeah. That's pretty hilarious. Jay Phoenix, no. Anakin, no. Alright, so... Thoric on toilet seat. We'll get you as well. And you, which should give us a nice little goon squad. Seems fine. I don't know, what's going to be good against all these factions? Against elves? Like, ugh, god. We're going to have to deal with, like, chariots. Like, I don't know, if they just build anti-dwarf, I'm just going to die. Like, if the Skaven and High Elves build anti-dwarf, it's just going to be, like absolute punishment. I wish some of the Dwarf Lords had Vanguard deployment so I could do, like, a mass Vanguard with my Lord, actually. That would be quite nice. Alright. Let's just get some heavy Dwarven steel. Some Dwarven freaking metal up in here. I don't think we need you, actually. Nor do we need you. Yep, you're a good choice. Talk about a mouth-breathy build. Like, I feel like we can't, like, cover enough ground to really do well here. Alright, what runes do we want to get? We don't need this, don't need this. That's probably fine. Don't need that. Yeah, that's good to me. Just need to cut some money somehow. Alright, so, yeah, we're all set. This is just like, some heavy-duty dwarves. Heavy-duty dwarves. Death Runner. Dude, if there's a Death Runner mass Vanguard of me, I'm just gonna weep. I'm gonna cry in Dawi. It's just gonna be like the ancestors will weep. Yeah. That would be so bad. That would just be pure destruction. Oh, there's so many things that are good against me here. I'm just like, goddamn. Goddamn, Joe Rogan. Alright, we don't need this. Come on, get this out of here. It's too expensive. Too expensive. We need more units. What kind of treachery will there be? Okay, that's fine. Oh, but then we need you too. 525. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. All right, let's do it, man. Let's go hard. See if we can survive our counters. They're just going to be a full filth Eshin Vanguard on me. Just filthy. And I'm just going to die in like 10 seconds. Like, there's going to be like an Eshin Vanguard around me, and then the elves are just going to, like, while I'm suffering and just gasping for air, the elves are just going to run me over with chariots. Just the grudges will be compounded today, that's for sure. Oh my god, here we go. Alright, Lord Baltimore with the final tweaks. Don't you dare do it, Baltimore, I swear. That will be the ultimate grudge, bro. Ultimate grudge. Yeah. Invent a master rune of hiding or something, that'd be cool. Yeah, a master rune of cowardice where you just become invisible. Yeah. I should have gone mass slayers, just to meet my fate head on. You know, just to go down like a champ. Not today. I listened to Turin while I paint minis, says Melody. I wonder if Turin listens to painting videos while playing RTS. No, I listen to painting videos, but I do watch streams while I paint. Like I actually watch all of you guys, the Tabletop Titans, and I also do watch like Back to Warcraft, you know, other streams like that. No, this is going to be the last one for the day. We're closing in on 4 hours, so it's a pretty balls deep stream already. Okay, so we're basically, I'm like, okay, well, at least if I get swarmed, I have iron breakers, you know, so I can potentially hold. We got your boy Thoric. We got a master engineer. We got some slayers here. Slayer should be a little bit deeper set actually. We can get one in the back. We get the minor infantry in the front with Thoric. They should be able to hold okay. And we want to make sure to turn off the blasting charges from auto fire, just so they don't like shoot it like dumb shit. Something you should do if you're a dwarf player as well in multiplayer. Like you want to manually control it. Like Ron Brindle's really good at that, the mighty Polish dwarf player. Like when he had that really good series against Void Laws in the faction war, it was really impressive. Good series. All right. Oh, sorry, Wookiee's still here. See, I almost pulled a classic Turin right there, where I just like leave that shit up the whole time. Ah. I got you. I'm sorry. Wookiee was haunting us from beyond the grave. Hey, Brandon, I'm glad you enjoyed the content. Glad you enjoy it, my friend. So, Ivan, I know you wanted dwarves. I got some slayers for you. Hopefully this is enough. Looks good to me. Let's go ahead and start this bad boy up. So, here we have Skaven. Let's deploy as far away from possible as them, as close as possible to the Empire. That's 100% what we want. Oh, the Skaven are coming. Okay, you know what? I might just have to accept my fate and fight the Skaven. I can't run from them. They're too fast. The Empire did a Vanguard, actually. They have a Free Company Militia. Oh, God. Do I really have to battle the Skaven army? God. I did not come into an FFA expecting a Skaven versus Dwarf match. Although, yeah, he's got flares. Okay, that's not the worst. It could be far worse. Okay, it's getting worse. It's rapidly approaching that danger zone. Hopefully he doesn't have any Death Runners. Famous last words. I'm like scouting to see. Yeah, we're trying to stay out of range here. Shoot the Doom players for a second. We're in position. Drop a shot. I do have extra powder, so I can replenish the powder ammunition here. Okay, he's got the Jezzail Arwars. Oh god, he's got like all the anti-dwarf shit. Okay, so let's go ahead and do this. Let's go ahead and get the Iron Drakes shooting here, getting ready to shoot. Master Engineer. Shoot. And shoot. Thoric, get in there. Let's go ahead and drop the Rune of Slowness on you. Slow you down, and now we can get this going here. Oh, look at the damage! Oh, buddy! That's some work. It's blasting charge the doggos, blasting charge the doggos. Thoric, get in there. And we can get you guys the blasting charge here. And we need to just get the Slayers to pile in and fight as well. Alright, so one of the Doom wheels is down for the count. Let's go ahead and pop the Rune of Doom. And so far, blasting charges appear to be doing okay. Yeah, now the Eshin units are coming in full force. Oh my god. Yeah, so one Iron Drake did its job. Let's go ahead and pull them back and see if we can get behind enemy lines here. So that Doom wheel is down. Let's go ahead and like make sure it's gone. Let's go push it. We need to like reroute our Slayers somehow. Or excuse me, our Iron Drakes. So where are our Slayers at? Slayers still doing their thing. Let's pull them back here. Get on these if we can. Thoric, you move on these. You go here. Let's get more blasting charges. And yeah, if we could just get these guys like restructured somehow. Slayers need to do this. You do this. And did that Doom wheel come back? It did not. So we could just keep shooting here. Come on. Come on, guys. Let's go. We got Rune of Speed. Let's do it. That'll give me a fat melee attack buff. These guys need to come and get ready. Oh, Ikit. It's reckoning, bro. Come on. Rip those shots before the dogs get there. Rip it. Oh. Okay, we got him. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. All right, so Ikit Claws paid the price. We're taking some substantial casualties, but it's okay. Let's go ahead and get you guys to throw your blasting charges. They do have some Night Runners there. Okay, that's pretty spicy. And the Gyro, we can just replenish its ammo. Let's pull it back before it dies to the Jezzails. And Ikit has been destroyed. Okay, perfect. Let's go. Let's go, people. I shouldn't have given extra ammo to that. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Keep throwing the explosives there. Let's actually get the Eshin Triads here if we can. Oh, satisfy the grudge. They've wronged us. All right, let's that is the dwarf thing menace. It's quite fitting here. All right, blasting charges are securing us. Slayers, we can pull back. Looks like we're doing pretty good on points. I have no idea. This is basically just a 2v2v2. You know, you guys get the picture. I think the Skaven will retreat now. Lord Baltimore just going ham-bone this game though. The big Haggard Eshin pressure. Let's shoot here. Pull you guys back. Master Engineer shoots. Do we want to use the Rune of Slowing? We could use it. Why not? Slow it down. Okay, you guys ready for the last samurai? Okay, we got it slowed. Oh yeah, just torpedo those rats. Oh, begone, foul rats. Okay, so we got that. They're out of the picture now. Charging in. I could use blasting charges, but I kind of want to save them. So let's just pile in a fight. All right, you keep shooting. Control hammer. Those damn Jezzails are still causing problems. We're gonna have to war vengeance on these guys. We're gonna have to move in. Yeah, we can't like sit back passively. Otherwise, they're just gonna keep blasting us. Oh God, Thoric's just getting the business. All right, move it up. Move it up. I know where they are at least. I can't catch them, but I can pressure them at least. Maybe the Slayers can catch them. Can Thoric like juke these shots? I guess he can a little bit. Okay. I gotta like stay on top of it though if I want to actually juke something. Oh God, he turned so slow in his toilet seat. Is there anything coming back? Not quite. Okay. Okay, keep going. Keep going. You guys keep moving. Let's get Thoric behind this like pole so he can't be shot. The rats will be hunted one way or another. Unfortunately, the Empire. Ooh, the Empire actually really won that matchup over there. Damn. Bowie must have had some good shit. Blasting charge him. Go. Extra powder to, I guess, just the Iron Drakes. Yeah, it doesn't really matter too much. Yeah, just keep moving up. Hide behind the toilet seat. Slayers, go after you. Got a couple blasting charges off there. That was cute. Yeah, the rats will keep sniping if I don't deal with them. That was the problem. Maybe I just ignore the rats and go over here. But Thoric just getting blasted by those snipers is not fun. Yeah, because Empire, I'm probably gonna get last man standing, so I just need to be like, oh yeah, he's got a lot of archers, but oh man, that's a shit ton of archers. All right, let's just start waddling across the map now. Do the classic Dwarven FFA play. You can just like move it and degroup him here. It's fine. All right, we're moving. How agile are you on the toilet seat? Not too agile, as I'm sure most of you guys are in the same category. So we got some Doom players rallying over here. And Skaven, not much of a chance now, but the Empire is getting some good points. They actually have, what, Free Company Militia? Free Company Militia backed up by Outrider grenade launchers. Very interesting. 2 handmaidens for Schwerkosm here. I'm probably mangling his name. I'm so sorry, bud. It's just, you know, it's a tough one. I think he's from Ukraine. All right, so let's move over here. We can just walk now because it's not going to make a difference. You know? The dwarves will get there when they get there, man. I'm just glad we survived the Skaven onslaught. Thoric is... We can do the... Let's do the Rune of Speed. You guys ready for this? The Dwarven Speed Slayers, 58 speed, 38 Ironbreakers, 38 Ironbreakers. Yes. Next level Dwarven tactics. And Arcane Phoenix, -10. Reichsguard Knights hammering down the bird, backed up. Hopefully the Huntsmen will use all their ammo before I get there. But I mean, I feel like I have too much Dwarven Steel left. I got like Ironbreakers and... Oh yeah, that's right. I can use extra powder on the Ironbreakers to get blasting charges. Yeah, I totally forgot about that. Yeah, good call, bud. Thank you, man. I forgot you could do that. Yeah, it's been a while. It's been a while since I could lay my head up high. All right, Arcane Phoenix, holding firm. Balthazar Gelt. Man, Bowie's got a pretty nice little lead. Oh, there's the Jezzails. So filthy rats. Like, my hatred for this game and is tunnel visioning me on them right now. Don't worry, guys. We'll have another Rune of Speed in 84 seconds. Why can I not use this? Oh, it's because of the universal cooldown. That's right. Gotta grudge fast. Yeah, still some good points on the table. I got Rune of Doom. My army's pretty good shape. Master Engineer, 25 seconds. Should be able to give some extra powder to the Norgamling's Ironbreakers. Still have their full blasting charges, which is nasty. All right, rats. Be gone, Spawns of Darkness. This is blasting charging Skaven is like one of the best feelings ever. Oh god, that's so good. All right, they should just break now. Those might have just been clones, actually. Oh, I think he got me with the clones. Good thing I didn't use a lot. Yeah, let's just keep moving. Dude, I'm gonna get those freaking rats. One way or another. Can I reach them? Ah, oh, Thoric's too slow. How quick are they? 38 speed. Only my Slayers can catch them. Those Jezzails, I'm coming for you, dude. Coming. These are the clones. They're the cloned rats. Clone Wars have begun. Oh, God, I need to be so much closer to get him. We have to take angle of pursuit. So if we go this way and like force them up through here, the Empire will grab them. Because Jezzails could snipe my lords and actually like put me in a bad position. The dwarves were fooled again. Come on, Slayers. Hustle. How fast are they? 40 speed against 38. Okay. Oh, you better watch out, dude. Slayer cavalry incoming. No. Okay. No. We're getting past you here. We're not falling for your tricks. Okay, they're broken. We don't need to blasting charge them anymore. Look at that. 58 speed dwarfs. Never seen before. We're gonna get there eventually. Oh, yeah. Oh, God, yes. Vengeance. Oh, the Jezzails are finally getting caught. It's so hard to catch them. Come on. Come on, Slayers. Oh, no, the webs. I've been slowed by the gutter runners. Oh. They're going to get away. Okay, do I have any runes? Okay, we got to pop in here again. God damn, these rats are so fast. We need to, yeah, just take this angle away. Just not let them escape. We could even, like, leave a couple here and just put them in group 2. It's a blasting charge. Send you guys in 2 as well. We need to get some points, man. Come on. Okay, good. The Reichsguard are helping. They're taking out the gutter runners. Yes. 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 Alright, so now we need to start blasting at the Reichsguard a little bit here if we can. Troll Armor Torpedo should do some good damage against them too. Okay, we're gonna get those rats. It's gonna happen. Blasting charges. Let's like pull back like we're scared. Maybe they'll like move up a little bit. I'm not sure. What are these, grenade launchers? Oh shit, okay, he's got grenade launchers, damn. Oh, we finally caught them. We finally caught him. Ladies and gentlemen, we've done it. Okay, grenade launchers are grenade launching my dwarves. Pull back and dodge most of that. Slayer's getting some sweet points, but looks like grenade launchers are coming in to troll us, which is fun. We can actually can't quite reach you. Okay. Watch the Jezzails come back and live and just cackle at us. Like, just all day. Just move up, move up. My poor Slayers are getting grenade launched. Okay, let's see if we can get the rune on them. Should get some good damage. Yeah, that was nice. Oh, and it stunned him too. That was cool. Might actually be able to catch him here. Iron Drakes scooting. They're shattered. Let's go ahead and blasting charge these guys into oblivion. Yep, that's nice. They will get blasting charged. The Slayers have fulfilled their oath of the moment. That's for sure. All right, so blasting charges. Chase. Yeah, we're losing some Iron Drakes, but it's not a huge deal. They're actually very tanky. And we can perhaps drop some blasting charges in the forest here. Start shooting Gelt here. Rune of Doom, not really any point in using that at the moment. Master Engineer might be able to get the trick done. We'll see if we can Trollhammer Torpedo him out of the sky. And Iron Breakers are still doing their business. So you better watch out, Gelt, man. You're playing a dangerous game. Yeah, he's like flying over us. And oh, is he gonna break before he gets it? Oh, he is. But does it still go off? Oh no! Oh, Gelt! He just got sniped. Okay. The problem is the Empire Bowie's getting some really good points too. You know, so he might just win on points because like they'll all defeat him. He's getting those sweet points off me. Yeah, man, well played. Rune of Doom. Now we actually have some fights going. So. All right, let's go in guard mode. Blasting charge here. Yeah, we'll Trollhammer Torpedo them. I'm getting some scraps myself. I need to like really start getting favorable matchups, and I also need to hope that their whole army doesn't just break, and I can like farm them a little bit. Because currently, I think Bowie just actually wins it. Yeah, believe it or not. Rune of Slowness, Rune of Speed. Let's keep hunting. Keep hunting here. Keep hunting. The blasting charges have gotten them into the shadows. All right, so the cavalry have been broken off. I don't know what the Empire has left. Gelt did get the steel chair in the end, but he may get the last laugh here. As what do we? Rune of Speed? I don't think we even need to. He's getting. Where's he getting his points from? Yeah, he's getting them from somewhere. That's for sure. A couple seconds till Rune of Wrath and Rune is active. We can overcast it, which is pretty cool. So let's overcast it right here. That should nuke those huntsmen. Well, I guess we could have just blasting charged him. Boom. Headshot. All right, Slayers, get in there. Do your business. It's going to be a close one. I feel like I shouldn't break everything at once. Like, let some of his stuff live a little longer so I can farm some points. Blasting charge him, I guess. Man, this is really close, guys. Really, really close. So we get a nice blasting charge there. Might do the trick. We got to make sure he doesn't get any more points. Ooh, yeah, look at those. Okay, okay. We need to hunt you guys down. They're broken. Yes, we did it! Oh my god, it was so close. Dude, that was like razor tight. Like 300 points. Damn. Oh, the boom headshot guy. Dude, that's an old meme. That's an old meme. All right, yeah, it was a fun build. Ironbreakers held pretty well. 1,000 value on each of them, man. Trollhammers 900, 700. 2,000 on the Slayers. And Gyro Bomber kind of got dunked on. I wasn't very good with that. Bowie's army was cool, though, man. I think Bowie gets the award for, like, coolest army. Balthazar Gelt, Mass Free Company Militia. And he won his fight against the Elves, too. Mass Huntsman, Reichsguard Knights, Grenade Launchers. Like, dude, this build is cool as hell. Yeah. Boris's build, let's see what he had. Oh, yeah. That's cool, too, man. The double handmaiden. But, yeah, there's no way this army could fight that Empire army. Like, this Empire army would just destroy this army. Like, so many huntsmen. And, like, just, there's no way. No way. FPS Doug. Damn, dude, that's taking it back. All right, so that is it for today, guys. Thank you for joining. We are done. Appreciate you all. I'm going to go hang out, get some food, take it easy. I know, I finally caught the Jezzails. Even if I had lost, that was like my objective, dude. Oh my god. Lord Baltimore was getting me so good with those. But that is it. Thank you guys so much. We got some new members today. Thank you guys for joining the Dukes of Haggard. Some donations. Thank you guys so much for those as well. And that's it. Take care. Dactyr and Energized will tie the King of the Hill. They both got 4 wins. But we had some really good games today. So if you guys joined late, I would recommend going back. There were some super, super solid matches. So check it out. Take care of yourselves. Do all that. Melody, thank you for the kind words. And we are done for today. Until next time, you guys stay safe. We're going to keep the ball rolling. And just keep counting days till Age of Empires 4 comes. Man, I'm hyped for that. And Warhammer 3. Though we can't really count days for Warhammer 3. We have no idea when it's coming, so that'll probably be a while. All right. Cheers. Thank you all.